we done came from the bottom. Mad that we up, but I don't hear him talking. Started with knowledge inside of my noggin. We took a dream and then we started blogging. Put my city on the map now. I'ma say how it is and I don't back down. On the road to 100K, we finna act out. We gon' show them that we not just in the background. We the main event, we the main show. We the one that people always gon' pay for. FYF, we the best, no debate though. Number one sports channel, every angle. I'ma show them all how we ride. Best sports talk show, we not like them guys. We playing it safe while they feathered the lines. We switching the narrative all of the time. Like who to go in the game is not MJ. Kobe Bryant top 10, not what we say. Hakeem Olajuwon is very overrated. Keep it real if it ain't fact, we don't say it. Now it's stable, we won't be ignored. We number one, especially when coming to sports. FYF bringing the heat here, of course. Where everything backed up with actual source. Everything backed up with actual source.
Mastermind, man, we back. Appreciate everybody pulling up, man. Salute, man. Max, I see you in there. Duff, man. A lot of new names. Jacob Seed. I don't know, man. Salute to Masculine MJ. He says fire song. Salute. Yes, sir. Yes, sir, man. And look, if you want to be the featured promo artist of the day, man, make sure you hit us up on Instagram, FYF Sports Debates. All right. Make sure y'all go check out his album, man. Make sure y'all go check out his album. We'll be dropping the link to his music in the chat throughout this stream. Like I said, we got a new featured music artist that's going to be coming up pretty soon. And we're going to be featuring that song during our intro, probably for the next week or two, depending on how long they purchase the promo. Not sure how long we're going to be live today. Salute to Ricky E245. And now that I see Ricky E245's name, man, because he's one of the biggest supporters of FYF Sports, man, let me get my banner going, because we got to get our banner back going to the top donors of the channel, man. You can donate to the channel, man. If you look at the link pinned to the top of the comment section, that will take you over to our other page on FYF Sports Clips. If you want to drop a super chat, if there's anything that you want us to address immediately, anything like that, hit us up to support the channel via super chat. We will get to your questions or concerns, or you can donate via PayPal, and that link is going to be sparingly dropped throughout the chat over the duration of this stream. Well, let me go ahead and make sure that's dropping now. Ray Magic says, let's get it. Salute Uncle Iroy. He says, let me join for 5 minutes. Yes, I'm going to be opening this stream up to everybody. We got Iron Man 32. He says, Marcus Smart to the Lakers. And like I said, I mean, when you talk about a team, right, and just briefly on the Lakers, because I know this stream is not all about the Lakers, but what I've been saying about the Lakers ever since the Russell Westbrook trade, right, we all know and we can all agree that the Russell Westbrook trade was a big mistake. They lost a lot of assets and resources, a lot of flexibility to go make moves. But ever since that Russell Westbrook trade, you have to give Rob Pelinka credit for repairing the damage done there. He has not made irrational moves. He has not made desperation moves. He has not put the future in jeopardy. They've held on to the talent that they believe is potential long-term talent. They've shared contracts at the right time. And slowly they are getting better. You know, over the last couple of years, they've had an enormous hole on that team at the center position. And now they've actually filled that gap with probably one of the best options of any available center in this offseason. And then when you look at their secondary issue, they had no point of attack defenders. Defense was the biggest issue. Who's going to be out there to help Luka on the perimeter? Who's going to be out there to supplement what LeBron James can no longer do because he's not in his prime? You know, maybe they didn't get a Malcolm Brogdon, who maybe would have been a slightly better option. Maybe they didn't get a Bradley Beal, who is offensive firepower, but again, I'm unsure of the fit. But to go get a point of attack defender, exactly what you need. A guy that plays with a lot of emotion, doesn't really care about scoring, can get your troops going, We saw what he did in Memphis. We saw what he did for Washington late in the year. I think it's a hell of a pickup. You're not taking on a lot of long-term assets. You have to give Rob Pelinka and the Lakers a round of applause. And for all the people that believe that the Lakers are no longer invested in trying to win, this looks like a move that you make if you're trying to win. You're filling holes. Now, they do have to make a decision on Shake Milton. I believe that they go ahead and let Shake Milton go because they want to allow that one roster spot to be there. And with that one remaining roster spot, who can they grab to shore up this roster? Is it Al Horford? Who are they going to go get? Are they going to look to a vet, an older guy, or are they going to maybe look to get a Josh Okuji, a guy who was just recently waived by the Charlotte Hornets, another defender type guy, right? You have to, I think the Lakers are going down the right path. A lot of Laker fans don't believe in it. A lot of people are just sold on the fact that LeBron James is too old. But at the end of the day, I think saying LeBron James is old, that's the easy take. That's the lazy take. Anybody can just say he's old. But if you're a bit optimistic, you have to look at this team and say, you got DeAndre Ayton. Statistically, he's the most efficient pick and roll center in the NBA. Pairs very well with Luka and LeBron. Austin Reeves is better. You still have Jared Vanderbilt, one of the best defenders in the league, if he can stay healthy. You still have Rui Hachimura, solid at his position. You still have Gabe Vincent, who's a savvy and solid vet. Now you add Marcus Smart to the fray. And you still have LeBron James and Luka Doncic. So, again, Laker fans, it's not as necessarily as bad as what a lot of people make it out to be. Salute to Ricky E245 coming through in the super chat to support the channel, man. He says, what are your thoughts on Dame back in Portland? Salute to Ricky E245. My thoughts on Dame back in Portland are Dame mentally never left Portland. Dame was always mentally a Portland Trailblazer. It never felt right when he left. He never looked right when he was with the Bucks. I think, again, it got to a point in Portland where Dame had been in Portland so long. He just looked at his career and his legacy and how beloved he was. And I think he eventually told himself, I'm fine with this legacy. I don't have any championships, no. But he spent his entire career with an organization that accepted him, the flaws of the team, and he's a superstar in Portland. And I don't think he really cares about being looked at like a superstar nationwide or for another team. I think he no longer cares about needing a championship to solidify his legacy, because in Portland, they respect Dame. Right? They see the trials and tribulations that team has went through. They understand that a lot of the bad moves and signings are not his fault. And through all of that, he battled through it all. Right? When they signed Evan Turner to a horrible deal and Travis Outlaw and all these guys, he stuck around and said, you know what, I'm gonna rock with the guys we got, and we gonna go at it. And he's going to end his career probably with no championships. But again, he's going to have generational wealth. And in Portland, he's always going to be looked at in the realm of guys like Terry Porter, Clyde Drexler, and all that. And that's what you call real fans right there. That's what you call real fans. Because they're going to respect the grind, the process, the commitment to the team. And they understand that everything is not always all about championships, because, again, players don't necessarily always control that element. Dame went out there and did what he was supposed to do year in and year out. Hey, Johnny Barker says 2-year deal. 2-year deal for who? What are you talking about? Salute to Goat James Kingdom. Make sure y'all check out Goat James Kingdom, man. They will be live tomorrow, 12 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on Sunday for their Sunday show. Make sure y'all tune in. So salute to the Blazers. I like what the Blazers are building over there. They are heading in the right direction. Now I'm starting to see the vision. And it's starting to look like Chauncey Billups is putting his thumbprint on this team. Now they're starting to map out a real identity. And Chauncey Billups is trying to recreate the Detroit Pistons of the 2000s. He is collecting defensive players. And I believe that this year, I think he's going to start to deploy some of those defensive tools on the league. And when you look at this roster, a roster full of defenders, gritty players, smart players, it's just a matter of time before he gets this to jail and they start to do something positive. Salute to Dante Reeves with the super chat, man, coming through to support the channel early in the stream, man. We not even 20 minutes into the stream. We're already on our second super chat of the day. We got Dante Reeves. He says, Lamont, as a Blazers fan, what sort of impact do you think Dame will have with the Blazers? Again, right now, he's going to be out the first year. It's just going to be his veteran leadership, his presence. He's not going to have much of an impact, right? Again, even when he comes back from the Achilles injury, that's just basically a contract saying we want you to retire a Blazer. And I believe Dave plays these last 3 years out in Portland, and he's going to retire a Portland Trail Blazer. I think that's what he plans to do. You know, that's exactly what this contract looks like. It's going to take him to what? I think take him close to almost 40 by the time it's over with. And that's just the type of deal it looks like. Salute to 2 P's in a bong. Make sure y'all go check out 2 B's in a bong. Still won't make the playoffs for another 3 years. I don't want to say that just yet. When I look at this roster, again, they are missing a star, but you know, I saw Chris Paul take a OKC team that could barely win a game to the playoffs. All it takes is a little bit of leadership, right place, right time. This league changes year in and year out. This is not the 90s or the 2000s where the same teams are running the show. And what I like in Portland is you see an organization that's invested in trying to build a winner, and they have their own formula for doing it. And I like that formula. So win, lose, or draw, I still like the direction that Portland's going in, just like I like the direction that the Lakers are going in, even though many people disagree. But we're going to get to today's show, man. And I hope when I drop the link that we get it. Obviously, we're going to be doing something special. This is something that we have never done on FYF Sports. All right. But after I get through, obviously, explaining to you guys what I found out about the Bleacher Report top 100 list, we're going to be bringing people up. We're going to be bringing you guys up. And I have a special show for you guys when I bring you guys up. We're going to be bringing you guys up. And specifically, I want the people who have a disdain for this top 10, the people who feel Kobe shouldn't be ranked below a LeBron James, right? The people that feel they are the list that they've devised in their own minds is superior. I want those people on the panel, and I'm not here to debate with you. I'm not here to do any of that. But we do have a special treat for you guys today. And because really we just got to see if the main thing is we got to see if you guys are even qualified to tell us who to rank and where to rank players. Because there's a lot of people that are just saying these things about rankings. Just like yesterday, I was on the Pull Up Podcast's panel. Everybody had an opinion about the ranking. Even Dreamers Pro. Dreamers Pro did a community post, said this ranking is so disrespectful, it's illogical. And I commented to Dreamers Pro. I said, Dreamers Pro. I said, do you know how hard it is to at least take the time to try to put together a top 100 list, then have the balls to release it so it can be critiqued by the world? We haven't seen Dreamers Pro attempt to drop a top 100 list so it could be critiqued. Put your list out so we can critique your list. So we can scour through the list and find all of the flaws and inconsistencies in your logic. But yet you have a ton of people that just sit back and all they do is they want to cry and whine and wince around and complain about what Bleacher Report did, when the one thing you have to give Bleacher Report credit for is based on the criteria that I've received, right? When this information that I received about the criteria that they use, whether you like it or not, they tried to be consistent and they tried to be fair across all eras of basketball. I was on the Pull Up podcast stream yesterday, and you know what they said? I would take Bill Russell and Wilt Chamberlain out the top 10. Why? Because they played and it wasn't a modern era, and they don't have the accolades that Kobe got because they couldn't get. So you just gonna disrespect Bill Russell and Wilt Chamberlain? And then when you talk to them about disrespect, because you know Kobe fans are, and Kobe fans, and the one consistent thing with Kobe fans ever since Bleacher Report dropped this list is the disrespect. Disrespect. You had Olden Polynice crying on YouTube videos talking about Kobe disrespect. How is it disrespectful to rank players with a criteria? When Kobe fans are just in victim mode? Look at Scap Attack. I've been telling Scap Attack has been on this tour. Kobe top 10, telling us all the moments that he can remember. I said, not top 10, it's just a resume. And then when this list like this come out, then they got to eat crow. Then they look dumb. So we're going to go through it, y'all. I don't want to show you guys this right here because I want to show you guys what was shared with me. So whether you agree or disagree, right, we see exactly what Bleacher Report used to create their top 10. I'm going to show you the exact criteria that they used. Let me share my screen real quick. One second. Let me share the screen. Here we go. All right, there we go right there. So I'm sharing the screen, and let me zoom in on this so you guys can see it better. All right, so here's the criteria that Bleacher Report used. All right, let me remove this comment so y'all can see it. All right, we're going to go through the criteria. So again, it's criteria. What do you have to appreciate about criteria? The criteria is for everybody. It's not selectively doled out for one person, right? So let's look at their list real quick. The Bleacher Report top 10 is here. Jordan, LeBron, Kareem, Magic, Bill Russell, Shaq, Tim Duncan, Larry Bird, Wilt Chamberlain, Steph Curry, right? And we see a score next to their name. I'm going to explain to you how they got to these scores, right? So again, they had a weighted system, right? Accolades. You can get 40 points for your accolades. Rings, 5 points. Regular season MVP, 4 points. Finals MVP, 3 points. All NBAs, 1.5. All defensive, 1.5. All-star selections, 1 point. Other titles like Rookie of the Year, assist titles, steals titles, rebound titles, etc., are 2 points each. You can get a total of 40 points. Now, the max you can get is 40 points. You can't surpass 40 points. So, for example, somebody like LeBron, who has played 20-something odd years, his longevity won't shoot him to the top, and because he has some astronomically high amount of points because of his longevity. You cap out at 40 points. Once you hit the 40 points, that's the max you can get for that category if you can hit that cap. Peak performance. There's 20 points that you can get here. Remember, 20 points is the cap, but there are 20 additional points you can get here. Seasons finishing top 3 in MVP voting. You get 2 points. Why do I like this top 3 MVP voting? Because we all know that sometimes they don't get the MVP right. So in the event that maybe, just like Kobe, you miss out on the MVP a few times, they're going to give you credit for being close, right? Because that's still indicative of being an elite player. Top 3 in MVP voting. You get 2 points for that. Your scoring average in your peak season per 1 point per game over 25, that's 0.5 points. Efficiency in your peak season. So your efficiency in your peak season, if it's 50% times 5 points, And then 3-pointers, if it's over 35% times 3. If it's over 35%, you get 3 points there. So again, you can get potentially 20 points in this category for peak performance. That's going to help us understand your peak, but you can only cap out at 20 points there. Career statistics, normalized career averages. You can get 15 points here. So your career statistics normalized into points, rebounds, assists, steals, and blocks are combined. You can get 15 points there based on your stats. So far, we've taken into consideration accolades, peak performance, career stats. Next is longevity and consistency. So you get credit for your longevity, right? Very simple to delineate there. Your seasons played divided by 20 times 10 points. If you exceed 15 points, doesn't matter, because the only thing you can cap out in this category is 15 points. And then the only subjective category that they had was impact and influence. And from what I was told, this category was added in specifically to help Kobe, because without this category, if you just rely on longevity, stats, peak performance, and accolades, they were struggling to find a criteria that put Kobe in the top 15. Impact and influence, the subjective category, allowed the voters to do what? Use their subjectivity. You can only cap out with 10 points, but 10 points is significant, right? Cultural and innovative impact. It's a proxy based on era shaping. The examples are Curry, Kobe's multi-generational talent, and then Russell Westbrook's dynasty dominance is what they said. So this category can get you 10 points, no more or no less. But this category, again, is subjective, and it can vault you ahead of guys or drop you below if the voters do not feel you had an impact or influence. So remember, the key points to remember when we look at Bleacher Report's criteria: caps and normalization keep any one area from overwhelming the total, right? They're not going to allow you to overwhelm any particular category because of longevity. They try to normalize everything. Why is it important to normalize everything? Because what was normal in one era, like the 60s, is no longer normal in our era in 2025. So, for example, in the 60s, playing 10 to 13 years was a long career. In today's game, playing 15 to 20 years is now a long career, right? So we have to find a way to normalize things because the game has changed, right? How do we prevent players from today from just having an innate, ingrained, and imbalanced advantage just because they play longer? Well, you balance it the way they've at least tried. Now, is it perfect? Hard to say if it's perfect. I don't think any system or any ranking system, when you're trying to rank this many players, is perfect. But do I like what they are trying to do? Yes, I do like what they're trying to do. And it says subjective, impact and defense, let role players and innovators leapfrog pure scores. So those are some of the things to remember right there. And when we look at this right here, they also have some other notes that they talked about. MJ was able to attain all of the points. He got 100 points. LeBron James was at 99 points. Kareem, 98 points. Magic and Bill Russell, 97 and 96. And then Kobe was at 90 points with this system, right? Kobe was at 90 points with this system. Steph Curry actually had 91. And the one note that I took from this was when I hear a lot of these conversations, like, for example, when I saw Dreamers Pro's post, he said, this list makes no sense. They have Draymond Green over Chris Webber. But people like Dreamers Pro, again, people who don't understand the game of basketball, what they are not taking into consideration is this is the top 100 greatest players of all time, not the most talented or the best players of all time. This list measures career greatness, which includes winning, accolades, and impact. It does not strictly rank who had more raw talent or who would win in a hypothetical 1v1 matchup. This distinction explains why, for instance, people like or players like a role player in Draymond Green, who's a 4-time champion and a defensive player of the year, will be ranked ahead of a more individually skilled player like Chris Webber on this all-time list. Green's greater career accomplishments give him the edge in greatness, even if Webber was more of a typical star in his prime. The same logic applies in comparing Kobe to some of the ultra elite players above him. And so that is ultimately what it comes down to. Now, what I want to show you guys is when you listen to Kobe fans talk about this, Kobe fans talk about, well, if you look at Kobe's resume, he has all these all defensive teams. How does that not put him in the top 10? What Kobe fans are failing to realize is this is not a Kobe ranking. This is a ranking for all NBA players. And if you want to inflate the value of defensive teams or DPOYs, because you cannot inflate the value of all defensive teams without also inflating the value of DPOYs, you have to inflate the value of it for everybody. So, for example, if you boost the value of an all defensive team or defensive accolades just to push Kobe up into the top 10, what will you also do to other players? And if you do this, if you give Kobe this defensive boost, then Tim Duncan, who stands at number 7 on this list, if you give him a hypothetical boost, you would oddly enough take Tim Duncan up to number 3 all time. Kevin Garnett, who's at 16 on this list, if you give him a defensive boost, who's a 12-time all-defensive player, 1-time DPOY, by that logic, if you give him a boost, if you're just looking to boost Kobe into the top 10, by giving those metrics a boost, that now would put Kevin Garnett at number 5 all time. Hakeem Olajuwon, right? His original rank is 12. With his 9 all defensive teams and 2 DPOYs, if you give him a defensive boost, that would put him at number 6 all time. And of course, if you give these same defensive accolades a boost, who's Kobe is 12-time all defensive, he has no DPOYs, you could use this formula to bump Kobe up to number 7. But you would also have a guy in Dennis Rodman who's at 67. He would get bumped up to 18th all time. Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, who's number 3 on this list, right? You would actually punish him because certain defensive accolades weren't always available to him, like the DPOY. So he would move from 3 down to 8 because it would hurt him. Scottie Pippen would go from 28 to 15. Michael Jordan would drop from number 1 to number 4 because it would hurt him because he doesn't have the amount of defensive accolades as some of the others. Because he only has 9 all defensives and 1 DPOY. Bill Russell, you would have to be hypothetical with his because he's number 5 all time, but he's looked at as the greatest defensive player of all time. So he would get a legacy boost that would bump him up to number 1 all time. Shaquille O'Neal obviously would drop. He only has 3 defensive teams. He would drop to number 13 outside the top 10. Curry would definitely take a drop. Curry drops from 10 to 17. Bird also takes a significant drop. Bird would drop to 16 all time. And Magic Johnson, again, not known as a great defensive player, it would take him from number 4 all time to 14 all time if you inflate the value of an all defensive team. So again, unless you are in your criteria willing to inflate the value of these metrics for everyone, don't just inflate it for Kobe just to say this is the reason why he belongs in the top 10, right? You have to weigh it accordingly, and it has to make sense across the board for everyone, right? So, and also, what is the next argument that we hear, right? What's the next argument that we hear? Well, what they also say, when we talk about it, they say, oh, you need to value Kobe's rings more. Kobe has 5 rings. He has 5 rings, even though in the moment, most people didn't value those rings equally because he was a sidekick. But let's just say we hyperinflate the value of rings, right? Kobe's 5 championships hyperinflated, right? If we hyperinflate rings just to find a way to elevate Kobe's 5 rings to propel him into the top 10, what do we have? Well, that means Bill Russell with his 11 rings would move to number 1 all time. Sam Jones with his 10 would be number 2 all time. John Havlicek would be number 3. Robert Horry would be 4th all time. Jordan would be right behind Robert Horry. Kareem, Magic, Kobe would crack the top 10 with this metric. Tim Duncan would still be in the top 10. Steph Curry would barely be in the top 10, right at 10. But Shaq falls out, LeBron falls out, Larry Bird falls out, and Wilt Chamberlain falls out. Again, you have very skewed and odd metrics because people want to play with categories just for Kobe. Remember, in a criteria where you're ranking 100 players, you cannot have a selective criteria for one that you are not willing to apply to the whole. And I implore any particular Kobe fan to do this. Use logic and reason. Don't lead with your emotions because you feel he should get more credit than other players for these things. That's just emotional. All right. And what else? What's the next dumb argument that we hear? What's the next silly argument that we hear? Oh, well, Kobe should have more MVPs. He got cheated out of MVP, so you got to rank him higher. So, okay, let's devalue MVPs, right? We can devalue MVPs, right? If we just remove the value of an MVP, what you now do is you just inflate Kobe's career just to diminish other people's careers. But ultimately, it still does not necessarily change what Kobe fans want the most. Because the only thing Kobe fans truly care about, from what I've seen, is they only want to find a way to put Kobe over LeBron. I was listening to the Pull Up podcast yesterday. They weren't talking about why Steph is over Kobe. They weren't talking about why Wilt and Kareem and Bill Russell and Magic and Bird were over Kobe. They were only talking about LeBron, who sits at number 2, why he's over Kobe. But even if you devalue MVPs, Jordan still 1. Bron is still 2. Bill Russell's still going to fall at 3. Kareem still at 4. It would move Kobe to 5, which I've said, if it's just about talent and you remove significant accolades and resume builders, Kobe can find his way up there. But you would have to do something illogical, like pretend as if MVPs don't matter. It would have to be illogical. Tim Duncan then drops to 9. Shaq is fringe top 10. Wilt Chamberlain is now out the top 10. Hakeem is still out. Kevin Garnett is out, and Karl Malone is now cracking the top 15. And so you still have odd and very skewed results when you try to devalue things that these players work to obtain throughout their career. These things do not sound logical. They do not sound logical because they are not logical. And that is the problem with these things. So when we talk about MVP awards, what do I always say? MVP awards, fair or not, Kobe only has 1 regular season MVP, which is on the low end to the inner circle legends. Everyone ranked above him has multiple MVPs or other singular accolades. Jordan, 5 MVPs. Bron, 4 MVPs. Kareem, 6 MVPs. Magic, 3. Bird, 3. Tim Duncan, 2. Right? Shaq, 1, but 3 finals MVPs. Bill Russell, 5 MVPs. Wilt, 4 MVPs. Curry, 2 MVPs. MVPs matter because they reflect being the best player in the league for a season. Kobe himself competed in a stacked era with Duncan, Shaq, Nash, Bron, plethora of players, which limited his MVP count. But you can't not just pretend he won more. This one metric isn't everything. but it is a separator at the ultra elite level, you guys. Even with Kobe feeling, even, you know, Kobe fans, even though you feel he should have more, the fact is others did earn them, and that bolsters their case. It's unfortunate. But the reality of his career resume is that he only has one. That's your resume. That's the ultimate reality of it. So the one thing you have to appreciate with Bleacher Report is, again, it's a very tall task to try to rank the top 100 players in NBA history. Is it perfect? No. But do I respect the fact that they try to make a true and honest attempt at doing so? Yes. And what I also saw was they tried to correct wrongs of the past, right? Leaving certain players out like a Klay Thompson. Modify your criteria. Maybe it's flawed to a certain degree to get them in, right? Do we start praising the players who actually have attained and started building NBA resumes, or do we reward players who were just talented, right? Your career is your resume. Your talent is not your resume. What you did in your career is your resume. That is the biggest thing right there. Right? When some of you guys walk into a job, right? When you guys walk into a job and you guys are applying for a job, do you tell them, yeah, I know how to program computers. Okay, do you know how to program computers? Or do you have anything on your resume that shows me you can program computers? Do you have any certifications, right? Do you have any diplomas, degrees, anything? Do you have anything on your resume other than you just walking in? Well, I got kicked out of school, but I should have got my certificate. Well, you ain't got the certificate. Shoulda, coulda, woulda don't get you in the door. Your resume is what you have on stamped down on paper. Like it or not. Yeah, you might not like one of Tim Duncan's championships that he got when the league was on a shortened season. Don't matter, he got it. You might not like the 2020 championship for the Lakers. They won it. There's a ton of things you can criticize, but either you have things or you don't. And so the onus is on people to. The onus is on people to, and we got Warriors of Christ says Lamont is in love with Bleacher Report because they got his fake goat at number 2. Okay, so Warrior of Christ. If he's at number 2, and you think and you say that I have him at number 1, well, that means I should be mad because he's not at number 1. Why would I be happy that he's at 2? I like the list because they had the balls to put a Draymond over a Chris Webber. And they are praising players who accomplished things within their career, even though other players were more talented. Again, Kobe is more talented than a Bill Russell. Kobe is more talented than Magic Johnson. Kobe is more talented than a Larry Bird. But his career resume isn't like theirs. He doesn't have the career resume of a Magic or a Larry Bird. He doesn't have the career resume of a LeBron or Jordan, a career resume of a Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. And that's the unfortunate reality of rankings. And so y'all always want to know when I come up here, when you tell me where you have a player ranked, y'all always want to know when I ask, what is your criteria? This is why. Because I want to know if you're just being biased for your player and you're just throwing them somewhere on a list. Khalil says, how much is Synergy? And honestly, Khalil, I don't know how much it costs because I only get access through Synergy through Grand Canyon University. So typically Synergy is a service that organizations purchase and they give permission to employees. So that's the only reason why I have access, but so I don't know the cost because I don't necessarily pay for it. But I think you can go to the website, I believe. So Crazy says Kobe at 11 is nasty work. Well, then So Crazy, what you need to do is when I drop the link, you need to come up here and give me a criteria that puts Kobe at 11 without innately punishing someone else for the things that they accomplished in their career. Because the only way you can fit or weasel Kobe into your top 10 is if you diminish something. You have to either overvalue something or you have to diminish something. But once you start overvaluing or diminishing something, you got to be mindful of the fact that if you overvalue defensive accolades, you have to overvalue them for everybody. That means Hakeem gets a bump. Bill Russell gets a bump. Kareem gets a bump. Gary Payton gets a bump. Kevin Garnett gets a bump. David Robinson gets a bump. If you're not willing, and then you also have to even go further, then where does Rudy Gobert fall? Because with four DPOYs, if you give defensive accolades a bump, are we talking now about Rudy Gobert potentially being top 20 at all time? If we start to give defensive accolades that significant of a bump just because of Kobe? But see, you guys aren't ready to do that. That's the problem. That's all I ask. If you want us to start giving out hypothetical MVPs for the MVPs that you feel a player should have gotten, well, you can't. Let's say we give Kobe 3 more hypothetical MVPs, because I do believe that if the case in Colorado had never happened, Kobe would probably have 3 or 4 MVPs. But if we start giving out hypothetical MVPs, well, then how many hypothetical MVPs would Jordan have? If you gave Jordan the MVP every single year that he should have won it, Jordan would have 10 MVPs. LeBron, 10 to 12 MVPs. Bill Russell, 13 MVPs. So the problem is if you want to give out hypothetical MVPs to bolster Kobe's case, bolster it for everybody. Then you're faced with an even bigger problem. All I'm saying is do for one, don't do for one that you won't do for the whole. Hollywood Herm says, yeah, but that's your feelings, Hollywood Herm. If you create a criteria, you just have to live with the results if you are fine with that criteria. You know, every time I put y'all criteria in the chat GPT and the chat GPT don't kick out a result that you like, what happens? Well, FYF, go back and change this. Well, go back and change this. Y'all want to then start modifying stuff just to get your player where you want them to be. That's not criteria. That's a biased criteria that you've designed to try to strategically put players where you want them to be. You have no care for where players rank. You have no care or respect for the process. And I have yet, for y'all Kobe fans, I think I was only one person that's come up with a criteria where ChatGPT has placed Kobe in the top 10. Aside from that, there is nobody that's come up here that's created a criteria that gets Kobe into the top 10. Every time we do it, Kobe's not in the top 10. This is y'all criteria, not mine. And once that starts to happen over and over and over again, maybe you just have to start to reside in the fact that maybe he ain't in the top 10. You know, the one thing that Gilbert Arenas pointed out, which a lot of people try to ignore, that what Gilbert Arenas said was, so Gilbert Arenas actually pulled up the rankings the year that Kobe tore his Achilles. So Kobe Bryant peaked in all-time rankings at number 10 all time. Kobe was number 10 all time on, like, I think what Gil had pulled up on, like 80 to like 85% of the rankings around the time where he tore his Achilles. Kobe was most consistently looked at as the 10th best player of all time. The problem is, once he tore his Achilles, what happened? There's nothing that he can do that adds to his career, that push him higher. So once you tear your Achilles, now you're stuck at 10. And the only thing that can happen when you're at 10 is that you get passed up. And now you got Jokic on your heels. And now you have the Steph Curry's on your heels. Right? Now you got the Kevin Durant's on your heels. So now you got players on your heels sitting right there at 10, because that's where your career stopped while you were ranked at 10. Now, maybe had he have had some miraculous comeback and was able to come back and do what Kevin Durant is doing, Go get another champion. Okay, maybe you're adding. But that's not what happened. Frankly, Casey, stop lying to my. That's a damn lie. They looked at Kobe right next to Jordan. No. Y'all said Kobe's game was like Jordan's. Y'all never said Kobe's career was like Jordan's. You can play like Jordan. I see guys in the park. You know what? If you go look on YouTube, it's a guy that dresses like Jordan, armbands, all in the exact same places. This dude got an unstoppable fadeaway jumper. He play exactly like Jordan. Does that mean I rank him where Jordan's ranked? Because he walk, talk, move, breathe, dress, everything like Michael Jordan, and he kind of nice. Playing like Jordan ain't Jordan. When y'all running around in the gym yelling Kobe, taking bad shots, does that make you Kobe? Do I now rank you with Kobe because you out here bricking jumpers at LA Fitness? Acting and playing like someone don't make you him. That's what y'all be doing. That's the daydreams y'all have. Kobe's, yeah. And I agree. Kobe was so close to Jordan that Shaquille O'Neal had to tell him, take that damn jersey off and stop trying to be like Jordan. Be yourself. That's how much he was trying to be like Jordan. That Shaq was like, man, take that goddamn jersey off, man. You are Kobe. Be Kobe. Don't be him. And before we start bringing people up, I want to tell you guys one thing. For the people that have the balls to put Kobe in the top 10, which again, I don't knock you if you put Kobe in the top 10, even if your criteria doesn't align. But if you have the balls to put Kobe in the top 10, you might as well just make him number one. Because y'all keep saying, because if we're going to talk about talent, if it's about talent, because talent is what's going to put him in the top 10. If y'all say his game was just like Jordan's, he wasn't a carbon copy of Jordan. He was a better version of Jordan. So if you're going to go ahead and put him in the top 10 for talent, you just got to go ahead and put him over Jordan, because once you get to Jordan, you can no longer stop and be like, nah, Jordan accolades keep him over him. No, let's not play the accolade games now, because you didn't want to play the accolade games before. So if you want to put Kobe in the top 10 and you are relying on his talent and how good he was, we got OJ Weston says Kobe wasn't as athletic. OJ Weston, Jericho Sims is way more athletic than Nikola Jokic. Who you taking? If you the GM of a team, Jericho Sims, I watched that man jump up and touch the top of the backboard. OJ Weston, I'll let you get first pick. Go ahead and take Jericho Sims if you want. Athleticism ain't talent. Athleticism is athleticism. When we talk about skills, Kobe was more skilled than Jordan. So if you're going to have Kobe crack the top 10 on talent, Kobe's number one. He's more talented than Jordan. And just like the guy said on the Pull Up podcast, he says, I'm waiting for one of y'all retarded Kobe fans to say Kobe better than Jordan. Because that's ultimately what's coming. That again, a lot of these things go together. If you're going to put Kobe in the top 10 for talent and you got Jordan as the GOAT, Kobe's more talented than Jordan. He's a better ball handler, better passer, better shooter from all three levels, just as good of a finisher at the rim. 12 all defensive teams, just as good of a defender according to you guys. So put him in the top 10 on talent. That means he's your GOAT. If he understand that he was a better version of Jordan. Understand that. And what made him significantly more talented was the fact that he wasn't going home drinking and gambling all night. He was actually going home, putting extra time, triple overtime in the gym. These are facts. And see, that's the conversation that nobody will have. Because if it's about talent, Kobe's more talented than Jordan. But y'all ain't ready to do that. Because as I've said, a lot of y'all fake Kobe fans are just Jordan fans that use Kobe's career to try to push him and parade him over LeBron. Y'all really don't care. Because remember, Johnny made a good point. Jordan fans saw this list and they wiped their hands of all Kobe-ness. Well, our hands are wiped. As long as Jordan's over LeBron, we don't need none of the rest of y'all. So all the Kobe fans are now left running amok and astray by themselves. Now y'all out literally by yourselves, running amok wild and being rambunctious on panels, and you got and the Jordan fans is not doing nothing to help you. In some cases, the Jordan fans just even piling it on, making it worse. Look at King Rowe when he come up here. Look at the Jordan fans is not helping Kobe at all. They wiped the Jordan number one. Our job done. We don't need Kobe. Sorry, Kobe. Get your weight up somehow. You number 11, figure that shit out. They are not doing you any justice whatsoever. So go ahead and put Kobe in your top 10 on talent. Go ahead. He's more talented than Jordan. So make him your GOAT. We got Armani Vince saying lies. Okay, so Armani Vince, I want you to ask yourself a question. Who do you think on a day-to-day basis sees varying opinions of Jordan, Kobe, and LeBron fans more? Me or you? When I go to my YouTube studio and I see 1,600, 1,700 new comments from old videos to new videos every single day, who do you really think sees a more wide array of opinions, me or you? So when it comes to understanding what people think and what they're saying and actually doing, who would be more versed in that, me or you? It's just, again, another Kobe fan speaking from just being illogical. Willie says, put your mute button. First of all, Willie, when y'all come up here, because actually I'm going to prepare the link right now. When y'all come up here, I got a test for you guys. What I've created, y'all, is I have an NBA IQ test. If you don't pass the IQ test, you can't talk basketball. I'm going to break this IQ test down to you guys here in a second. Let me go ahead and put this up on the screen. I'm about to drop the link to bring you guys up here. It's a 5-question IQ test. Now, I don't know what these questions are. They're all going to be random, but I'm going to tell you what this IQ test was designed to do, because there's a lot of y'all that come up here and just start to spit stupidity, man. I don't think some of y'all is even qualified. Like for example, I give y'all basic comparisons in philosophy. And sometimes, and I will see y'all run from FYF, going to other panels saying, did you see FYF? He said Scottie Pippen was just as good as Jordan and Kobe. I go to other pages and I'll be listening. Y'all get up on FYF said Scottie Pippen's better than Akeem Olajuwon. And I'm like, I didn't say that. But because y'all don't think, now I have to start IQ testing y'all to see if y'all even qualify to even advance to have these conversations, man. Hold on, let me get this on the screen, man. Let me get this on the screen. I'll make sure I'm gonna be dropping it in the chat pretty soon here. Make sure you hit that link to PayPal or hit the super chat to support the channel. And I'll be putting the PayPal link in the chat now. So you should start seeing it here in a second. And it'll be going through the stream for the rest of the day. Make sure you hit the PayPal to support. We're gonna start our donation challenges back up pretty soon here. because we're looking to build other channels as well, and we're looking to expand outside of YouTube. Right? Y'all thought y'all hated Goat James Kingdom. Now y'all really gonna hate Goat James Kingdom when we expand this platform. And for example, we take it to, you know, Tubi or something like that, where they give us a network deal. You know, where we go to another platform and we really got a bigger audience. So, like I said, man, I don't know why y'all hate Goat James Kingdom. You might as well just start throwing away the hate, man. You know, he wanted, now y'all mad because he got the songs. He got diss tracks now. People getting mad in y'all feelings. All right, hold on, y'all. Let me get my IQ test up and ready to go. And in the chat, you'll see it. We are on the road to 200K. We are slowly creeping there. We will keep pushing to get there. Make sure y'all hit the PayPal to support. My apologies that we don't have a Cash App at this moment. We'll be working to get that Cash App back up and running. But until then, we do have PayPal. Right? If you want to support the channel, man, make sure you hit the PayPal to support, or you hit that super chat. Hit that super chat. Hold on. Did I miss a few? It looks like I missed a few super chats while I was rambling. Let me get to those super chats right here. We got Mon Wright with the $9.99 super chat. My apologies that I missed your super chat earlier. He says, I'm about to go to work right now. Can we get an 8 to 10 hour stream tonight? Man, I don't know if I can do it tonight, Monroe, but I definitely will oblige. I will oblige one of these days this week. Suge, salute to Suge, man. Make sure y'all check out Suge, man. Suge is just, again, I told y'all, man, some of y'all got to stop picking beefs with the wrong people on YouTube, man. Because, man, oh, man, Suge then ended the careers of some people, man. Salute to Suge, man. One of the GOAT fact checkers on this community, man. One of the GOAT content creators. And he's one of the GOATs behind the scenes, man. Man, just be put, it's kind of the plug behind the scenes. Salute to Suge, man. He says, only Kobe and LeBron haters and LeBron fans are mad. I don't think LeBron fans are mad. I think LeBron fans are content, especially when it came out that the vote between Jordan and LeBron, it came down to one vote. I think LeBron James fans are right where they want to be. LeBron still playing. LeBron one vote. The difference between Jordan and LeBron was one vote. I haven't seen any LeBron fans complain about LeBron James being in number 2. I think their argument is that he's in the conversation. If you have him 1 or 2, we get that because of the era that you grew up in, but he's in the conversation. And I think this vote delivered that. I haven't heard any LeBron fans complain about it. It is absolutely only, to me, the Kobe Bryant fans that are absolutely running amok and astray right now, and they cannot contain themselves, man. We got Ray Magic. Ray Magic says, Kobe resume is not top 10. Facts over feeling. Salute to Ray Magic. And that is a fact, man. It's just not top 10, man. And then salute to Dante coming through with another $4.99 super chat. He says Kobe is ranked top 12 where he belongs. Facts and logic over emotion and feelings. I agree. I don't think being ranked in the top 15 is a bad thing. When you talk about the top 15 players in NBA history, that is a very elite class of players. And the fact that Kobe fans allow a number for them to limit Kobe's greatness. They believe that a number 11, hurts his legacy. Right? If you just find just the smallest reason to bump Kobe up to 10, they will be fine. I don't believe they'll be fine if Kobe was at 10. I believe if Kobe was at number 10 all time, Kobe fans would have the same issue. Kobe fans don't care about Kobe being 11. Kobe fans only care that Kobe is behind LeBron. That is it. They don't care about Kobe's ranking. They care that he's behind LeBron, because when you hear these conversations, they're only talking about Kobe versus LeBron. They're not telling us why Kobe's better than Kareem. Because I asked that on the stream the other day. Somebody up here said they had Kobe like number 3 or something. I said, tell me why Kobe has a better career than Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. And all I heard was skipping and stuttering and shaking and trembling. And he was just better. He had a better footwork. And no, my guy, no. If you can't tell me why Kobe Bryant's better than Kareem, you should not be talking about the guys at number 1 and 2. It's always been about LeBron. That's a fact. All right, y'all, man. Well, let me go ahead and get this link in here, man. I'm gonna put this link in the chat, man. And for the people that come up, we are going to be doing an IQ test. And before I drop the link and bring people up, actually, when people start to come up, I'm gonna explain to everybody what this IQ test is and how it's going to work. All right. And remember, you have to pass this IQ test to talk basketball with us. People like Mr. Winters, if you want to explain why Kobe's top 10, pass the IQ test. Pass the IQ test. It's too many pretenders in the basketball community thinking they know the game. And is this trivia or anything like that? No, it's not trivia. It is not trivia at all. Because in these questions, there's really no right or wrong answer. We just want to know where your IQ is. Link is in the chat, man. Hopefully we get some people to pull up. And let me share my screen. As people start to pull up, I'm going to share my screen. And I'm going to break it down to you guys what this test is and what it's going to encompass. Please, man, don't be shy. Don't get nervous that you have to now qualify to talk basketball. Approach this test. Pass it with flying colors. And get to telling us why Kobe should be ranked where he's ranked. That's what we're going to do today. Once again, the link is in the chat. Oh, let me zoom in so y'all can see this better. Oh, that's the wrong one. Let's zoom in. Oh, let me get to the top so we get to the information. All right. Hold on, we got our first person up here. We got Andrew in the backstage, man. Andrew, you with us, man? Your mic's on mute. You're on mute, man. You got to take yourself off mute.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we hear you, man. What's good, Andrew, man?
Not much, man. What's up, Lamar? I've been watching your show a lot more than I used to in the past, because you talk real basketball and breaking it down very good for people like me, the understanding and whatnot.
Okay. Well, Andrew, hold on one second, Andrew, because we got you up here and we got Mingle Jester.
Okay.
And I'm gonna let you cook in a second, but especially Mingle Jester. We really gotta. I've been wanting to test his basketball acumen for a while because I've been having glaring suspicions over the last couple of years that Mingle Jester spends most of his free time playing Call of Duty. I don't know how much basketball he really actually understands, and we might have to put Mingle Jester under this test. Let me tell everybody what the test is, right? Because and it will go from there.
Okay.
Before we get started. So the test that we have here, y'all, is called the Basketball Cognitive Evaluation Protocol. Okay. It's the official NBA IQ assessment, right? This is a basketball cognitive evaluation. It's professionally structured, NBA specific IQ assessment designed to evaluate how deeply a person understands the game, not just through memory, but through decision-making, logic, and strategic insight. This is a 5-question evaluation that will mirror the cognitive framework of real IQ test, right? Similar to the WAIS and the Raven matrices, adapted specifically for NBA history and scenarios spanning from the 90s to today. So what will this test measure? It's going to measure your spatial reasoning, pattern recognition, working memory, mathematical and analytical thinking, strategic logic, in-game problem solving, and verbal comprehension and conceptual clarity. What is the purpose of this test? The purpose of this test is to classify NBA fans into cognitive basketball profiles on the clarity, logic, and speed of their responses. The dumbest and the dumbest of the dumbest will be labeled Zesty Jeffries, as you guys already know. a biased Jordan loyalist who resists reason. Second, you could be labeled a Kobe stan, passionate but prone to myth over logic. You could be a LeBron sexual, highly informed but occasionally partial. Or you can be classified as a student of the game, like FYF Sports, objective thinker with elite basketball mind, right? That's what we're doing today. Now,
that one.
Now the scoring. Hold on 1 second, y'all. I didn't create this. This is the basketball IQ test. I don't even know the questions. So hold on. Somebody has some background noise. So make sure if you got a little bit of background noise, you mute up. All right. So the scoring and feedback. Participants are going to be scored on a scale from 60 to 30, with 100 being average. Each answer is evaluated for precision, detail, logic, and bias. Vague, delayed, or evasive answers will be penalized. I will determine if it's delayed, because I'll have to type your answer in. Results include a formal IQ score and a profile classification. Feedback will be stern, professional, and honest, highlighting both strengths and blind spots. Our IQ test is ready. It wants the name of the first participant, and we will begin the test as soon as I give it a name. Mingle Jester, let's put you on the big screen. Are you ready to take the NBA IQ test?
Nah, man. I ain't in school, bro.
So Mingle Jester, this is not a school test.
Nah.
Mingle Jester, you don't want to take the test?
I mean, you get to sit up here and ramble for almost 30 minutes.
I'm gonna let you cook as soon as it's just five.
But now you're trying to give me a test.
It's just 5 questions. It's just 5 questions, Mingle Jester. It's just 5 questions. Can we rock out, Mingle Jester?
So much. You funny, man. You is funny, I swear.
All right, Mingle Jester, are you ready to rock out, man?
Oh Lord.
Okay, so Mingle Jester, like I said, it's not hard. There's no right or wrong answer. That's the beauty of this. There's no right or wrong answer. Okay. We got Mingle Jester up. So that means I can't put you on the big screen, Mingle Jester. But I'm going to I'm gonna put this screen back up right here, okay? So you can see. So first participant, Mingle Jester. Okay, Mingle Jester. First question of the day. You have a scenario, Mingle Jester. You are the coach of the 1994 Chicago Bulls in the Eastern Conference semifinals without Michael Jordan. You're facing the Knicks with an elite defense and physicality. Game 5 looms large. Series is tied 2-2. What is your strategic adjustment? Do you implement to shift momentum to win the series? What is your strategic adjustment to implement to shift momentum and win the series without relying on Michael Jordan? You have 15 seconds, 1 to 2 sentences. Mingle Jester, 15 seconds is up. Do you have an answer for us?
No.
Okay, no answer. Delayed, no answer. Next question. Okay, no response detected. Next question. Your team is down 106-101 with 41 seconds remaining in the fourth quarter. You have the ball, 1 timeout, and 2 fouls to give. What is your ideal in-game strategy to maximize your win probability? You have 15 seconds. Answer in 1 to 2 clear sentences. What you got for us, Mingle Jester?
I don't know. I ain't got nothing.
Okay. Second question, you don't know. Third question. In modern NBA offenses, what does it mean to space the floor, and why is it crucial for the effectiveness, especially in a 5-out system? Answer in 2 sentences. Clarity and correct application of concept matter most. You got anything, Mingo Jester?
I can't think of that right now.
You got to give us something on one of these questions, Mingo Jester. What is
I
spacing?
can't think of nothing. I don't.
Space the floor. What does spacing the floor mean?
Ain't nothing coming to me. I can't think of nothing.
Okay, hold on. So you tapped out. So hold on. Mingo Jester tapped out. And ends test. What are the results? Okay. So Mingo Jester, you guys tapped out. Strategic logic, no response. And that analytical thinking, no response. Verbal comprehension, no response. Final classification, Mingo Jester, you're classified as an Exesti Jeffrey, extreme fan, minimal comprehension. Evaluator's analysis, inability to process tactical scenarios under time constraints, absence of foundational vocabulary, zero visible framework for analytical decision making. This profile is emblematic of a reactionary fan, one who thrives in meme arguments but collapses under real-time cognitive pressure. Likely to recite 6-for-6 arguments, but unable to describe a pick and roll or draw up an in-game set. Recommendation, Mingo Jester, you know, we're not going to kick you from the FYF community, but you should review some strategic basketball videos, avoid all GOAT arguments for 6 to 12 months, seek intellectual rehabilitation via film study, and you have a mandatory 3-week timeout from social media or barbershop debates. Okay. Status, you are right now disqualified from high-level NBA discourse until further notice. Okay. So unfortunately, Mingo Jester, we can't have the Kobe conversation with you. You just don't qualify. I'm sorry.
You sound like you called. It sound like you called A Johnny and asked him, and he just told you what he felt. That is insanity.
I'm sorry, Mingo Jester. You've been disqualified. You've been disqualified, Mingo Jester. Can I go to the next? Hold on. We got Wild 23 up here. Let me drop the link because I really want to get the King Rose and the Herms up here as well because I would love to test them. Does anybody on the panel right now? Are y'all ready to go through the NBA IQ test? Is anybody ready?
I'm ready.
Who is that?
Wild L23.
Okay, Wild L23. So we got Wild L23 in the chat. Now again, I don't remember your talking points, but Wild L23.
I get Jordan is number one. Kobe.
Hold on. Your opinions
2.
don't matter. We're just testing your IQ. Are you even qualified to have these conversations? All right. Are you ready to begin the test?
I'm not a coach, but I'll give it a shot.
Okay, so you don't have to be a coach. All right. We got Wild L23. Wild. Let me see. Next up is Wild L23. Okay. First question, Wild L23. It's the 2010 NBA Finals. Game 7. You're Phil Jackson. And the Celtics are sending constant help to trap Kobe Bryant off every screen. Kobe is shooting poorly from the field and forcing contested shots. What do you do? What do you adjust offensively to create cleaner looks and keep Boston's defense honest? You have 15 seconds.
I give the ball to Derek Fisher. I have them run the triangle, and I get the ball down to Paul Gasol because Kobe is not really a good Game 7 player if you look at his history. So I get the ball to Gasol, and Gasol should be able to come through over Kevin Garnett and Ron
Hold on,
Artest.
they got to cap you at 2 sentences.
Two sentences. Oh, okay.
Modern furniture that fits your
hold on,
lifestyle
Jeremiah, you got
and
background
budget.
noise. I got to mute you. All right, hold on. So I'm gonna put your answer in. We're gonna go to the next question, okay?
All right.
Okay. So let's go to the next one. We'll review a summary afterwards. Question number 2. In Game 6 of the 2013 NBA Finals, what critical sequence forced overtime and allowed the Miami Heat to survive elimination against the Spurs? 1 to 2 sentences max. You have 10 seconds.
LeBron took a shot and missed the shot, and Chris Bosh caught the ball, got it over to Ray, and he hit the 3-pointer to tie it up. And Ginobili missed free throws to send it to overtime. Oh, but that's what I guess Ginobili missed the free throws before that, so that's what happened.
Okay, I got your answer right there. We'll lock it in. We'll review what it says next. Okay.
All right.
Okay. You're down 9 points with 1 minute and 24 seconds left. No timeouts. You hit a 3. Now you're down 6. You foul immediately. The opponent makes both free throws. You score another 3. What is the score now, and how many possessions? How many possessions are you behind?
I'm down by 5, and I'm down by 2 possessions.
Okay, down by 5 and down by 2 possessions. Got you. Let's lock that in. We'll review what it says about your answer later. And let's go to your last question. Your last question is, it's a 2-on-1 fast break. LeBron James has the ball on the left wing. Trailing is J.R. Smith. Only defender back is Andre Iguodala. Hold on 1 second. Jeremiah, you got to mute up. You got background noise. As LeBron, what is your best play if Iguodala stays centered between you and JR, shading slightly towards you? You got 10 seconds.
I give the ball to JR as soon as I can.
Hold on.
And you got it.
JR.
And I go in as LeBron James. I go in for the alley-oop.
Okay, got you right there. Lock that in. Okay, so I think that's all 5 questions. We're going to review all your answers here.
I thought that was 4 questions.
Oh, is
all
that
right.
4 questions? Oh, no.
Yeah,
You got one more. You got mine. Hold on. You got one more. My bad. You're right. Last question. Define drop coverage on defense. When is it effective, and against what kind of players or offensive actions is it most vulnerable?
Drop coverage is when you guard the guy on the perimeter, then you go back and guard the post, and then you leave him open for a 3 because there's somebody down
Hold
there
on.
like
You said drop coverage is when you have a guy on the perimeter.
because Giannis or Hakeem is in the paint, and you're more focused on them than the 3-point shooters.
Hold on. Okay, your mic cut out. Your mic cut out. Wild. Can you start over?
Okay, the whole thing.
Yeah, just start over from the beginning, real quick.
Drop coverage is when you're a perimeter defender, but you're sinking back into the lane to guard the lane to make sure like a Giannis or a King don't score. But the problem is you leaving somebody like a Curry or somebody open for a 3.
Type doesn't score, but you compromise defending 3. Okay.
Yeah, you drop into the lane to cover the lane.
Got you right there. Okay, so they got your answer locked in. Now, I'm going to give you your final score, and then we're going to go through your answers, what it said about your answers. So,
All right.
your final BCEP evaluation, Wild 23. Strategic logic, 12. Working memory, 15.
Hold on. What's the highest you can get on one?
25.
All right.
Okay. Mathematical reasoning, 14. Spatial reasoning, 13. Verbal comprehension, 13. Total score, 67 of 125. Your basketball IQ is at 87. Your classification is a Kobe stan, emotional driven decision maker with inconsistent logic. The notes are Wild 23 displays a clear attempt to apply basketball logic, some recognition of defensive schemes and offensive responsibilities, but often sacrifices precision for narrative, defaults to casual phrasing over analytical depth. All right, hold on one second. Wow. We got a little background noise. Jeremiah Scott, you got background noise. Don't unmute yourself until you get your background noise cleared up. His answers were rushed. Hold on one second. His answers were rushed, emotional, and vague, showing a mindset driven more by highlight recall than true situational breakdown. Likely speaks with confidence in debates, but can't hold up when required to diagram, explain, or strategize in detail. It gives you a recommendation to watch more film, study the game, avoid emotionally charged player takes, and a weekly breakdown session of basketball is required. So it's just basically saying, this basically saying you got a little potential, Wild. You got a little bit of potential. But as it stands right now, you're a Kobe stan. And Kobe stans definitely need some work, man. They need a lot of work. Hold on. We got somebody in the backstage.
What was my score again? 67?
Your score, your basketball IQ is 87. Now,
87.
It's below average rank. Average would be 100. You fell at 87. And so, unfortunately, it didn't give up on you. It says you have a lot of have promise. You have promise. Unlike Amigo Jester, I don't think there was much to work with there. I think we,
All right. I think that 87 is kind of culturally biased, but okay.
Culturally biased? What do you mean?
Like that drop coverage. That sounds like a culturally biased question. But okay. What?
Okay, hold on.
So which ones did I get right?
Oh yeah, let me go back. Hold on. I was going to tell it going forward to summarize the answers at the end, please.
What is that? ChatGPT?
Hold on, give me 1 second. Okay. Hold on. We got Jeremiah Scott, but he keeps hopping in and out. I'm gonna go to all your answers one by one, and we can take a look at what it said about each of your answers.
All right.
Mingo Jester says this is stupid. I'm sorry, Mingo Jester. All right, so hold on. Let's go through your answers one by one. Let's go to the first one.
That's when I said pass it to Gasol.
Okay, so answer received. It says it says assessment. When you obviously the question was about the 2010 NBA Finals Game 7 and how would you help Kobe get better shots? It says based on your answer, it says mentions triangle offense and two viable secondary options in Fisher and Gasol showed a basic understanding of the Lakers system. However, was a bit jumbled, unclear, lacks a precise tactical adjustment, no mention of spacing, positioning, or reads. Reason is emotionally loaded. When you said Kobe is not a good Game 7 player, contradicts real history. Kobe had 15 rebounds and made key plays despite a poor field goal percentage. And this is something that Ajani talked about. And Ajani, just oddly enough, was just talking about this yesterday, where Ajani was saying, you still have a good game if your shot's not falling, you're doing everything else. If you're getting rebounds, if you're getting assists, if you're getting others involved. And he was basically saying that there's a flaw in which people conflate having a bad game with only scoring. And that's kind of what ChatGPT is actually talking about right there. And so it just says cognitive flags, emotional bias towards anti-Kobe narrative, incoherent sentence construction, low verbal clarity, limited floor spacing awareness. So the next question was the Game 6, 2030 NBA Finals. Can you recall the sequence? Correct sequence. It gives you a check mark. It says correct sequence. Elements identified. LeBron missed the initial three. Chris Bosh secured the offensive rebound. Passed to Ray. Ray hit the iconic three from the corner to tie the game. You mentioned Ginobili's missed free throws. It says no sense of time, place, and urgency. Ray backpedaling, which was a key detail, crucial for high IQ retention. No mention of the Heat removing ropes, fans leaving early, or Duncan on the bench, because I think that was all big too. This, again, a lot of people thought the game was over.
I thought you said only 2 sentences. That's why I did that.
Yeah, I know. Again, you gotta. That's why you gotta lock in, because again, when you're watching on TV, we see one perspective. TV showed us perspective of fans leaving. TV showed us perspective of fans trying to get back in. There was a lot going on there, but again, it's very. Again, I think it's being petty here. I think it is. I'm not gonna lie. I think it is being petty. I'll give you that much. Yeah. But it is what it is. It is what it is.
Because you know what? I had asked ChatGPT, was LeBron a better Game 7 player than Kobe, and they was like, LeBron is a lot better Game 7 player than Kobe. So that made me think that Kobe was a bad Game 7 player, because it said that LeBron was so much better in Game 7.
But the problem is, just because LeBron is better doesn't mean Kobe's bad. LeBron's just better. I would still take Kobe in a Game 7 over a ton of players in basketball history, but it don't mean
that now.
You know what I'm saying? It don't mean that just because you're not as good as someone doesn't make you bad at it. And I think a lot of times that's what happens with LeBron is when you tell somebody that LeBron is better than another player at something, they feel as if you're saying that player is trash. Just like when we say, a lot of people say LeBron is better than Kobe, people conflate that with you saying Kobe's trash. And I think that's where a lot of people get misguided in the debates. We got DJ. Hold on. Let me get to some people here real quick, because I'm about to open it up. We're going to do one more test, unless people. I saw King Rowe in the chat, and hopefully we can get somebody like King Rowe to do the IQ test. Maybe we can get King Rowe up here. King Rowe, I'm gonna drop the link for you. We get King Rowe to do the IQ test as well. We got CJ. We got Jeremiah Scott. Jeremiah Scott just had a lot of background noise. We got CJ up here. CJ, what's good?
CJ from Ticket TV.
Hey, you can hear me?
How do I mute my background noise?
Who is that? Jeremiah?
Yes. Sorry about that. I'm in a safe place right now where there's no noise.
Okay, I'm gonna come right back to you, Jeremiah. Let me see if we have
you can hear me?
CJ. Yes, I hear you, CJ. CJ.
Yeah. Hold on. First of all, thanks for having me up here.
Are you ready to take the NBA IQ test?
I respect your work, but you gotta start reaching this hard, bro. This is crazy.
Okay, are you ready to take the NBA IQ test?
Hold. Why we got to do all this?
Hold on. There's no basketball conversation unless you take the test.
It's about our test too. You going by Chat GPT?
Hold on. We're not using. We only use Chat GPT to as a support to what we already know. Hold on, CJ. Are you taking it? Don't run from the test. These basketball questions have nothing to do with LeBron or Clutch Sports. It has only something to do with your basketball knowledge. Do you want to take the test? Yes or no?
Yeah, I'll take the test.
Because if we are paid by Clutch and we don't know the game, then show us you know the game by passing this test with flying colors.
It's sad, man. I wish Kobe was still here.
I am ready to take the test.
Hold on, Jeremiah. Hold on 1 second, Jeremiah. CJ, this test is not about Kobe or LeBron or Jordan.
Obviously, yes, because the only reason you brought it up is.
Okay, so this is about, do you qualify to talk the game of basketball? Do you want to take the test? Yes or no?
Yeah.
Okay. It's just 5 questions. It's not going to kill you or anything like that. So we have CJ up next. CJ up next. Okay. Are you ready? Because as soon as I enter, it's gonna start hitting us with the questions.
Yeah.
Let's get it, man. All right. So first question is about to be on the board. See who he's paid by. Question number 1. You're the GM of the 04-05 Lakers. After losing to the Pistons in the finals, Shaq demands a trade. Kobe is due to resign. Phil Jackson is stepping away. What is your strategic priority for rebuilding? Who stays, who goes, and what style of play do you target moving forward?
I mean, Kobe stay.
You said
And
Kobe
Shaq
stays.
goes.
Okay. What else?
Who stays? Style of play. I'll probably the style of play I'll probably do is probably like how Phoenix is, like a stretch 4 and 5 out.
Okay, so style of play. Hold on. Of play, like Phoenix is. Okay, with the stretch 4. And do you have anything else to add before I go to the next question?
I mean, it's asking me who stays and who goes, but you go to the next one.
So we could do what?
You can go to the next one.
Okay. All right, that's your answer. Let's Okay, let's go to the next question. So your next question is going to be, in the 2016 NBA Finals, Game 7, the Cavs and the Warriors were tied late in the fourth quarter. Describe the key defensive sequence that shifted the game. Who was involved and what happened? You have 10 seconds.
It was the switch with Clay and Steph. I think Clay should have fought through it and stayed with Kyrie. But
you said he should have did what again?
He shouldn't have switched with Steph. He a bigger defender, and I think he would have. My fault.
Okay, they shouldn't have switched. And what else?
He would have been contested. He would have contested Kyrie's shot better, and that game and that decision right there probably cost him the finals, because I think they would have came down and probably scored instead of rushing the shot.
Okay. Not rushing shot. Got you. We'll lock that in right there. And we'll move on to the next question. Next question. You're up 4 points. 18 seconds left in a playoff game. The opponent just hit a 3. And now you're only up by 1. You're being intentionally fouled. You go to the line with no timeouts left. What is your strategy at the line? And how do you defend the next possession depending on makes and misses? 15 seconds to answer 1 to 2 sentences.
Would be intentionally fouled with no time. Yeah. I run clock.
Okay, I run
until they foul me, so I can be at the line.
Until they foul me, so that I can be at the line. All right, is that it?
Hold on.
I think your 15 seconds is up, so you got to conclude now. I can't give you too much more time.
Okay. I just play defense. I won't foul.
Play defense. And not foul. Gotcha. We'll lock that in. And we'll go to the next one. You're on question number 4. I don't think you're doing too bad. We'll see how you're doing. We'll see at the end. Okay. Question number 4. You're defending a high pick and roll against Steph Curry in 2022 with Kevon Looney setting the screen. You have a long defender on Curry and a mobile big on Looney. What is your ideal pick and roll coverage and why?
I'm a double team Steph off that pick and roll.
Okay,
then
so double Steph off the pick and roll. Okay.
And make Looney make a decision.
Make Looney make a decision. Okay.
My defense gotta rotate just in case he drive to the basket.
Rotate in case of Steph drive. Okay. Oh, hold on. A Steph drive or a Looney dive?
Looney.
Okay.
Yeah.
Dive. Okay.
Yeah. Looney dive.
In case of a Looney dive. Okay, my bad. That's 2 sentences. We want to cap out there. It's already been 10 seconds. We'll go to the next one. Solid answer. Okay, let's go to the last question, and then we're going to get to your summary. The question is, to end your IQ test, define the low man in a help defensive scheme. What is their responsibility, and why are they critical in modern NBA defenses? 2 sentences, clear, coach level language preferred.
The low man is the guy that got be the anchor of the defense and rotate and talk on defense. Basically, like how Draymond did.
Okay, that's 2 sentences. We're going to end your IQ test. We'll see your results. Let's see what it says right here, man. And if there's any questions you want to go back through, if you want to get a summary on your answers, we can go back later. All right. So we got CJ up here, y'all. CJ said he was crazy. He said we were paid by clutch. Let's see if let's see if CJ is elite at talking a game of basketball. CJ, your final BCEP evaluation. Strategic logic, 16 out of 25. Working memory, 14 out of 25. Mathematical reasoning, 11 out of 25. Spatial reasoning, 18 of 25. And verbal comprehension, 15 of 25, giving you a score of 74 out of 125 points. Your basketball IQ is 92. You're in the low average range. You are classified as a LeBron sexual. Solid instincts. You need refinement.
What's my percentage?
It says right now, it says your basketball IQ is a 92. You are classified as a LeBron sexual. Solid instincts, you need refinement, mild narrative bias. The notes for you are CJ showed practical awareness of defensive schemes and modern pace and space concepts. A delayed but stable decision-making process. Too much time taken on a simple adjustment. Tendency to use player references instead of clean basketball terminology. No wild bias, but enough confusion and vagueness to keep him out of the student of the game range. Your recommendation is to study terminology, review playoff in-game scenarios, and incorporate more game geometry in your reasoning. And so, again, you are slightly below average in your IQ. Again, the highest score we've had so far by far, but you still don't crack the average range, man.
So, okay. So then that's the case. How LeBron finals record cracked him being second? If that's the biggest thing
hold on.
to go by.
What you got? You asking me about what?
LeBron finals record. How do y'all validate 4 and 6?
Okay, so
like what percentage is it 4 and 6? That's 40%, right?
Okay, but what does this have to do with your IQ test?
No, because the classification is LeBron sexual. So I feel like this
LeBron
like
sexual.
LeBron.
It doesn't mean you're a LeBron fan. It just means that's the classification. Actually, the LeBron sexual, like if we take you to the top, a LeBron sexual is somebody that is they define it as somebody that is knowledgeable but somewhat biased. So it could be biased towards any player. It's not specifically LeBron. Knowledgeable but somewhat biased. And it says you have solid instincts, which is good, but you need some refinement, man. Mild narrative bias. So this is not bad. These are not bad things. It's just saying you need some work, CJ, man. You need a little work, man. You know.
I mean, you just
haven't found somebody that's
and internet games.
Hold on, say that again.
You just playing analytics and internet games. I don't be seeing what's the point of like y'all getting so uptight.
Well, now you have the highest score. What question did you have for me? Now that since you do have close to an average basketball acumen and IQ, what's your question about Kobe? Like what did I say about Kobe?
Why everybody going on a Kobe hate tour? Like Gilbert Arenas, like every podcast is just down at Kobe. I'm trying to
Jeremiah, I got you, Jeremiah. So what hate? What did you define as hate?
Because why don't y'all talk about what he did good for a month instead of talking about what he didn't do?
Okay, so again, when you say hate, I don't think you get to be ranked number 11 all time in NBA history if you're hated.
Yes, that is hate because Kobe way better than a lot of them dudes on the list.
Okay, but as we explained earlier, we're not talking about talent. I think we've already, just to help you out, CJ,
success, resume, all that.
Hold on 1 second, CJ. Just let me respond. I don't think anybody on this panel is going to argue with you if you say that Kobe Bryant is the greatest or the second greatest, most talented player in NBA history. I don't think Two Peas in the Bong is going to disagree. I don't think Mingle will disagree. I don't think Wild will disagree. I won't disagree if you're just talking about talent. But unfortunately, when we talk, Bleacher Report did something called the top 100 greatest players of all time. And greatest incorporates resume. And so when you incorporate your accomplishments, your stats, your accolades, and your achievements, well, now we also have to rank you. We now can no longer rank you based on just talent alone. It's now based on what did you accomplish on an NBA basketball court as a player? What did you walk away the game with? And this is your resume. And when you use resume and you use it under the confines of some type of criteria that makes it fair for everybody, Kobe fell at 11. When they use criteria, when they also went out of their way to find additional ways to make sure Kobe got his just due, how is that hate? Because they created a ranking system and ranked him based off his resume.
Because Kobe got the stacks and rings, and on top of that, his resume is better than most of these dudes in the top 10. Because how Steph in front of him, and Steph only got one MVP and more than him. That's the only thing he got over Kobe.
But two MVPs is still more
and
than
Wilt got the stats, but he ain't won enough.
Yeah, but that's you handpicking things.
No, I'm
embodiment.
They gave it to Steph because he revolutionized basketball. That's why.
Hold on 1 second, Jeremiah. It's a combination of a whole bunch of different things, and it kicked out a result. And instead of them crying about the result, they just said, you know what? We were confident in the criteria, and we're going to be okay with the results, even though that we may or may not disagree with the end results. Because from the email that I received, a lot of them weren't happy that Kobe was at 11, but they had to accept it because they were fine with the criteria. So you cannot go back and be mad at the results once you create a criteria. And so again, I'm still trying to identify hate because I haven't heard anybody.
I haven't heard anybody over Kareem.
Hold on 1 second. Hold on, CJ. What I want you to do is, if you believe Kobe Bryant has a better career than Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, then what I'll do before we go to
I said how LeBron over Kareem.
Hold on. No, this is not about LeBron. This is about Kobe. I urge you this. If you can convince the people that Kobe Bryant has a better resume than Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, I will be willing to hear you out about LeBron or Jordan. Talk to us. Tell us why Kobe Bryant has a better resume than Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, who sits behind.
No, you switching it. I'm talking about
I'm not
anybody who on the
switching.
list.
Okay, Kareem is on the list.
Yeah, that's why I'm asking. How is LeBron better than Kareem?
Okay, so
if y'all not going,
talking about Kobe Bryant, you cannot. Hold on. What did I tell y'all before? I said, why do Kobe fans care where LeBron is ranked? Let LeBron fans care about where LeBron is ranked. If you're a Kobe fan, why do you care about where somebody else is ranked? You need to be arguing for why your guy needs to be ranked higher. So if you feel Kobe needs to be ranked higher, one of the guys ahead of Kobe is Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. Tell me how Kobe has a better basketball resume than Kareem Abdul-Jabbar.
FYF. Can I
Hold
say
on one
something?
second, 2Ps. I'm gonna let you go. I just want to see if he can answer the basketball question, because before we even get to LeBron, you have to explain to me why he's better than Kareem. And if you can't do Kareem, we can go down to Magic. And if you can't do Magic, we can go down to Bird. And if you can't do Bird, we can go down to Shaq or Steph. But before we get to Jordan or LeBron, you got to tell me why he's better than some of these other guys, Bill Russells and things of that nature. If you can't do that, we should not be talking LeBron James, especially if you're a Kobe fan. Your fight is with Steph Curry right now. He's the one that kicked you out the top 10. Fight with Steph Curry and Steph Curry fans. So again, take that fight up. I think y'all making a fight with LeBron when that's the wrong fight. And LeBron fans, I promise you, are they Gucci. They don't care. LeBron is at number 2. It was separated from Jordan by 1 vote. They are not upset at all. The only people that were mad at this list are Kobe fans. Y'all need to be telling us why he's better than all the other people directly ahead of him, not number 1 and number 2. It's just the reality. I'm sorry. Oh, we got 2 B's and a bong up here. I don't think he's up here for the IQ test. But
you know what?
You got on this
look, I'll do the IQ test because I want to see if
Mark, can I take it?
Or not.
Mm-hmm.
I just got one thing to say.
Yes, sir.
I don't understand now. They criticize LeBron 100 times more than we criticize Jordan, but when they criticize LeBron, it's not hate. But when we criticize Kobe, it's hate. But when they do the same thing, they do it worse to LeBron, and it's not hate.
Because Kobe dominated more than LeBron. That's why.
No, he did.
Y'all overlooked that LeBron got 6 losses. Out of the top 11 players.
CJ, hold on. Jeremiah.
LeBron finals record the worst.
Hold on, CJ. This is not a LeBron versus Kobe debate.
At least LeBron made it to the finals.
Hold on, Wild 23. Just so we don't go down the road of arguing something that's not even being argued. If you are upset with Kobe being number 11 on this list, you do not need to be having player versus player debates. The only thing you should be doing is you need to be telling us about Kobe's greatness, some element of his greatness that we might have missed that can bolster his case. You crying about the people ahead of Kobe don't do him any justice. Trying to say he is better than LeBron as a talent, well, that's subjective and it has nothing to do with resume. So again, we got people in the chat like 93Z. I would love for somebody like 93Z to come up and take the NBA IQ test. I want to see the people that are giving us basketball information. How well versed in the game of basketball are you? Right? When like 93Z has a platform that has a very, very strong following, and it's a lot of vitriol thrown at LeBron James. Is that coming from basketball acumen, or is it just coming from I love the fans and the entertainment value that this brings, hating on LeBron James? I love the income that comes with hating on LeBron James. Or is it coming from an elite basketball mind? See, people like 93Z, I don't want to tear them down, but I do want to test their basketball intellect. I want to know when Dreamers Pro came on this channel, what did I tell Dreamers Pro? I said, Dreamers Pro, I said, you're more on the side of the TMZ basketball sector. I said, you're not on the real basketball side. I mean, if when we asked when we asked him to tell us who did Jordan defend, and he said Charles Barkley. Well, you're in the TMZ sector. We know that you're not really in the basketball sector. You're really trying to talk X's and O's or break.
FYF, I said I'm willing to take your test because I want to see if it's biased. So I'm willing to take it.
Of course, it's biased. It's
It's
programmed.
not biased.
That's
Okay,
what I'm
But
saying.
I'm saying I'm willing to take it because I know my basketball acumen.
But hold on. We can. And hold on. I know Jeremiah wanted to take it, but Jeremiah, I gotta let Two Peas in the Bone go because he's a content creator. So I want to get him because again, I don't want y'all to feel as if I'm picking on the LeBron haters, the people that hate on LeBron, and they're the only ones taking the test. I don't think Two Peas in the Bone is biased. And you know what the thing is? We're talking about Two Peas in the Bone. He has to have some type of basketball mind. The dude has two sons that play D1 basketball. You know, so again, he knew something. He did something right because it's a lot of you guys. Like I tell y'all all the time, I said some of y'all when y'all go watch y'all kids play, I mean, y'all be throwing away the footage and burning y'all phones. You know, sometimes it gets a little bit bad. You know, your kids is getting shitted on and they get cut.
What are you talking about people kids now, bro?
No, I'm just saying. Hold on, George. Hold on. I'm just saying. Two Peas in the Bone has done something that statistically is almost improbable. Like statistically, what he's done.
That's not no award, man.
Hold on. CJ, hold on. I'm giving praise because, and I'm telling y'all something right now that's a fact. Getting one kid to D1 is almost a statistical improbability. He got two. That tells me right there he has a formula. He knows what he's doing. He knows how to teach. He's not dealing in nonsense or delusion. Because the one thing that you cannot get to D1 with is with delusion. Because there will be a player that brings you back down to reality real quick somewhere along the line, and you will get embarrassed. I promise you. So again, we're gonna go with somebody that I feel, you know, I predict.
That's in every sport.
CJ, I'm just giving props to
LeVar Ball got two sons in the NBA, and
he's an elite basketball mind.
But come on, man.
What you mean? Come on, he trains other kids. Hold on, not just his sons. He trained the guy with the Atlanta Hawks, Onyeka. What's his name? How do you say his name? Onyeka.
Yeah, Onyeka.
He trained him. LeVar Ball has trained a ton of guys in the NBA. So
I mean,
not
LeBron's
just
a smart player. He a smart and a good player.
Why do you keep talking about LeBron?
Because you just said about his kid. You did give him credit.
I said
about
LeVar.
LeVar. Ball, Mr. Ball, Daddy Ball.
I thought he was talking about LeVar. He said LeBron or LeVar.
No, you said LeBron. I said he said LeBron like he just
he didn't say LeBron.
No, he said LeBron first. I said LeVar.
No, he said LeVar.
LeVar. Hold on, Jeremiah. Jeremiah, I'm coming. Jeremiah, something's going on funny with your mic, man. But Two Peas in the Bong. Let's put the screen back up. And hey, don't let me down, Two Peas in the Bong, man. Please don't let me down, man. I just bigged you up, man.
Look,
don't go against him.
Hold on, man. You gotta have me looking crazy out here. Hold on, please summarize all the IQ test answers at the end. Okay, hold on. Let me tell it to do this, so we can just get to each question one after another. Okay, so are you ready?
Yeah.
All right. So next, what name do you want me? You want me to put your podcast name down?
That's fine.
All right, hold on. I'm just gonna put Two Peas. All right. First question is coming up, man. Okay, scenario. You're coaching the 2015 Cleveland Cavaliers in their finals after Kyrie Irving and Kevin Love go down. You're facing a fully healthy Golden State Warriors squad that thrives on pace and floor spacing. What is your strategy to stay competitive and possibly win this series with LeBron and a depleted roster? Answer specifically with system or matchup adjustments. You have 15 seconds.
We're going to slow the game down.
Okay, hold on. We're going to slow the game
First thing,
down.
we're gonna slow the game down, and we're gonna run through LeBron every single play. We're gonna run high ball screen every single play with LeBron, allowing him to be a decision maker.
More specifically,
Because you said only 2 seconds, two sentences.
I'm kind of fluid with the time because I have to type it in. So the main thing is I'm just trying to get your answer in. But I'm not trying to be too long on each question.
Yeah, I thought you said it was 2 sentences for the answer.
Yeah, 2 sentences. So you said we're going to slow the game down,
and
we will run everything LeBron, more specifically with the high ball screen.
With the high ball screen.
Okay,
yes.
That's 1 sentence. What's your next? Do you have another one, or we want to move on?
And we'll do that. We'll do that in the first half. And depending on where the game is in the first half, then we'll have him set the picks. We'll have him set the high ball screen. So first he's going to have the ball in his hands. Then he's going to.
We got to stop it right there. We got to stop it right there because we can't put too much because that's already kind of a long 2 sentences. Hold on it is. All right. Okay, so hold on. So that's your answer right there. All right. So we're going to go to the next question. Okay. Okay, scenario number 2. Describe the final 2 offensive plays by the Phoenix Suns in Game 7 of the 2006 Western Semifinals versus the Los Angeles Clippers, a double OT classic. Who took the shots and what were the outcomes?
2006. Damn, I'm trying to remember that.
This is a tough one right here. It's memory recall.
Yeah. 2006.
If you can't recall, because remember it says answer quickly. If you can't recall, we just got to go with you can't recall.
I can't. You know what? I'm going to try to answer anyway.
Okay.
Let's see. Steve Nash has the ball. Gives it to one of the shooters. I'm going to say Quentin Richardson, or hits a 3. Sam Cassell before that gets a 8-second violation, dribbling the ball up. I know I'm wrong because that's the wrong game. I'll just go with that.
Okay.
But Steve Nash with 2 shooters.
All right, let's go to the next question, and we'll come back and review any of these answers if you need to.
Okay.
Question number 3. You're down 102-98 with 37 seconds left and 1 timeout. You get fouled and go to the free throw line for 2 free throws. What's your best scoring and clock management strategy depending on if you make 1 or both free throws? Be specific, clock, fouls, and position.
Okay, so I can pick and choose if I make 1 or 2?
Yes.
Okay. So I make 2 free throws. I make both of the free throws. It's 37 seconds. We play out the defensive scenario because it's 24 seconds on the shot clock. So we're going to play that out.
Scenario since it's 24.
Because it's a 1 possession game at that point. We play defensive.
Making it 1. Hold on, I messed this up. Making it a 1 possession game. Okay. So you said okay.
At that point, it's no need to foul. It's a 1 possession game. It's 37 seconds.
Point. No need to foul.
Yeah, it's 24 seconds on the clock. It's going to be 13 seconds left.
4 seconds with 13 remaining.
Yeah, so we're just going to pressure the basketball.
And we pressure. Okay.
We're just going to pressure the basketball and play defense.
And play
and get a stop and look to get the stop.
And hopefully get the stop. Okay. Not a bad answer. All right, we'll review these later. Let's go to question number 4. We're almost done. It's 2001 NBA Finals. You're the 76ers trying to stop Shaquille O'Neal without doubling. Knowing you'll get killed by Lakers three-point shooters if you collapse. Who on your roster do you put on Shaq, and how do you try to contain him one-on-one while staying home on shooters? Names and talk technique.
Okay. You ready? Am I ready? Can I go? Okay,
Yeah.
so first I'm going to start off with Dikembe Mutombo. But Dikembe Mutombo is going to just play straight up. He's going to, you know what? He's going to catch it. He's going to three quarters deny Shaq the ball. So we're three-quarter fronting the post and going from there. After that, we're going to, when Dikembe Mutombo gets tired, we're going to send in Matt Geiger. Excuse me. Matt Geiger is going to do the hacker Shaq. He's got 6 fouls. He's going to use those fouls to wear Shaq out, put Shaq on the free throw line, and force him to shoot free throws. Same thing with the three-quarter post. If Shaq is catching the ball in the post,
we got to stop there. Also with a three-quarter post denial. Okay, so we got where you're going to bring in Matt Geiger when Mutombo is tired to foul, wear Shaq out, also with a three-quarter post denial. Okay.
Yes.
And we kind of have to end it there because of time. Because I don't want to give you too much time.
No, that's fine.
So we'll end it there. And we're going on to the last question. All right, last question for you. Explain what a ghost screen is and why teams use it against switching defenses.
So a ghost screen is primarily it's your shooter. It's when your shooter, your two guard, a good 3-point shooter is going to set the screen, but instead of slipping like a big, he doesn't touch the defender. He slips to get open for he flares to get open for a 3-point shot. That's a ghost screen.
There. Okay, got you. Let's get that answer locked in. 2 peas in a bong. That was 5 questions. And we'll go back and review the questions, obviously. But let's just get to your score, all right?
That Phoenix Suns would.
Okay, so your score right here is strategic logic, 21 out of 25. Working memory, 13 out of 25. Mathematical reasoning, 20 out of 25. Spatial reasoning, 22 out of 25. And verbal comprehension, 23 out of 25, giving you a total score of 99 out of 125. And your basketball IQ,
come on, man. Come on.
Your basketball IQ is very elite. This is very high, just below elite tier. Your classification is an advanced LeBron sexual.
Hey,
it gives you. Now hold on. It tells why. It says so. You haven't hit student of the game yet. Student of the game is the highest barometer. But it says you're an advanced LeBron sexual, system thinker with modern spacing instincts, slight historical recall issues. And it says 2 P's, high level understanding of modern offensive flow, spacing and defensive technique, great use of basketball language with precision, slight historical gaps in memory-based questions, but in live scenarios would thrive as a strategist. One of the strongest candidates so far, 1 or 2 correctable areas away from student of the game. This is our highest score, and we finally got somebody. Like I said, this is why y'all need to go subscribe to 2 peas and a bong, man. Look, if you are looking for elite, let me put them on the big screen, y'all. If y'all looking for, again, this is not according to me. This is according to the IQ test. If you're looking for elite level basketball talk, advanced basketball mind, 2 peas and a bong podcast, make sure y'all go search them on YouTube and go subscribe to the channel today, man. Right? This is why I gravitated to that platform when I first met these guys. I thought I was hearing intelligent basketball take, man. You guys need to go subscribe immediately. Salute to 2 peas and a bong, man. 119 basketball IQ, exceptional, man. Exceptional right there, man. So, there we go, right there.
For you, Lamont.
You qualified 2 peas to talk basketball in FYF Sports, man. You qualified.
I got a question for you, Lamont.
You got me with that Phoenix Suns window, man. Come on, man.
Hey, look, I don't choose the questions. I'm telling you, I don't know these questions.
I know.
There's no, and a lot of these questions, it's really no right or wrong answer. It's just the way you see the game.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Because like for some of the strategy questions, you could, like how you would stop Shaq. I could probably say something completely different and still get just as high of a score. But it has to make logical sense.
Yeah.
That's all it is. Has to make sense, man. So salute the two peas in the bong, man. George, what's your question, man?
I got a question. How could the same company call a player the player of the decade and not make the top 10? And also, how many other players within that top 10 will also have the proclaim of saying that Bleacher Report called them a player of a decade?
I'm not familiar with the player of the decade, George. What was the criteria used? Why did they say Kobe was?
There was. You have to go and look at the article for yourself. I'm asking you the question.
Okay, so
Bleacher
George,
Report came out.
Okay, so George, I'm asking
and called Kobe the player of the decade.
George, I'm not. Again, when I ask you a question, it's because I'm just trying to be more informed. I'm not trying to say your question. This is actually a good question, but the first thing I'm always going to ask you is, by what metrics or standard did they say he was player of the decade? Because if I go read that article, hold on 1 second, George. If I go read that article, and in that article they say one of the reasons why he's player of the decade is because of merchandise sales. Well, that's not criteria to be ranked top 10. If I go in there and I see a whole bunch of off the court stuff, so again, I know that there's a lot of reasons why they name him player of the decade. It could be because some of the how are they judging players who started their careers outside? So, for example, with Shaquille O'Neal, who started his career in '92, Kobe started his career closer to the 2000s. He hit his prime around the 2000s. And he was afforded the ability to play his entire prime in the 2000s. So, were there players left off or just couldn't be dominant through the 2000s, like Kobe, because they started their careers earlier in the 90s and they were dominant? So, again, there are a lot of factors into it, right? There's a lot of questions that need to be asked. All I'm saying is I would suggest that you read the article to get an understanding as to why they labeled him player of the decade. And then if, for example, if they contradict their logic, like, for example, if they use completely contradictory logic as to why they named them player of the decade, and then in creating this criteria, they use the same criteria, but they completely flip their stance. Okay, I get it. Okay. But what you have to do is, again, everything that we say here, George, is about doing research. I understand that. Better understanding. So you can't ask me a question.
Hold on, wait a minute.
George, I'm saying you can't answer me a question like this when I'm telling you I don't know why they labeled him player of the decade. Now we can search it right now and we can look it up.
Can I ask you a question?
That's why.
Didn't your buddy Lowe debunk this criteria that they used to put Kobe at 11?
No. Because first of all, the unfortunate reality for Lowe is hold on, George. Hold on, CJ. You got a lot of background noise. I gotta mute your mic. George, I watched Lowe's video. Lowe spent the majority of the time talking about, unfortunately for Lowe, analytics that were not used. When I look at the criteria that I showed you to start this stream, George, is directly from Bleacher Report.
I didn't see that.
Okay, so I have on my hands the exact criteria that they used. There is nothing in that criteria that has anything to do with analytics. So when Lowe says that they were running around using analytics, no, because when they talked about analytics in that argument, the analytics only supported the result that they had. Remember what I told y'all when Mars came up here? I said analytics are not meant to be used as the argument. They only support the argument or the conclusion that you come up on your own. Their criteria, they came up with a list. They're basically saying the analytics support our logic. It's just in support of. But when you look at the criteria that they use, which is heavily resume based, I believe that is fair. And what also supports that are the analytics. When Lowe said that they were using analytics to make the ranking, that is not factually true. Borderline a lie. Because they even talked about what Gilbert Arenas said in the same article where they explained why Kobe was lower. What did they also explain as context that you guys want to avoid? Gilbert Arenas warned of this potentially happening. They said in the article, how do we grade players when they are not the alpha on a championship team? How much credit do we give? But they ultimately decided on giving full credit because there's no way to fairly judge it. But the same thing that Gilbert Arenas was talking about with ring culture crossed their minds. And when you think about that legacy or impact score, how many people gave Kobe Bryant possibly a lower legacy or impact score because maybe they felt like he wasn't the alpha or the lead dog on those 3 champ title runs where Shaq got the finals MVP. This is where Gilbert Arenas warned you guys about ring culture and how it could be detrimental to people like Kobe if you stick with that line of thinking. Ring culture could be detrimental. But see, ring culture came from a lot of people. Ring culture is the logic as to why you guys want to disqualify a lot of the things that some of the great players have. Like when you guys say that Bill Russell's championships don't count because they played bums. So again, be cautious with how you utilize these things because you have been forewarned. And now that the reality has hit you, and people start to apply ring culture.
Reality didn't hit me because I still don't believe in the report.
Okay, so George,
I still don't believe in the report.
Can you
Report
answer
means
this
nothing.
one question? George, answer this one question. Bleacher Report put Kareem Abdul-Jabbar over Kobe. Do you feel Kobe is over Kareem?
Yeah, I feel that Kobe is the greatest Laker ever. Yes.
Okay, no, I'm talking about all-time players. Do you feel Kobe Bryant should be ranked higher than Kareem Abdul-Jabbar?
Yes.
Now, my next question to you is, by what criteria, when we talk about
I have no criteria.
Hold on, George.
I got criteria. I'll answer
Hold
that.
on, CJ, I'm talking to
It's
George.
my opinion. It's my opinion. It's my opinion. I have no criteria.
So basically, George, you're basically saying your feelings put Kobe in the top 10, but you don't have any logical criteria that people can use to explain it.
My eye test put Kobe over.
So George,
Kareem.
once again, if you had to explain it, even if it's your eye test, if you had to explain it, why? If we have to encompass resume, accolades, even your eye test, impact.
You the guys keep bringing up resume.
George. We cannot pretend as if these things don't exist. I cannot pretend that somebody's career resume doesn't exist. I cannot act like Kareem Abdul-Jabbar doesn't have the points and the rebounds. I cannot pretend he doesn't have 6 MVPs or 6 championships. That's his resume. I'm not going to go into pretend world and act like Kareem doesn't have these things. He has them. And I'm asking you, if you're going to tell me that Kobe ranks higher and you're going to criticize people that have people ranked over Kobe, you need to explain to me why your logic makes more sense than my logic. Why does your logic of eye test rank higher than people who actually use the resume?
Because mine is my own opinion. I don't care what nobody else says. I just asked you a question on how could a company name somebody player of the decade and then turn around and put him 11th. How many other players on that list were named player of the decade? Answer that question. You never answered that question.
CJ, you got a lot of
you never answered that question.
Hold on, CJ, something's wrong with your mic. Every time you unmute your mic, it just sounds like you putting a mic next to a radio phone speaker and it's just getting back feed. Fix your mic. Jeremiah, something's wrong with your mic. It sounds like you're using a Dollar General pair of headsets, and every time you move or breathe or scrape against something, it sounds like I hear the entire world around you. Fix your microphone. Do something. You guys having mic issues. Yes, it sounds better. Because again, when I leave y'all on unmute, all of a sudden I just start hearing, like right now, I hear it again. Come on, y'all got CJ, you got some type of feed coming through. I don't want to mute y'all. I'm not trying to mute y'all because I don't want to hear y'all. I'm only muting because I'm hearing a lot of background noise that really mucks up the stream quality. That's all I'm doing, y'all. So when I mute you, don't take offense. George, what I implore you to do is look. How about this, y'all? Since George hasn't read the article as to why Kobe was labeled Player of the Decade, we'll read it together. I'm going to pull it up because everybody's been saying Player of the Decade now makes you top 10 all time. Okay, as if Player of the Decade award wasn't awarded a long time ago. But we'll just pull the article up and we'll all read it together.
How many other players in the top 10?
George, you are asking me questions that, first of all, I don't have an issue with saying I don't know. I don't know why they labeled him Player of the Decade.
Say about that.
Hold on one second, Wild, and especially when I'm talking. I don't know what the requirements were. I don't know what the elements were that get you the label. I don't know if it was mostly on the court or off the court stuff. We're going to read it together, George, since you said you haven't even read it yourself. So how about we all get informed together? Since everybody now wants to use, okay, so let me see. Kobe Bryant, Player of the Decade. We're going to go straight to the Bleacher Report article, and we're going to see if this gives this article makes any sense of Kobe not being in the top 10. Okay. So Kobe Bryant, this was given to, and I'm gonna share the screen. Let me share the screen for y'all. And mind you guys, this was given to Kobe in 2018. So it's been 7 years since he was given this. And so I guess a lot of people, if you feel that this article is what makes him top 10, you also by default are pretending that basketball must have stopped in 2018. And this basketball is this article is the end all be all to the top 10. I'm assuming that means nobody can get ranked since 2018. But we'll just read the article. Let me share my screen. We'll read it together, and we'll see if it gives us any criteria or if it was just giving Kobe credit for his great play in the 2000s. Because I think you guys have some weird. You guys think that we are saying Kobe is trash. All right, so let me zoom in. Well, I can't zoom in. I'll just read it. It says, it says, it pains me to write this article as a diehard Portland Trail Blazer fan. This is almost as hard as writing an article declaring Greg Oden is a bust. But the truth must come out, so here I go. It says, during the upcoming NBA All-Star Game, TNT announced their all-decade selections, picking their player of the decade. It says, there's no question that this distinction belongs to Kobe Bryant. It is something I never thought I would write. And so, player of the decade. Okay, so it says, I've spent years arguing that Kobe fans are among the most obnoxious and delusional sports worshipers. Do you agree with that, George?
I don't believe none of that, bro.
No, hold on. Now you don't want to believe it. Now you don't want to believe it.
Already said that he didn't want to write it.
Hold on,
so now when he writes, that is crazy, bro.
George, you cannot ask us to take one element of Bleacher Report. Wait, let's just start. It says,
who's the author?
Years. George, can I read the author? Can I read the article? It's Bleacher Report.
Who's the author? Somebody still wrote it.
Oh my God, man. I'll give you the article. Let me read the article. Yeah. Hold on. Let me mute CJ. CJ still having some background noise kicking in. Because I want y'all, we're going to read this article. It says, hold on. Somebody still has background. It's Wild 23 with the background noise. Sorry, Wild. I got to mute you. It says, it's something that I never thought I would write. I've spent years arguing Kobe fans are among the most obnoxious and delusional sports worshipers when they proclaim that number 24 is already, hold on. He says, when they proclaim that number 24 is already a greater player than number 23, or when they dismiss all of Kobe's flaws as irrelevant hearsay, I still think they come across as brainwashed cult members. God damn. This is what they thought about y'all Kobe fans in 2018? Jesus Christ. Oh, let me say this. That being said, Kobe Bryant is still the player of the decade. The only other realistic candidates are Tim Duncan and Shaquille O'Neal and LeBron James. It says LeBron James, as great as he is, will have to wait another decade. All three candidates have won regular season NBA Finals MVPs. If we consider the 21st century to have started in the year 2000, as most people do, then Duncan has 3 rings and Shaq and Kobe have 4 each. Now, Shaq and Tim Duncan have been dominant at times. O'Neal probably had the greatest single season of the decade in the year 2000. That year, he was arguably the most dominant player I've ever seen. Not the greatest, but the most dominant. And you can make an argument that Tim Duncan has been consistently great for his entire career. His impact on the outcome of any given game is immeasurable. Perhaps only Bill Russell has ever been more quietly effective at controlling a basketball game. However, Kobe has to be the winner for a number of reasons. Mind you, my reasons aren't going to be the same as those Kobe diehard fans. I'm not going to say he was secretly the best player on those Lakers teams. That was Shaq. I'm not going to say it was because Kobe scored 81 points or had 62 points in 3 quarters. That's largely irrelevant. No, Kobe Bryant is the player of the decade simply because he's been the best player in the decade. If you poll current or former players, they will almost unanimously select Kobe as the best player in the league. He may not quite be Michael Jordan good, but he's Kobe Bryant good, and that's really good. Seriously, if the only real criticism you can throw at Kobe is that he's not quite Michael Jordan, that's pretty much a compliment. Second of all, Kobe has managed to add the requisite hardware. It's one thing for everyone to consider you're the best player in the NBA when your team is mediocre. Think Michael Jordan in 87. Everyone knew he was better than everyone else, but Magic and Larry were unchallenged kings of the NBA because they were in the NBA Finals every year. 2 seasons ago, I would have said Shaq or Duncan were the players of the decade. Shaq added a 4th ring in 06. Duncan added in 07. In the meantime, Kobe's Lakers were struggling. Since then, both his and the Lakers' credit, Kobe went on to win a regular season MVP, a finals MVP, and a championship. In other professional sports, this kind of thing matters. There's a reason why Montana was the player of the 1980s in the NFL rather than Dan Marino. He won the rings. Even though Kobe won 3 titles earlier in the decade, those were Shaq's teams. Kobe fans will argue. He says Kobe fans will argue with this. But as a Blazer fan who watched every minute of the 2000 Western Conference Finals, I can tell you that Shaq was the player the Blazer fans feared. There was just no answer for him. To be fully appreciated, Kobe needed to add hardware. He needed to win a title as the man. Once he did that, he jumped ahead of Duncan and Shaq because now he was not just the best player, he was a true MVP. Now you could be cynical and credit Kobe's ability to achieve all of this in addition to, and with the addition of Paul Gasol and the improvement of Andrew Bynum. These things are true, but that's how things work in the NBA. It's a team sport. The thing that impressed me most about Kobe's MVP is he wasn't simply a makeup call after he should have won it earlier, nor was it a Lifetime Achievement Award. On the contrary, Kobe actually improved as a player and a teammate during the past 2 seasons. This brings me to the most amazing thing about Bryant, and one thing that might have given him an edge over Michael Jordan. His ability to add more facets to his game each year. So George, when I ask you this next question is this. According to this article, the player of the decade and the all-decade teams were doled out by the NBA, not Bleacher Report. Is that correct? Because they're just talking about the all-decade teams.
Sounds like
it. But the NBA labeled player of the decade. Who gave out this award? Bleacher Report or the NBA?
It sounds like the NBA.
Okay, so you said Bleacher Report labeled Kobe player of the decade.
Well, well, now we need to be stand correct. The NBA did it. It still doesn't matter who did it. He was player of the decade.
Okay, no.
Right?
George, you were making the argument earlier that Bleacher Report was contradicting themselves.
I didn't read it.
George. You came in here and you said that Bleacher Report labeled Kobe as player of the decade as if they were contradicting themselves when they ranked Kobe 11 all time. Now we read the article and we come to find out that Bleacher Report didn't create the all-decade teams. The NBA created them and labeled Kobe the player of the decade. So should we compare the NBA's top 100 list and compare that to Kobe being player of the decade? Because Bleacher Report didn't create a player of the decade. That was the NBA. This guy's just talking about it. And this is a singular guy. Unlike the ranking that comprised of 175 voters. But this is what happens when we actually read. When people run with a narrative, and people were running with the narrative for the past few days that Bleacher Report put Kobe as player of the decade, but then we come to find out that Bleacher Report did not create the all-decade teams. The NBA did. This when I read through this article, this not say Bleacher Report's all-decade team. It's just a story on Kobe Bryant named player of the decade. And it says right here, this was done during the NBA All-Star Game. TNT is announcing their all-decade team selections. So TNT, not even the NBA, did an all-decade selection, not the NBA or even Bleacher Report. Bleacher Report just reported on the news. So are you saying, George, that if you are a player of the decade, it automatically makes you top 10 in NBA history?
What I'm saying is, how could a person be named player of the decade and not be in the top 10?
Okay, so you tell us.
I'm asking you. You the expert.
You tell me.
I'm not.
My criteria, George, is I don't use player of the decade. It's not an official NBA accolade. I only use NBA accolades to rank players. So if he was named player of the decade by TNT, why should I use his player of the decade award?
Okay.
So for example,
wait a minute.
So that means when I rank, hold on, George.
The NBA did do it.
Hold on, George. That means when I rank LeBron, that means I can use his Sports Illustrated Player of the Year. That means I can use his GQ Man of the Year. That means I can use all his non-NBA awards where they say LeBron is the greatest.
Bro? How can you use GQ?
You using TNT?
Dude, I asked you to look up and see if the NBA did it.
You're using a TN. No, it said. Oh, I'm reading it right here.
But no. Forget what you read.
George. It says during the upcoming NBA All-Star Game, TNT is announcing their all-decade selections, including their pick for Player of the Decade.
Okay.
And everybody on the panel.
Look and see if the NBA did it.
Hold on. Anybody on the panel, who does it say created this Player of the Decade award? The NBA, Bleacher Report, or TNT?
And I'm asking you to look and see if the NBA did it.
If you're allowed to use TNT accolades for Kobe, why would you get mad then if GOAT James Kingdom come up here and uses GQ Man of the Year award for LeBron or Sports Illustrated Player of the Year? Or maybe we go even further. We can start using ESPY awards. So when LeBron keep winning these ESPY awards, he's gonna win ESPY award after ESPY award and all these other awards. When does it stop? Should we? How many TV awards can we use? Because I'm almost certain if we can use TNT award, we can most definitely use an ESPY.
I feel like still dragging on with that. I asked you to see if the NBA did it, but
it says right here TNT.
I understand what that says. I'm asking you to look and see if the NBA ever handed out Player of the Decade awards. I'm asking you to see if the NBA did it.
No, that's crazy. Now we got to use GQ Man of the Year award
because Kobe played the decade. That's why.
Kobe's Player of the Decade according to who? TNT?
I said the NBA.
Bro, it's okay. Hold on.
Ain't they a part of the NBA?
No, that's a TV station. Because when you win an award from the NBA, that's called the NBA Kia MVP. That's an NBA award. When you win Sixth Man of the Year, that's an NBA award. When you win Most Improved Player, that's an NBA award. If TNT had created an award and gives it to Kobe Bryant, now I'm supposed to count your TNT Player of the Decade award. Now that means I need to count ESPYs, GQ Man of the Year, Gatorade awards, all this stuff. So news, you got what's it called? You got all these newspapers, the New York Times Player of the Year, the Sporting Times Player of the Year.
But I asked you to do it. Look and see if the NBA did it.
George, I'm looking. Hold on, George. Okay, hold on.
So why Bleacher Report valid there, and we don't?
No, hold on. First of all, Bleacher Report did not create the Player of the Decade. As we just read, people misinterpreted it, and in this article, they were just reporting on TNT named Kobe the Player of the Decade during the All-Star Weekend. And it says this was written on June 6, 2018. So in 2018, TNT said Kobe was the Player of the Decade, and now we're supposed to use a TNT accolade to boost Kobe. TNT, y'all.
Why we hold weight to Bleacher Report then? What make them more?
I didn't say, bro. I'm not saying I'm not saying Bleacher Report's ranking is credible. What I said about Bleacher Report's ranking is I respect any ranking where they have a criteria and they stick to it. They have their criteria. Like, for example, GOAT James Kingdom has a criteria. His ranking's different from mine. I respect the fact that at least he has a criteria and sticks to it. I respect anybody that has a criteria and they are bold enough to just stick to it and live with the results. Every time I ask a Kobe fan for criteria, you know what I hear? I hear what George said. I don't have a criteria. I don't have this. It's just my feelings. So you just put Kobe in some random spot above everybody else. So you're willing to disrespect Kareem. You're willing to disrespect Bill Russell. You're willing to disrespect Wilt Chamberlain. You're willing to disrespect Magic Johnson. You were willing to disrespect all these other great players.
Why am I disrespecting them saying Kobe is better than them?
Because you just said, George, you are willing to rank Kobe randomly in the top 10 with no reason, no logic, no accolades, just your eye test and your feelings. That is disrespecting everything Kareem did because you're willing to propel.
Didn't Magic Johnson even say Kobe was the greatest Laker ever?
You said, hold on. You said you're willing to rank him higher than Kareem Abdul-Jabbar based on your eye test. That's disrespecting Kareem. You were willing to disrespect every other NBA player just to put Kobe where your feelings tell you, but not based on any logic. That's disrespecting. So Kobe fans will cry about disrespect, play victim, because Kobe got ranked lower.
Let me ask you a question.
And then you were willing to rank Kobe higher than these other
Magic
players.
Johnson disrespect Kareem?
Hold on 1 second. When I talk to Kobe fans, just like when I was on the Pull Up podcast, what were they saying? None of them could give me a real reason as to why Kobe was ranked with any type of criteria. They all said, I feel Kobe needs to be in the top 10. None of them had a real criteria, right? This is your feelings. If your feelings are criteria, to me, that's disrespectful to the game. That's disrespectful to the game. And George, again, you disrespecting Kareem, you disrespecting Bill Russell for you to be, and you were closer to that era. You saw these guys play, and you are willing to disrespect all these other greats based on the eye test.
I did not see Bill Russell play.
All these guys, man. You did not see Bill Russell play. You're disrespecting all these era of basketball, right? You disrespecting all these great players just to place Kobe in some random spot for no reason.
No, I'm not.
Yeah, Kobe.
I asked you the question
because what if you go to
Magic Johnson disrespect Kareem, and he said Kobe was the greatest Laker ever.
Right now, Scap Attack, all these Kobe Bryant advocates, they all are saying Kobe was disrespected. But you know, all Kobe Bryant fans do, they disrespect Shaquille O'Neal as we exposed over the last month, as Go James Kingdom exposed. Y'all disrespect any other great player. Y'all disrespected Tim Duncan. Y'all disrespected LeBron. Y'all disrespected Jordan. Y'all disrespect Kareem. Y'all disrespect Magic. Y'all disrespect all the other greats just to place Kobe in a random spot higher than what he's supposed to be. And then you tell us, real basketball minds, to ignore Résumé, ignore the one MVP, right? Overvalue the defensive teams, but don't overvalue defensive teams to nobody else, right? You want us to do that? We overlook the fact that he was a sidekick for 3 championships. Don't worry about that. but care about Pippen being a sidekick. But
so was Kareem for his leg string. So was Kareem for his leg string.
And hold on, but CJ, the problem with that is real basketball minds don't give a damn about a sidekick. See, I'm a real basketball mind. Basically says be great at what you're great at. Like for me, when I was fighting for Draymond Green. When I was telling Ticket TV that Draymond Green was a great player, this was well before any ranking came out. I was basically saying, look, you call him a sidekick all you want. But what did I say when I was on Player's Choice? I said, there's people like you that are just envious of Draymond Green. Because just like Draymond Green, you was overseas averaging a triple single. You was just mad that you couldn't get your triple single off in the NBA, but Draymond Green can. You envious. I said, so again, a lot of the people are just envious of Draymond that he got put in a good situation and he took advantage of it, right? And all the people that he pretended could replace Draymond Green never could replace him. So he ended up being an irreplaceable piece. And he's built up a legacy better than straight scrubs like a Chris Webber, who did the same thing that y'all pretend to hate.
Why you call him Chris Webber?
Forced his way. Hold on, George. When we cooking. Chris Webber did the same thing that y'all hate. Forced his way out of a great situation in Golden State. He forced his way out of Golden State. He wasn't just traded. He told Don Nelson, I don't want to be a small ball big. I don't want to change the game. He cried. He said, I don't want to do all these great things, right? Trade me. I don't want to be a center stretching the floor, making these centers defend on the perimeter. I want to play power forward with a real center. Take your ass to Washington, go play with Juwan Howard, and don't win nothing then, you bum. That's what happened. That's what happened. And that's what he ultimately had a career and winning absolutely nothing. And y'all want me to accept the fact that a player like Chris Webber is better than Draymond Green? Hell no. Draymond Green accepted his role. Draymond Green had a better career. Draymond Green didn't run around and cry. He made the best of it. Because Draymond Green, if you really think about it, he was a scorer in college. He was a Big Ten Player of the Year. He was more than just a defender, but he accepted his role to win. But y'all want to praise these glorified losers who put up stats. But then when we talk stats with LeBron, y'all want to get to crying.
But you just said
it's sad.
Glorified loser.
No, who's a glory? I'm saying, hold on. You know who typically glorifies these losers? It's the people that hate LeBron. They will glorify. I have to argue with LeBron James haters, right? They don't glorify Draymond. They hate Draymond. They don't glorify Draymond for staying on the same team. They hate the fact that Draymond stayed on the same team. When I was talking to Ticket, what did Ticket say? Draymond Green, he can't go to another team and do it. Well, hold on. I thought y'all said y'all don't want these players team hopping. I thought y'all said y'all want players to stay on the same team for their whole career and get it out the mud. And when you have a player that gets it out the mud, all you do is shit on them. Y'all, people who hate, when you hate, you have the most conflicting, inconsistent logic that I've ever seen. Inconsistent, because y'all don't know who to hate. Y'all don't know how to hate. Y'all only know how to hate. And it doesn't make any sense.
What you just said, who got it more out the mud, Kobe or LeBron?
Okay, how do you measure that, George? You tell us.
I'm going.
No,
bro.
George. No, George, you tell us. I didn't know out the mud was a category. You tell me.
It's not. I'm just going by what you just said.
Hold on. I just said Ticket TV is somebody that runs around saying, get it out the mud. I don't say that. I just told you what Ticket says. Anybody that's listening to Ticket TV if you listen to Ticket TV ever, you've heard the term get it out the mud when the Ticket says it. So by Ticket's definition of getting it out the mud, staying on your team, not demanding trades, not going to another situation. Did Draymond Green get it out the mud? Did he demand a trade?
He did.
Hold on. So at the end of the day, so we're talking about Ticket's language. So if by Ticket's own definition, if Draymond Green got it out the mud, then why are you running around trashing Draymond Green's entire career, and you're willing to celebrate a guy in Chris Webber who forced his way out of Golden State because he didn't want to play center, right? Gets traded. He went from team to team to team. He went from all these teams where he was a headache. He had a bad attitude. He never won nothing. He never proved or shown that he could be a winner. And the closest he came, right, he still got walked down by the Lakers, so he still choked there. So at the end of the day, I will hear y'all LeBron haters tear a player like Draymond Green down, but then y'all will prop up Chris Webber, a perennial loser. Right? Y'all, I don't know what y'all haters want. Y'all logic is so inconsistent, it's flawed. Y'all hate on players that do the exact same thing that you want. If you, in reality, Draymond Green kind of plays like a 90s player. 90s fans hate him. 90s fans who say that y'all was rough and tough, y'all say he fouls people too hard. Because as soon as Draymond Green grabbed Rudy Gobert and put him in a headlock, it was a whole bunch of old heads all over YouTube talking about Draymond Green need to be suspended. Man, we cannot tolerate that. He cannot do stuff like that. But I thought y'all liked the rough and tough, beat him up type of era. And when Draymond Green gets rough and tough, beating people up, and it's not the young people. It's not the young people. Y'all pretend and act like it's the young people. It's not the youth saying Draymond gets suspended. It's the Chris Broussards. It's all the old heads from the 90s. All the old heads is running around. Man, he needs to be suspended like y'all ain't never seen physicality. That's how we know the physicality of the 90s was fake. Because when y'all see physicality, y'all tighten up. What is that, man? That should be in the game, man. Y'all are the softest, losingest mindset, non-basketball knowing fan base I've ever seen. This is one of the reasons why y'all scored so low on these basketball IQ tests. George, I think that if you took one of these basketball IQ tests, you would be the first to score 0 out of 125. I don't think you can score a single point.
I'm still waiting on you to look up to see if the NBA did that.
I'm almost 1,000% positive, George. If we gave you this IQ test, you would not drop a point. A single point.
That's why.
I've been doing this since 2020. I got the point. I think some of y'all, especially Kobe fans, I'm still waiting for a Kobe fan to come up here and tell me how did Kobe Bryant pass up Kareem Abdul-Jabbar? As soon as I bring up Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, why y'all got zippers on y'all mouths and tongues? Now you don't want to talk basketball?
So FYI,
now we don't want to talk basketball.
I'm a Laker fan, I'm a Kobe fan, I'm a LeBron fan, but I'm a fan of basketball. So I do think that Kobe Bryant was ranked too low. And I created a criteria as well to rank some of these players. I did my own criteria, and I'm content with it based on what I did. I'm going to give you my criteria. It's 13 points. You ready?
Yeah. Hold on. Let me go to CJ. Was trying to get a point in real quick. Before you get that criteria, let me go to CJ. I'm Wild. I know Wild was trying to get a point in, and we got two Wills. Let me get to their points real quick, and because I want to get you. I want to hear your criteria. I'll go ahead, CJ.
No, I'm saying he better than Kareem on the simple fact Kareem was a role player for his last 3 rings, and Kobe was more dominant than him and Kareem and Magic in his finals. So even if you say he was a Robin or whatever, the last 3 finals is better than Magic and Kareem's. And Kobe dominated in the era. I think what George trying to say is he dominated in the era with, and they ranked him all-decade player and Shaq and Tim Duncan in the same era. But now he outside the top 10, and they both top 5.
My question to you is this: if Kobe was a sidekick, as you admit, and Kareem was a sidekick, as you admit,
no, but it's a way different. Like Kobe numbers.
Kobe wasn't a sidekick, but Kareem was.
No, it was Superman, Batman. Kobe wasn't no sidekick. He was in MVP talks. He was in all-team NBA.
Okay. So all I'm asking you is this, because the sidekick term seems to hurt Kobe fans. If Kareem was a 1B and Kobe was a 1B, and they both were 1Bs during championship runs, what does that mean? Like, why do we? That's a moot point. Then they both were 1Bs at one point in time.
No, but the point is Kareem is ranked 3rd, and his teammates ranked 2nd. I mean, his teammates ranked 3rd. I mean 4th, and Magic is ranked 3rd, and somehow Shaq ranked 6th, but Kobe not ranked 5th.
Hold on. So are you saying that Kareem's 6 MVPs don't play a role in that? Are you saying Kareem being the all-time leading scorer for decades after decades, all-time leading scorer in the NBA, that don't play a factor?
No.
You don't think Kareem being the all-time leader in blocks? I believe not blocks. Is it blocks or rebounds? I can't remember which one. But being the all-time leader in a statistical category, that don't matter.
But my point is, if you're going to rank Kareem that high, you can't do that with Kobe.
Okay, you can rank Kareem that high. Okay, so again, what does Kobe have on his resume that's equal to 6 MVPs?
All-team NBA, all-team defense, 4th in points, 5 rings.
Hold on.
Repeated.
You saying Kareem don't have Kareem was 1st in points. Kareem had the MVPs. Kareem is top in a whole bunch of statistical categories. If you go stats with Kareem and Kobe, Kareem gonna beat Kobe out in stats by a mile. You can't play stats with Kareem and Kobe. I told you to tell me why Kobe is better than Kareem. You cannot play with stats with Kareem. He's gonna outpace Kobe crazy. It's gonna be crazy. So don't play with the stats. When we go to accolades, let's just start with the MVPs. Kareem got a ton of MVPs. Kareem got a ton of all NBA selections. Kareem the only reason Kareem don't have a lot of the finals MVPs because he will have more if the award actually existed his whole career, but it didn't exist his whole career. Same with DPOY and things like that, and some of the defensive accolades.
So basically,
and he still got more accolades. So even with accolades not existing, he still got more accolades than Kobe. I don't care how many defensive teams Kobe got. He still don't scratch he don't come close to scratching Kareem in accolades. So you can't play the accolade with Kareem because he's gonna outpace Kobe in accolades. He's gonna outpace Kobe in MVPs. He's gonna outpace Kobe in stats. He's gonna outpace him in everything. How is Kareem better? Because you cannot use stats and accolades.
No, but that's my whole point. Yo, you saying all that, but if he all that, why LeBron ahead of him then? Why y'all punish Kobe for it and not LeBron? That's our whole.
I'm talking about Kareem. I'm talking about Kareem being over Kobe. Why are you trying to punish Kareem and put him under Kobe when he's done more than Kobe?
Same logic you use it for Kobe, I could use for LeBron.
Okay, then what you need to do is you need to spark up a stream and you need to have a Kareem and LeBron conversation. Right now, the conversation is about Kobe and Kobe fans in their feelings about him being outside the top 10. I remember, as I told you, CJ, LeBron James fans, Go James Kingdom is still in the chat. You know why? Because Go James Kingdom saw LeBron James at number 2. The separation between 1 and 2 was 1 vote. You know what Go James Kingdom said? I'm cool with that. I rock with that. I live with that. And LeBron James fans Jordan fans have no gripes. Bron fans, no complaints. The only people that have a humongous complaint about this list are Kobe Bryant fans. It's the only fan base that's crying. My player should be ranked a little bit higher. I'm asking you, what accolade, statistical accomplishment, what are we missing that we need to add in to give him a boost? And if we give him a boost, we have to take that same category and give everybody a boost. How do we give him a boost based on the accolades and stats, career accomplishments, achievements that Kobe has? How do we give him a boost or give him credit for something that he didn't get credit for? That's something that's tangible that we can measure. Because a lot of the things y'all talking about not be measured.
Player in his era. He was the most dominant player in his era.
Okay, that's so what player in the top 10 wasn't dominant in their era?
No, Curry. This is the thing.
Man, George, you just said Steph Curry wasn't dominant in his era.
He didn't have an era.
Oh,
when was Steph Curry's era?
Even in his era or LeBron era, so you got to answer that.
Don't matter.
When was Steph Curry's era?
Hold on. You can have multiple dominant great players in the era, just like we have Magic and Bird in the 80s, even Dr. J. It don't matter. You can have the more dominant. You could. It don't have to be one great player of an era. When Bill Russell and Wilt Chamberlain was playing, do you think they was only saying it was one dominant player, or did they say we got Wilt and we got Bill Russell in this era? Multiple players can be great in the era. Don't act like it can't be Steph and LeBron. Don't act like it couldn't be Kobe and Tim Duncan, right? The only person that had an era on his own was Jordan. And that just tells you how hot trash the 90s was, because he was the only one. He could retire, go play baseball, come back. People still didn't get in the gym. They still didn't get better, win another 3 championships. He's the only one without anybody to go head to head with. So the only era that has one player is the 90s. Everybody else got multiple layers of dominance, multiple players. As we all know, the 2000s probably is the most loaded era in NBA history.
So what you say about LeBron East when he went to 8 straight finals?
I don't give a damn. Hold on. Let me ask you a question, CJ.
No, I'm asking you because you said the 90s.
Hold on, CJ. Let me ask you a question. What within LeBron James's power could he have done to say? Could LeBron James go to David Stern or Adam Silver and say the East is too weak? Is there any way you guys can make the East stronger so that fans don't say I'm playing in the weak East? What the hell is a player supposed to do about that?
He could have stayed with Cleveland and competed.
So in your criteria, you rank players lower if they switch teams.
Yes.
Okay, so who are the other players that you rank lower because they switch teams? Kareem?
Durant.
No, I'm talking about in the top 10. I'm talking about the top 10.
Oh, in the top 10?
So you have to be Kareem, right?
Yeah, I'll say that Kareem and Shaq below Kobe because he stayed with one team. I like
so Kareem and Shaq are below Kobe because they played on different teams. So that elevates Hakeem Olajuwon. So do you have Hakeem Olajuwon now over? But hold on, but Hakeem played on another team towards the end of his career. What about Jordan? Jordan played with the Wizards. He went to another team. How do we punish Jordan? So where do we now drop Jordan?
I'm talking about in a prime.
No. You cannot take sections of their career. They either switch teams or they don't.
Because Jordan can't pick that. He came back because he wanted ownership.
According to Jordan fans, Jordan was still. I just watched a video today where they said Jordan with the Wizards dropped 31.5. You wasn't telling. Jordan thought he was the best player. He was taking all the possessions away from Jerry Stackhouse. So at the end of the day, who are you to say he wasn't in his prime?
He wasn't a championship team though. Jordan, he had no other.
Get out of here.
Let me drop the link for Low. Hold on. I saw Low and Herm want the link, man. I gotta get Low. Low needs to explain to me how do we find a way to wiggle Kobe into the top 10 based on his resume and legacy without completely disrupting the entire list whatsoever. Because like I said, you cannot give Kobe extra credit for his defensive teams without giving extra credit to DPOY and everybody else's defensive teams. That means Hakeem Olajuwon goes up. That means Bill Russell goes up. That means David Robinson goes up. That means Gary Payton goes up. That means Scottie Pippen goes up. We need all these people to go up as well. So
Well,
again,
it's different because most
it ain't
everybody
different. You cannot play favorites. You cannot, create special stuff for Kobe and not apply. Remember, Bleacher Report had the task of ranking 100 players, not 2, not 3. He had to rank 100 players. A criteria was necessary. It's extremely hard to rank players. Extremely hard to rank players with a criteria. Unfortunately, Kobe's resume fell short, right? When people are telling me that Kobe goes over Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, impossible, man. Impossible. Absolutely impossible.
I'm lost. How LeBron go over him then? You keep saying Kobe. Are you saying that about
Okay, so hold on. So you asked how did let's just talk LeBron. So you asked, let's just pull it up. Hold on. Let's just pull it up. Hold on. Let's just pull it up. Let me pull it up right here for you. Let me pull it up for you. And I'm gonna share my screen.
Instead of talking about Kobe, could we talk about LeBron's 6 losses? I just want to know why he lost 6 times. That's all.
Bro, what does that matter? Why do I gotta?
Because he's second. That's why.
Hold on. So hold on. I'm gonna tell you. I promise you. If you tune in tomorrow for GOAT James Kingdom live stream, that is the man to talk LeBron James with. If you want to know about LeBron James's 6 losses, I promise you. And GOAT might pop in tonight. If he pops in tonight, I'll let you have it out with him. But if you want to talk LeBron James, I will let you talk with GOAT James. His channel name is GOAT James Kingdom. Who else would you want to talk LeBron James with? I mean, you know, I'm FYM Sports.
You're a LeBron fan too, though, man.
No,
you know what you're talking about.
Hold on. Here's the thing, CJ. 2 years ago, when the Lakers got obliterated by the Denver Nuggets, I killed LeBron. I talked about the leadership. LeBron fans don't look at me like a LeBron fan because when I killed LeBron, I had LeBron fans mad at me. When I give LeBron praise, I got the LeBron haters mad at me. I'm neutral, so I got the LeBron James fans mad at me. The locker room just spazzed out. He went off. Really, locker room stopped. He's a LeBron James. He's definitely a LeBron sexual. I tell people like it is about LeBron when they lost to the Denver Nuggets. The man done changed his whole platform to hating on FYF Sports because I said something bad about LeBron. So at the end of the day, I'm gonna get smoke from everybody because I try to call it down the middle. So when y'all hear me say something,
and I shouldn't. My fault. I said my fault
about Bron. Y'all get mad when I say something bad about Bron. Now I'm a LeBron. Now I'm a LeBron hater. So everybody hate. I say something good about Kobe, I'm hating on Jordan. When I say something bad about Kobe, I'm a Kobe hater. When I say something good about Jordan, I just literally have to defend the 90s from King Rowe because this fool is running around saying that the 95-96 Bulls is like the 9th best team in NBA history. Now I have to defend the 90s because what person with a brain says the 95-96 Bulls ain't a top 2 team in NBA history? So now I got 90s fans, weirdos saying that the 95-96 Bulls is trash. All types of crazy shit, man. So now you got. Man, bro, you gotta. When you hang around FYF Sports enough, you'll see the weirdos. Because we got somebody up here, Hollywood Herm. Because I don't know where Hollywood Herm will fall if he takes the IQ test, but I really want to see Herm take this NBA IQ test. Herm, would you be willing to take this IQ test?
Just for your entertainment purposes, man. I got you.
Okay, we're gonna set it up for you right here. Now, CJ was telling us something. Now. CJ, I'm going to go down and check marker some stuff, okay? And this is basically resume, okay? Because you said, why is LeBron ranked higher than Kobe, right?
I'm saying about his losses in the finals.
Hold on. But the problem with that, CJ, is, let me ask you something, CJ. You've applied for a job, correct? In your life, you've applied for a job, correct? And when you go to apply for a job, on that job application, when you get to the bottom of that application and it says other, do you put, in my free time, I smoke crack and fentanyl? Because that's the worst. That's the like or in that other section, do you put, yeah, my last job, man, I did this, man, I won this certificate, I got this, I tell all the good stuff. When we talking, you know, we talking good versus good. When we talking great players, we talk great versus great. You're not talking great versus great if you're trying to compare, because every player got losses. Like if you want to compare somebody, Kobe's. So if you so are you saying that you want to have are you saying that the way you identify a great player is to compare Kobe's worst losses and moments to LeBron's worst losses and moments?
LeBron
Is that how we find out who's better?
LeBron got more worse moments than Kobe.
Hey,
So
two
we can
peas
go-
in the bomb. 2 peas in the bomb. Is that how you made your sons D1 players? When
was
you
that?
set
Say
your
that
boys
again.
down 2 peas, did you say
That's not nothing to do with Kobe
no? 2
and
peas in the
LeBron.
bomb. When you was talking to your boys, right? Y'all had private conversations, 2 peas, and you was talking to your kids, and you was like, man, your ass. You comparing them both, man. Your ass, man. Your ass. You telling them all the bad. Is that how you talk to them when you talk to them about their games?
No.
Is that how you is that why the two D1 teams that your sons have been to, did the coaches come to them and say, man, damn, your ass, you struggle shooting the ball, man. Your ass, man, you went a 5-game stretch shooting 35%. But I'm gonna give you a full scholarship.
No.
Damn, man.
That
Is
ain't
that how
how
they
it
talk
works.
to your kids?
No.
When they trying to identify greatness, that's how they talk to them?
No, not at all.
What would you do with a coach and you go in there and he's trying to recruit your son and he's saying, well, damn, man, you shot 26% from the 3. You had 18 turnovers here. Man, you smoked the layup here. You looking trash. Your head hanging right here. Look like you out of it. But I still want to give you a scholarship. Is that how they recruit great players? They talk about bullshit?
I'm gonna say this to you. By unpopular belief, there are some coaches that do that. They put up their
That is
lowlights in videos, and it happened with us. They put up the lowlights, like, "Hey, man, look what you did here. See, you work with us. We're gonna change this." So
that's called constructive criticism. No. I'm not talking. No. I'm not talking about constructive criticism. I'm talking about what you can improve.
A straight tear down.
I'm just talking about they come in and say, you can't do this. You lost here. You're a loser, right?
No.
You lost 2 state championships, so I know you're a loser. Like what if they just hitting you with that?
Nah, they
not
don't,
nothing constructive.
They don't do that until you commit.
Yeah, they don't do that until you commit. They do great. But nah, it don't happen. Hold on.
It's the honeymoon phase.
But CJ asked why LeBron is ranked higher based on resume. So Bleacher Report made it clear they were going off resume. So CJ, I'm gonna ask you a series of questions. All right, are you ready?
Yeah.
Who played more seasons, Bron or Kobe?
Bron.
Okay. Who has more championships, Bron or Kobe?
We already did this.
Who has more finals appearances, Bron or Kobe?
LeBron.
Finals MVPs?
LeBron.
MVPs?
LeBron do, but
All-star selections?
should be LeBron by now.
All NBA teams? All NBA teams? All NBA first teams, mind you.
Hello? LeBron.
And all NBA teams in total. This is LeBron. All defensive teams and all defensive teams in total, we give to Kobe.
Yeah, Kobe.
Scoring titles, Kobe. Olympic gold medals, tied. All-star game MVPs, we get it Kobe. We get Kobe that. We go to career totals. LeBron's played more games. LeBron has more points, more rebounds, more assists, more steals, more blocks. He has a higher field goal percentage. He has a higher 3-point field goal percentage. The only thing Kobe does statistically is shoot free throws better. Right? LeBron James has played more minutes. LeBron had James in every statistical category, outpaces Kobe in every statistical category in the playoffs. Right? If we go to averages, LeBron James averages more points, rebounds, assists, steals, and blocks. He has a higher field goal percentage, 3-point percentage. And he averages more minutes per game for his career. If we go to the playoffs, LeBron James has played more playoff games. He has more playoff wins. He has more playoff points. He has more playoff rebounds, assists, and a higher field goal percentage in the playoffs. Shall we continue, or do you see where I'm going when we talk resume?
I see where you're going, but
okay, so that's resume. So what I'm saying is, so all I'm saying is, when I compare resumes, who has the superior resume, LeBron or Kobe?
Kobe. No, LeBron, I'm about to let you, but look, you think, all right, do you think LeBron, I'm gonna ask you this.
You said that with so little energy, man. Like, damn, I can't say LeBron.
Boy, these niggas hate LeBron, bro.
So LeBron stay with Cleveland. If LeBron stayed with Cleveland, you think he would have passed Kobe?
Bro, all I'm saying is that's narrative. That's not your resume.
I'm asking you.
That's narrative, though. I don't know what would have happened if LeBron stayed
team and got a better team. He'll have more rings. And
don't matter if the Lakers chose to keep Kwame Brown. Does Kobe get them 2 championships?
He stayed with the team, so he cool.
It don't matter. But he said, "I'm not staying if you keep Kwame Brown."
If he went to the Spurs, will his resume be better than LeBron? Will LeBron with the Miami?
Bro, we can do ifs with everybody.
No,
we can't do ifs. We can only go with what happened.
We get more
because the problem, CJ, is this: if we do ifs with LeBron, then we have to do ifs with Kobe. So the problem is you cannot play the if game on one side. That's all I'm saying, CJ. See, y'all want to play the if game on one side. You got ifs for LeBron. I can come up with a million ifs for Kobe. At the end of the day, it's just best to go with what's documented on paper and already happened, because we can never change that. We can't change Kobe's points. We can't change Kobe's championships. People tried to take Kobe's championships away from him. People like me here at FYF Sports, we gave his 5 championships. We gave him credit for all 5. We make sure he gets full credit. We make sure you don't ding him just because the coach labeled him a number 2 option. So again, we give him full credit for everything that he accomplished. That's all I'm saying.
I'm saying that
because what ifs.
Miami, he elevated LeBron's career.
Okay, so let me ask you a what if. What if Kobe doesn't have the Colorado situation?
I mean, that's outside of
no. Because if you already have him in the top 10 and you feel like his resume is top 5 as is, what if he doesn't have the Colorado situation?
You can't look at basketball and say LeBron James a better basketball player than Kobe.
I'm not saying I just not talent. I say
Lamont won't say it, but I'll say it. LeBron is a better player than Kobe.
This is for CJ. CJ, what if Kobe doesn't have the Colorado situation?
He'll have more MVPs.
Hold on. Okay, and ultimately, with his legacy, what if he doesn't have the Colorado situation? In what conversation would he be in? Because more MVPs is accolades. So if he gets more accolades, he's in the GOAT conversation. Just say it. If he doesn't have just say the truth. If he doesn't have the Colorado situation, he's in the GOAT conversation. He's in the top 3 conversation.
He didn't diminish the game. He still was balling.
Not game. The top 10 is about greatest, not talent. I've already done a separate. You need to go watch my live stream, CJ. I already did a top 10 talent of all time list. Kobe was number 2 all time. Kobe was number 2 all time. Kobe was number 2 all time with talent. So I understand how great of a talent he is. Unfortunately, this greatest of all time lists are about your resume. Nobody gives a damn about your talent if you don't have it on resume. If you go to Microsoft right now and you go tell them, I'm the greatest programmer in the world, they're going to say, I need something that show me. You can't just go in there, I am talented. You got to show them your talent, because I don't care how good you are at any job. If you don't have something documented to show, if you walk into the courtroom and you tell the judge, I'm here to represent so-and-so, that motherfucker's gonna ask, I need your bar license, motherfucker. Who the hell is you to walk in and say you represent anybody if you ain't got the credentials on paper? The paper is what stamps, seals, and delivers anything. If it's not documented on paper, your talent alone don't mean nothing. Just like Chris Webber's talent alone don't make him greater than Draymond. Draymond Green on paper is a champion, a DPOY. What the hell is Chris Webber on paper? Nothing.
But Chris Webber don't got no
bona
ring.
fide cheater in college and a scrub. That's the only thing he has documented. Calling bad timeouts. That's what's documented. He's going to go down remembered as one of the biggest losers in college basketball of all time, with one of the most boneheaded timeouts ever in history, because that's documented.
Lamar, I'm a lifelong Lakers fan, bro. Let me tell him why LeBron is better.
1 second,
like, it's easy.
West Coast, hold on 1 second. Is Herm still up here? Where's Herm at?
No, Herm took off. He's probably in the middle of work. Like, he works a lot.
Herm's backstage, Lamont. Herm's backstage.
Oh, my bad. Hold on. Go, James Kingdom. We're gonna get through Herm's IQ test. Because and let me share my screen. Let me get
I'm waiting, Lamont. I want to take my IQ test.
Your IQ test and go James Kingdom. I don't know why people keep calling you out, but now CJ been looking for you. I don't know where you've been hiding.
They always claim they come looking. Lamont, what time does Go James Kingdom go live? What time do we go live, Lamont?
Look, y'all, Friday at 9 p.m. and Sundays at 12 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, man. Look, I've been telling them to go show up.
That's been how long we've been doing that for, Lamont?
That's over a year now.
Over 2 years now that we've been doing it like this. I don't know why they say they're looking for. If they're looking for me, they know where to find me. But I want to do the IQ test, and you need to add a new category. There's FYF is the top category.
No. Oh, are you talking about at a No. The categories are.
What's the elite level of intelligence?
Student of the game.
That's FYF level. That's what it said, right?
No. It doesn't have nothing with FYF. It's just student of the game.
Okay. I thought you said it had FYF because you got to put it to basketball gods level. That's GOAT James Kingdom level. But we'll let Herm get his take.
But what it does is, like, for example, two piece in a bong, he came the closest, but they said he's an advanced LeBron sexual. That's what he is. That's one of the highest.
Lamont, when did this happen, Lamont?
Bro, I don't know, man. They just say stuff in the chat, man. I'm fine with it now. First, you work for me. And then now I'm the lap dog. It's just, I don't know. I'm just glad he's here watching. That's all. I'm gonna take the view. I'm just glad he's watching.
I got caught at a concert with an intern, so now I'm the CEO.
Hey, yo.
Hold on. Somebody has background noise. I got to get to Herm's IQ test. Make sure you don't got no background noise, because I want Herm to be able to hear all the questions. Oh, that's Herm with the background noise. So Herm, are you ready? Herm, let me share my screen. Are you ready?
Man, let's get it.
Okay. Herm, and see, the problem with this is if Herm scores high, he's gonna shit on us for the rest of the year with this. We can't say nothing to him. So I really hope that he scores low, right? Because if not, he's just gonna be disruptive, and he's always gonna use this to hang over our heads. All right. Next participant is Herm. Are you ready, Herm?
Hollywood Herm.
Nah, I don't have to do that. Okay, so Herm, your first question. All right. You are Pat Riley in the summer of 2011 after losing to the Mavericks in the finals. You have LeBron, Wade, and Bosh locked in, but the bench is weak and spacing is limited. What two key types of role players do you prioritize in free agency to make this roster finals proof going forward? Be specific on player types, not names.
That's interesting. Y'all can hear me?
Yep. You got 15 seconds, Herm.
I could say the main thing they needed a floor spacer, reliable three-point shooter. And also they needed a defensive rebounding big. That was the two things they were missing in that 2011. So that's what they need. Those are the two types of players they needed. And that's what they did emphasize on during free agency.
Okay. No, not what they did, what you would do.
I mean, I would have done the same thing because they were missing that. They
okay.
didn't really
so you fine with this answer right here?
Yeah.
Floor spacers, reliable three-point shooter, and defensive big. All right. We'll go to the next.
Rebound the big at that.
My bad. I heard I hit it already.
And also, my bad.
It's already in the answer. Remember, the answer is supposed to be 1 to 2 sentences max. So we'll go to the next question. All right. Next question for you is: in Game 1 of the 2001 NBA Finals, Allen Iverson dropped 48 points. What iconic moment from the game became a symbol of Iverson's career, and what led up to it? 10 seconds. Sequence matters.
I'm gonna say the step over on Tyronn Lue was the iconic moment for Allen Iverson. What led to it? That's what I got to refresh myself on. Because it is back in 2001. I was in the seventh grade then, so I kind of.
Okay, and he was in the 7th grade and can't remember. Okay. All right, let's go. That's your answer for that one. Okay, next question for you, Hearn. And we'll come back and review each answer later. You are up by 3 with 9 seconds left. The other team has the ball. Do you foul or defend? And under what condition do you change the strategy? Show clock awareness and situational logic.
With 9 seconds left, okay. Well, I got to ask you this before you started. Is the team taking the ball out of half court?
This is your strategy. The term. You are up by 3 with 9 seconds left. The other team has the ball. Do you foul or defend? And under what condition do you change the strategy?
I'll foul. I'll foul immediately. Let them not to allow the other team to get any threes off. So I foul them immediately. But for whatever reason, when we get fouled and we miss the free throw, if we was to miss the free throw, I would instantly have to change the defensive strategy. We'll have to play. We had to make sure we play a good defensive possession. But just to
hold on. You said, but if we missed a free throw,
we'll have to play lockdown defense.
Coach, Coach Herm on the mic.
Hold on 1 second, West Coast. So, convoluted answer, but we'll rock with it. Okay, so next question for you, Hearn. You're defending a sideline out of bounds play with 4.1 seconds left, up 2. The other team needs a 3 to win. Where do you position your defenders, and how do you avoid giving up a clean look? Sideline out of bounds play with 4.1 seconds left, up 2. The other team needs a 3 to win. Where do you position your defenders, and how do you avoid giving up a clean look? 10 seconds. Think floor spacing. Where's Herm at, y'all? Is Herm with us?
No, he dropped off for some reason. He left bad connection.
Yeah, I think his connection took a little bit.
He's having trouble switching between ChatGPT and trying to look up an answer in StreamYard. StreamYard will kick you off when you switch off.
Googling Herm. That's your new nickname.
I gotta put that in here. Hold on. Herm was kicked out the live.
Yeah, my bad, y'all. I'm at work too, though, so my bad. My bad for that.
Okay, do you want the question again?
Yeah, I don't know what question I was on, because did you complete that one when we talked about?
Yeah, we completed the other one before.
Okay, cool.
Nah, so we completed that one. The next question is, you're defending a sideline out of bounds play with 4.1 seconds left, up 2 points. The other team needs a 3 to win. Where do you position your defenders, and how do you avoid giving up a clean look? 10 seconds.
I play deny ball. The person that's guarding the inbound passer, I basically have them freelance to stop the shooters that probably go run around the curls, to get a good look. So we stopping all we stopping any chance for the team to get a good 3-point look. If anything, if they do get a bucket, it had to be a 2. But we most definitely denying any chance of the offense getting the 3-point shot off. So we basically gonna emphasize chasing anybody off the 3-point line. It's supposed to be 2 sentences. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, we got to stop there because it's supposed to be
Yeah.
10 seconds. But I think it got your point. And we'll come back and revisit these later. Your last question, Herm. What is a Spain pick and roll, and how is it different from a traditional pick and roll? 2 sentences. Be specific.
this dirty nigga, man.
Hey, I believe in you, Herm. I believe in you, bro.
Herb, 10 time is ticking, Herb.
Time is ticking. All right. Spain pick and roll and have a difference. Okay. I know I'm not really familiar with the Spain pick and roll, but the Spain pick and roll, I'm just gonna guess it's gonna be with a hybrid big. Most likely they can stretch the floor. That is a threat. That is also a threat on the outside as well. So you go most likely use your versatile big to set the screen for your elite ball handler.
Hold on. Can you start over? Hold on, Herb. I will give you 10 seconds to get this off. I want you to start over. It says, what is a Spain pick and roll, and how's it different from a traditional pick and roll? You got 10 seconds.
I guess the ideal of the Spain pick and roll, you kind of see it with what the Denver Nuggets do with Nikola Jokic at times. You got a big send the ball screen. Then you got the shooter normally sets the back screen. And that screener, I guess that high big screener rolls to the basket, and it frees up the roll. And I think it frees up the shooter that's setting that back screen to create confusion, and it typically gives either a possible mismatch or it gives an open 3. That's my understanding of the Spain pick and roll. I could mix up some things, but that's my understanding.
Oh, okay. So we'll just rock with that answer right there. All right.
Does anyone know what a Spain pick and roll is on the panel?
I do. I do. I love it. Okay. That's my favorite action.
Okay.
Oh, that Spanish pick and roll is, and I'm gonna tell you now that the test is over. Now that the test is over, I'm gonna tell you 2 P's.
Mm-hmm.
The reason why, so my main offense is called 4 corners, where we primarily attack from the corners towards the middle. But what started happening was teams would start doubling my point guard. He's a smaller point guard. So I said, fuck that.
So they blitzing him.
So they were blitzing, but they were able to use the sideline as an extra defender. So I said, you know what? Nah, we about to hit this Spanish pick and roll from the top of the key. And I was like, good luck trapping that shit from the top of the key.
You sent in the second pick.
Oh, and so he drives, and now they get the confusion happens now because you got a shooter popping.
Yeah,
and
you don't
you
know
got
who to
the
switch
roller
to.
rolling. And
Yeah,
you still got 2 shooters on it. Oh, bro.
Yeah.
Bro, we ran that shit, bro. We ran the Spanish because the team that was doubling our guard because they kept blitzing them. When we started running that, bro, I'm talking about it started looking like we was playing against an 8th grade team. We was having our way once we hit them with that action, and we just spammed it.
Yeah, I see it because it's like, how do you stop it?
Can't stop it. You can't trap the top of the key. Ain't no trapping that top of the key. I said, go if you have a nice guard that can handle the ball, go try to trap him at the top of the key and see what happens.
Now that back screen with the shooter, that's what really make the Spanish pick and roll.
But hold on, Herm. Let's get to Herm's evaluation. All right. Okay. So hold on. Let's go to Herm's score. So Herm, right here, it says Herm, your strategic logic 19 out of 10. Good job. Working memory, 19 out of 25. Working memory 10 out of 25. Mathematical reasoning 15 out of 25. Spatial reasoning 12 out of 25. And verbal comprehension 16 out of 25. It says you scored 72 out of 125. It says your basketball IQ is at a 90, which is below average, which is 100. And it says you are a Kobe stan, a mild Kobe stan. You understand concepts, but you struggle with clarity and in-game sequencing. This is Herm showed good instinct on spacing, roster needs, and advanced sets, but lack timing, precision, and clarity. Appears to think in broad basketball themes, but not full possession scenarios. Verbal expression lag prevents him from scoring higher, even when logic is present. With film study and rep work, Herm could elevate to a mid-tier LeBron sexual range. But right now, he sits in the emotionally aware, technically raw zone. And that's where you are, man. You're a Kobe stan, a mild Kobe stan with a below average basketball IQ. Are you a Kobe stan? I would agree. Does anybody disagree with that? I would call Herm a Kobe stan.
Yes. Well, I think it's cap. I think I got low ball on a few categories, but it's okay.
What category? Hold on. We can go to your round by round answers. Which one?
Because
you scored the lowest in working memory and spatial reasoning. You want us to go to question 2 and 4?
Yeah, question 2. I was right about the iconic moment. I just forgot what led to it. Hell, I was in
that's the thing. That's memory recall. See, everybody remembers the moment, just like a lot of people remember Ray Allen's shot, but most people don't remember that quarter that led up to Ray Allen's shot, because they say Ray Allen saved LeBron's career. But if you actually remember the quarter that led up to the shot, will you say the same thing?
Yeah, that's where the narratives come from.
That's why memory recall is important, Brian. That's why it's important. But that's all.
Don't feel bad, Herm. Basketball memory messed me up.
Yeah, that's a tough one. I ain't gonna lie. That's a tough one. Go James Kingdom.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Now hold on. Now go James Kingdom. Now the problem is, there's a lot riding on the line if you take this test, and if you fail,
I'm about to be a LeBron sexual. What you mean? I'm about to be the LeBron sexual.
I bet you get the highest score.
The highest standard is a student of the game.
I just know the GOAT debate. I don't know basketball. I just know LeBron and Jordan.
You got to remember though, Go James Kingdom is this.
Mm-hmm. And that's
because
why
you're a LeBron fan, they're going to evaluate like LeBron. They're going to expect you to get 125 out of 125, no matter what the questions are, no matter how difficult it is. They're going to expect perfection. That's how they do LeBron. They expect if you don't get very high score,
10-0. I'm ready. 10-0. Let's go 10-0. I'm not gonna go 4-6. Let's go.
Uh-oh.
Exactly.
I ain't LeBron. I don't go 4-6.
My fault. I'm choking. My fault.
Well, Jay's Kingdom. Just be brushed up on the history, man, because that's what got me,
bro. But the problem is you don't know what they're gonna talk about.
Yeah,
you don't know. You gotta, listen, you got to be honest too. You just got to be honest.
Hey Johnny, you about to expose ChatGPT, bro? Get it.
Hold on, let's go.
Okay, what's the first question?
Okay. Question number. Hold on. For you, I gotta get this music started.
Oh, they gave me a 2013.
Okay, so go James Kingdom. Coaching the 2013 Spurs in Game 6 of the NBA Finals. You're up 3-2 in the series, leading late in the fourth quarter, and LeBron James is heating up. What defensive and substitution adjustment do you make in the final 90 seconds to close out the game and prevent a meltdown? Think matchups, rebounding, and execution.
Okay, first thing I'm doing for sure is I'm making sure Kawhi Leonard's on the floor. He's guarding LeBron. And he's fighting over every screen. That's the number one thing. We're going to have to take Tim Duncan off the floor if Chris Bosh is on the floor.
Hold on, you said floor, guarding LeBron. Okay, you got to make quiet. Okay, guarding LeBron, and what else?
Yes, and if Bosh is on the floor as the center, we need to take Tim Duncan off the floor, bring in Boris D out. You're also going to have to, I don't even know who they're on their roster is, but
you got to clean it up now. We got to move on.
Yeah, the strategy is to definitely keep Kawhi Leonard on LeBron James, and you guys have to crash the boards because we don't have any big men, so we have to crash the boards.
Okay, that's your answer. We'll move on to the next.
Oh man.
Okay, so question number 2.
Mm-hmm.
Game 7 of the 2016 finals. Name the 3 most critical plays in the final 2 minutes that swung the game for Cleveland. 10 seconds, and you must get the sequence right.
Okay, the LeBron James block off of a Kyrie Irving turnover. So that was very crucial. That was the number one crucial play.
Block off of Kyrie turnover. Okay.
Okay. LeBron James calling the play for Kyrie Irving to get the switch on Stephen Curry so that he can take that shot on the wing for the 3-pointer.
Okay.
And then LeBron James icing the game by hitting the free throw at the end of the game to give the Cavaliers a 4-point lead, which really put the Warriors out of it.
Hold on, icing the game with free throws?
Yeah, with free throws, with a free throw to put it up by 4.
Okay. All right. Okay. All right, that's your answer. We'll go to the next question. Okay. Question 3. You're up 5 points with 42 seconds left and the possession.
Mm-hmm.
The other team has 1 timeout left. Walk through your ideal time and score management strategy from inbound to buzzer. Include clock use, shot selection, and foul strategy. You're up 5 points with 42 seconds left and the possession. The other team has 1 timeout left. Walk through your ideal time score management strategy.
Okay, so they're going to be playing full court press to force us to play faster. So we're going to make sure we have the best ball handler on the floor so that he can get the ball up the floor. We're also going to make sure we can space the floor with some shooters, right? And then we're gonna rotate the ball as much as we can to keep the clock going down and try to get a shot off, a very good shot.
So you said, hold on, you space the floor with, you said you would use the best ball handlers and space the floor with shooters. Okay.
Okay. And rotate the ball. So go from one side to the next. We're trying to get clock movement. So we're going to move with the ball. Because I'm quite sure they're going to be pressing and double teaming. And then
we're gonna have to cap your answer there. We got to cap your answer there because it was 15 seconds. So we got to cap.
Yeah, I know because it asked for a lot, Lamont. Because that's a lot can happen.
It did.
Go ahead.
It did.
Yeah.
I gotta limit it. I'm not trying to.
Yeah, no problem.
Make anybody feel like I'm giving you extra time.
It's okay. Don't worry. Scroll down. Don't show how great my score was.
Hold on. Okay, so the next question. This question 4. In the 2020 bubble, you're Miami trying to slow down LeBron James without fouling. You can't double due to AD lurking off ball. How do you defend LeBron in the half court? And what help principles do you apply to limit paint penetration without collapsing your defense? Think switches, low man help, and closeouts. You got 10 seconds.
Yes, you put not Jamal Crawford. I know you put Crawford. I think that's his name. If I'm getting the name correct, we had him Crawford. The small forward, long length, good defender, very strong. He's going to play LeBron James, meet him half court, on ball pressure all the way through. You're going to have Jimmy Butler playing on the either whatever elbow as the help defender with Bam playing off of Anthony Davis, wherever Anthony Davis is. I don't know where he's at, but wherever Anthony Davis is, Bam has to play off of him to protect the paint. So we're going to use Jimmy to protect the free throw line, Bam to protect the paint, and we're going to have Crawford. I think that's his name. I don't know if I'm saying his name correctly right now. I can't believe I can't say his name. But the dude with the dreads.
You said put Crawford on LeBron to pressure the ball.
Yes.
Butler is a help defender with Bam. Bam shaded towards AD. And then what was the last thing?
And make sure on-ball pressure on LeBron, half court on-ball pressure on the ball.
No, I got that already. You said
okay, yeah. No, yeah. AD, Bam has to play the protect the rim. He has to be the guy that protects the he's the help for for Butler. His Butler's help, just in case Butler has to rotate. There it is, Jay Crowder. That's his name. I said his name, Jay Crowder. Crowder. That's what it was.
I mean, I can't change it. I got it.
I know. I messed it up, but shout out to the chat.
That's fine. That's fine.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Okay, we getting good here.
Last question. Question. Define what a drop defender must do in today's NBA to avoid being targeted in pick and roll coverage. That's a crazy question to ask. Go James Keenum.
That's a hard question to ask too, because you're basically asking the center to protect the paint. And once you do that, if a team wants to go downhill on you, that's what they're going to do on you. So what you must do in today's NBA as a drop defender is you must protect the passing lanes. You cannot allow the defender to come around that screen, go downhill, and then have avenues to pass the ball. So you must force that defender to just dribble out of the paint. He's going to dribble in and dribble out because there's no passing lane. There's no way to get to the basket. That's the best way to protect the drop coverage in today's NBA.
Okay, so it says you're asking the center to protect the paint, but what you must do is protect the passing lanes and not allow players to get downhill, correct?
Yes, and force them to dribble out. Exactly.
Force them to dribble out.
Yes.
Okay. You cool? Okay. So I'm gonna submit that answer and we'll see what we got. This is the end of your basketball IQ test. And let's see what we got with Go James Keenum. And if you want to go back and review an answer, right, we'll go back and review an answer later.
I just saw a lot of X's. That's all. That's nervousness.
Okay. Strategic logic, 23 of 25.
Ooh.
Working memory, 24 of 25. Mathematical reasoning, 20 of 25. Spatial reasoning, 22 of 25. And verbal comprehension, 24 of 25, giving you a total of 113 of 125 points. Your basketball IQ is 127, top tier, near flawless, strategic processor, classification, student of the game, thinks like a coach, recalls like a historian, debates like a tactician. It says Go James Keenum sees the game through multi-positional lens, thinks 3 plays ahead with possession-based logic and historical context, verbal clarity, is coaching video ready, minor grammatical slips and slight structure overlaps were the only deductions, and they were probably talking about the Crowder mishap when you said Crawford. And
I appreciate it.
There you go, right there. The first person that is a student of the game, man, with the basketball IQ test, man.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Boy, they're gonna say I rigged this shit so bad, man. They're gonna say I rigged it and everything, man.
I'll ask you, motherfucking boy. I gotta get my food before it burns, Lamar. I've been cooking over here, but not only was I cooking just now, but I'm really legitimately cooking.
Oh man,
obviously it's rigged. Like I already knew he was gonna get the highest
because he knows basketball. Like, how do you rig your answers for those questions?
He know basketball. You know the fans.
So what's the difference from our answers and his answer?
Oh no, that was different. I ain't gonna lie.
Our answer with his opinion.
Well, you know what saved me, even though the memory part, because I believe the memory part graded me because of what the
matchups versus LeBron.
Yeah, but I know the stuff about LeBron. That's what I'm saying. So
that's the thing is the main. Hold on, the main thing is that you have to know the weaknesses of your favorite player to coach against them. It didn't ask you about LeBron. It was asking you about how to stop LeBron. And then even in the drop question, the drop coverage question, it was funny that they asked you about drop coverage because earlier in this year we were talking about AD so much in drop coverage. And you were telling me about how you had to kind of go research stuff about drop coverage. And like you don't get that drop coverage question right if you don't go through all that studying of Anthony Davis and how drop coverage was bad for the Lakers. That's called studying the game. Like I never saw that. Like the drop coverage, that's like Spanish pick and roll. I was surprised that Herm didn't know it with so many teams running Spanish pick and roll. You know, and Herm kind of mismatched that one up. But I didn't know it until I needed to go find the solution for my goddamn point guard getting trapped all the goddamn time in the corners. And so I had to go find it. So it all comes from research, man.
One of the questions was what was a critical moment in the 2016 finals. Why you ain't say Kyrie shot?
I did.
He did say that.
No, he said Kyrie
Bro,
shot.
I have his answer right here. You pull it up. He literally said
I did say Kyrie shot.
He said LeBron. He said LeBron. He said LeBron called the play for Kyrie to get the ball.
Look, you can't word it. LeBron called the play. Kyrie hit the shot. You got to get.
That's how he worded it. If it was wrong, they would have graded him on that. That's what I can only type in what he said. They gave him a really high score in that category. So
don't let me go get the film. Don't let me go get the film showing that they said that LeBron was like, yeah, go to Kyrie.
I know he called it for him, but if he the GOAT, why he ain't closed it? That's the point. He started to close for him. You said in 2011
that's what GOATs do. That's what the GOATs do. GOATs do that.
And he was the favorites.
That's how GOATs do it. If he wanted to be like you, he would have lost. That's why you're a loser. He's a winner.
2011, they was the favorites. You can't keep saying they ain't had no help.
Hold on. CJ.
Being a favorite doesn't mean you have help, CJ. That doesn't mean you have help.
Hold on, but CJ, you're a mild Kobe stan with a very low basketball IQ addressing a student of the game with a high basketball IQ.
But that's the reason why you give him the highest score. So when we debate and you can go back to chat GPS, like, look, he got the highest.
I'm just saying, like you're talking to your elder debaters.
He took away your crutch. He took away your what you're gonna use at the end when you get exposed. So that's just a LeBron sexual. He don't know basketball. You can't say that no more. So now you stuck. You got to actually talk basketball. Actually, which we all know you can't. It's proven you can't.
He lost 6 times. I don't know, like he lost 6 times.
So 6 times is fine. There's nothing wrong with losing in the finals. 6
losses in the finals fine. Come on, man.
It's better than losing before the finals.
No, the championship game mean the most. So I'm saying he got there and lost 6 times.
Means the most. So if it means the most, getting there should also mean something as well. If you can't get there to the most important thing, what does that say?
Mean the most, you gotta come out with the better result. You gotta win.
Again, hold
on, CJ. Hold on, CJ.
Getting to the championship game should mean just as much.
CJ. So you telling me if I call up one of my players, right? Because I'm not gonna lie, the first national championship game we got to, we lost. Primarily because of me. I choked it up. I made some bad moves. But you telling me if I call up any one of my players, he might answer, and I can ask him, would you have rather lost in the first round to Columbia State, or would you, if you could go back and do it all over again, would you rather lose in the championship game versus Air Force? No, we lost to Wisconsin. What do you think my player's gonna say if I call him up, CJ, and ask him what round would he like? Probably you don't prefer the loss.
Exactly.
Hold on, let me call him and see. I got
the answer right there.
So you saying he would rather lose in the first round?
No, you rather not lose.
Hold on. I'm gonna call Dave up. Dave will answer. Dave's my point guard. Hold on. Let's see. We're gonna call up live, and we're gonna see what he would prefer. All right, here we go. Right here. He's probably gonna answer. He always answers when I call. Oh, shoot. Here it is right here.
Kid justify losing, man.
Hey, I'm going to call you right back.
Hold on. Answer a question for me real quick. What's
up?
I'm on the live stream, all right?
All right, what's up?
Dave, remember we made the national championship game versus Wisconsin your first year, right?
Yeah.
If you could go back and do it all over again, would you rather lose in the first round, or would you rather still get to the national championship game?
I'd rather get to the national championship game.
Okay, that's all I want to know.
Yeah.
Exactly. That's what winners say. All right, I'm gonna hit you back.
All
right. Yep.
All right, bye.
Yeah, wait, Lamar.
Ain't nobody trying to lose in the first round, man. Where y'all get this losing mentality from, man?
Lamar, I got Michael Jordan clearly saying that he would rather go further than lose in the Eastern Conference Finals. I mean, we got him clearly saying that.
Where do y'all find this losing mentality where y'all would rather lose in the first round? Bro, you really think he was gonna say, "Yeah, coach, I'd rather lose in the first round. Fuck that, get to the championship." What? Man, you must be smoking crack. Man, getting to the championship is way better than losing in the first round. Bro. Hell no, bro. Hell no. I call up another player.
So what you got to say about them 6 losses again there, CJ?
Hold on. I could call up a player that was at Purdue University. Let me call up Penny real quick. He played at Purdue University. Watch this. Penny's not going to be biased. And he's a state champion in high school. His dad's okay, he's not available right now. Damn. I could call up any player, man. Ain't nobody in their right mind going to say lose in the first round. What Hooper say, I want to lose in the first round? Nobody says that. We can call up anybody.
The biggest game.
What?
I'm talking about the biggest game, the championship game.
Hold on, watch this.
Again, if it's that important, making it should be important as well.
He might not answer. Elliot never answers. Yeah, he ain't gonna answer. He'll probably call me back. But yeah, y'all won't never find a real hooper say they want to lose in the first round. Everybody would rather be in the championship game, win, lose, or draw. Because getting there means something.
They had a debate about it on Girl Arena.
Bro, I'm gonna tell you right now, bro.
So
NBA basketball, bro, ain't nobody trying to lose early, bro. Ain't nobody trying to lose early, especially in the NBA when you get, especially even if you're a bench player, it's all types of bonuses you get just for going deep in the playoffs. So you saying, I won't pass up on these millions of dollars in bonus money just to lose earlier. Even at the NBA level, the majority of players say go further, even if it's just for monetary reasons. They just gonna want to go further. Come on, man, bro. Ain't no winner.
Judah.
No winner. Judah's a loser. That's why Judah says that.
It's 96 Sonnets, bro.
He says we don't care about Judah. You don't care about people who don't care about this stuff, Judah, are people that have never won nothing in their entire life. You don't care about it, Judah, because you've never in your life made it to the finals or championship of anything. You don't know the feeling. You don't know the feeling of getting there. You don't know the rush that goes through your body. You don't know that feeling. You've never been in that moment. Anybody that's been on the basketball court in a high leverage moment like that knows exactly what I'm talking about and why they wouldn't lose in the first round. There is a level of shame that you feel of losing in the first round. It's shame involved in that. Nobody wants to. You can come back if you can cut. Like when we came back to GCU and we lost in the national championship game, it felt shitty. But everybody was saying, "Hell of a run, congrats, man, hell of a season." Would they be saying that shit if we lost in the first goddamn round? Ain't no
Hell
run.
no.
Ain't no
Hell
hell of a
no.
run.
Hell no.
Ain't none of that. You lose in the first round. Well, this is what they say. Well, you get them back next year, man. You'll get them next year. They ain't saying no hell of a run, no complimentary shit, nothing like that, man.
But if you lose in the first round, that means you're not good enough to get there. But if you're good enough to get there,
exactly. That means you ain't good enough.
If you're good enough to get there, you're good enough to win. So obviously, if you lose in the first round,
so you get praised for getting there because we all know if you get there,
no, you gotta win it because the Bills and Jerry West they don't get praised.
The problem with your logic, CJ, is that.
CJ, hold on, wait, Lamont. I want to ask him this: how is Jerry West not praised when he was the NBA logo before winning a championship and he had lost 6 finals prior to that?
I'm talking about in the rankings, like right now, he never be in.
What
top
ranking?
10.
What better ranking than to make you the logo of the NBA? What better ranking is that? If Kobe was the logo of wait, CJ, if the NBA made Kobe the logo and said he was 11th, how would you feel about the logo then? Would you say that's preposterous, or you would say how can somebody be the logo of the NBA and be 11th? So how is he the logo of the league and not ranked high at all? I'm talking about Jerry West here.
I'm saying
his name is
my whole
logo. His name is the logo. His other nickname is
so much. That's why he ain't ranked higher.
No, he's what you mean? He's ranked 15th. The only reason he's not ranked higher is because there's other players came behind him that just were better than him. That's it.
Down. That's it.
Yeah.
Like Kobe, like Durant, like Olajuwon. When you only get bumped down because other great players. See, the fact that great players get bumped down tells you that you're in a great league. Because that means you have other aspiring talent coming along, outpacing your old greats. That's what you want. You don't want to be a part of a league where the greats of the 60s are still at the top of the monument in 2025. That tells you your league is hot garbage, hot trash.
Lamont, you know that there's a top 25 team, right? The NBA has a 25 anniversary team. You know that, right? And
I didn't know that. The only one I remember is the top 50. I think I was little.
There is an NBA top 25 team. They did it in the 70s. Jerry West is on that team. When Jerry West retired in 1974, where do you think he was ranked, CJ, all time?
You said when he retired in 1974 from when?
He played from 1960 to 1974. Where do you think he was ranked at the end of his career when he left the NBA in 1974? What ranking you think he was? Top 5, top 10? He's top 15 now. What do you think he was then?
I think he was probably top 5.
Probably top 5.
So that's not praising somebody who was 1-7 in the finals?
I thought he was 1-7. I thought he was 1-9. He wasn't 1-7.
No, he's 1-7 in the finals. He went to the finals.
How do you? How do you get the name? See, the thing is, you know how they don't care about that stuff is because he still had the nickname what? Mr. Clutch.
Mr. Clutch.
So he got the nickname Mr. Clutch, and even with all those finals losses, that's how you know they respected him as an individual player, and there was an understanding that maybe the teams he was going up against were maybe slightly better, and there's context that need to be applied there. Because as I said yesterday, this concept of choking in the NBA is very, very low-level basketball talk. When you say somebody choked, it's basically you saying, I don't know what the other team did to stop them. I don't know how to read defenses. Because great players don't just start missing shots or unable to do what they normally do because the other team is trash and they just start missing shots. Just blow a layup here or there. Great defenses typically give great players headaches. But y'all don't never want to give great defenses credit. Y'all would much rather say LeBron choked. Because in y'all eyes, Dallas was weak as hell. LeBron is good as hell. And there's no way he should have just been missing shots against that weak defense. Because you can't have both of them at the same time. So that's all. I just like giving Dallas credit.
Dan Lamont, I should have failed the test. That way it would have been more hype to talk.
FYF, off subject. You know we're gonna be out there this year.
What you mean?
GCU is went to the Mountain West.
So y'all gonna be coming? Oh, so we gonna have to tap in. I'll be at that game then. Oh, for sure.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, we definitely got to tap in, man. I can get you courtside then.
Oh,
your son might be able to get you that with team tickets.
Nah, hell no, man. They don't do the away team like that, man.
Hit me up, man. We gonna definitely be courtside there. I got you. Yes, I forgot about that.
Yeah.
I might not be cheering for your team, but you know.
Oh no, that's fine. That's fine. Hey, man, that's fine.
Have you been to a game at GCU?
You know what? I have not. We took a visit.
You know it's crazy in there, right? You know it's crazy.
Oh yeah. Oh, I'm gonna be acting a fool, man.
Yeah, I mean, I'm talking about the student section put on a show the whole game. Sometimes people come to the game just to watch the student section. That's how crazy.
Yeah. I went to a Midnight Madness, and it was rowdy at the Midnight Madness, and I know some people that went there like last year that played for them. So
Yeah.
I've heard, but I've never physically been
It's
there.
different when you go there for
covering
the
a
first
game.
time.
Oh man, yeah, I'm gonna be hyped, man. But I wanted to tell you that we
Oh
out
yeah,
there.
we definitely gonna wipe y'all down, but yeah, we gonna make sure you.
Oh no.
We gonna wipe.
No, that ain't happening, man. That ain't. Come on, man.
This year, I don't know what their team is going to be like this year because they got a lot of transfers. It's almost a 100% new team. And I've been saying for years, I said Bryce Drew has been playing with fire. Because when you keep revamping your team with transfers, it's only a matter of time before the shit hits the fan and blows up in your face because you don't have no chemistry. And last year he was able to get away with it because he had some holdovers. But he literally lost everybody this year. And this is a completely new team, and I've never seen him coach from scratch like this. And so this is really going to be a testament to how good of a coach he is because you don't have them NBA guys there to get him power and boost the games. You know, when you got an NBA guy on your team, that shit.
Who's the NBA guy last year?
Old boy that transferred to Gonzaga.
No, I would
yeah,
have said
two of them actually.
I would have said 2 years ago.
Hold on.
He was an NBA guy, but I saw him last year. I know who you're talking about. You're talking about the dude with the hyphenated last name. He went to Kansas first.
Yeah, I don't know how to forget his name. You got Ray Harrison. Ray Harrison's an NBA guy.
No, I'm not talking about Ray Harris. We're talking about the one at Gonzaga. The
other one. And the other one was
6'6" guy.
Yeah, I'm gonna tell you, Grant Foster.
Tylen Grant Foster. Ty and Grant Foster.
And I think Colin Moore is like a two-way guy. Okay, Colin Moore, but I think he's like fringe NBA.
I don't think that Ty and Grant Foster's an NBA guy after seeing him last year. I would have said that 2 years ago.
Yeah, but see, that's why I said he should have dipped. But but it is what it is. But no, I'll definitely tap in with you when you get out here. But go James Keenum, man. Hold on, what happened to the Kobe fans? How did the Kobe fans all of a sudden get all quiet? Because y'all got low IQ scores. I've heard nothing.
Because y'all gonna keep arguing why Kobe not top 5. Bring up everything.
Y'all don't have a good argument. This is my thing.
I go off a game and eye test. Kobe dominated his era, and Kobe did. That's crazy how everybody just dismiss him.
If you go off eye test,
and y'all not even debating
for him to be top 5. While Kobe Bryant is top 10 based off your eye test, and make it make logical sense.
You said say what? Repeat that.
You could have made a good comparison.
Top 10.
You could have made a good comparison with Kobe and Kareem.
Hold on one second, Herb. Let's go CJ.
You said why is Kobe top 10?
Yeah, tell the people why Kobe is top 10. Why should we elevate him over the Shaqs and the Currys and the Kareems and the Bill Russells and the Wilt Chamberlains, all these other greats that are ahead of him based on your eye test? What did you see with your eye test, for example, with Wilt? Whatever you saw that Kobe was able to outdo. When you watch Kareem play, what did your eye test tell you about Kareem versus Kobe? When you saw the eye test, what did your eye test tell you about these other greats versus Kobe?
He elevated his teammates. They had better teammates than Kobe. That's what I'm trying to tell you. And the last,
I can't remember any of Wilt's teammates. Who are you talking about?
How you? Then he played with Jerry West and them.
Like who? I mean, Jerry West. That's it. That's all he had.
And then he played with Elgin Baylor. So he played with great players.
He played with great players. Kobe played with great players.
He played with one great player in their prime. You can't bring up Karl Malone and them. They was outside their prime. Now, if he played with Karl Malone and them, like when Karl Malone was.
Hold on, but the last time I checked, who did Wilt Chamberlain outside of Kobe is the only one that played with a player that's ranked in the top 10. That's Shaq. Who did Wilt play with that's ranked in the top 10?
No, but that's what I'm saying. He did something without Shaq. He got his playoff numbers better than Shaq. He did more than Shaq. His resume better than Shaq's.
Okay. So Kobe's resume is better than Shaq. Talk to us about it.
Wait. Now resumes matter, not the eye test.
Yeah, I mean, you can't talk resume because remember the resume don't do Kobe justice with the entire top 10 because He got too many people to battle with Résumé. You have to.
That's
You
what I'm
said
saying. If you battle all these different people against Kobe, you had to make different arguments and stuff. So it's like I'm staying on.
No. It's one criteria. The one criteria you should your eye test.
Eye test. There's no criteria. It's eye test.
Okay, so
tell
us how your eye test.
All right, I'm gonna tell you this. He don't got no weaknesses in this game.
Okay, what weakness do Will have?
What you mean he can't shooting?
Do you watch Will play? Are you sure?
Hey, bro, Wilt had a great mid-range game, bro.
You can say shooting, defense, like it's weaknesses. I don't think Kobe got weakness in his game.
Okay,
LeBron he can't hit free throws. He can't really
easily argue having weakness.
Defense, bro.
Hey, Lamont, it's
come on, y'all. We gotta stop talking about the '60s and like the '60s. Like, come on, y'all. That's
we can't talk about Will because
they wasn't.
Can we stop talking about the '90s, student? Can we just stop the whole 1900s? Can we eliminate the whole 1900s? Let's eliminate the whole 1900s.
Basketball from the '80s to now.
So CJ, that means
Lamont, he has a bad mic, man. His mic is bad. He's in the wind.
Yeah, your mic is messed up, CJ. So CJ, that means we can't rank Wilt at all, according to your eye test.
I think we should just rank players in the top is from the '80s to now. Out of respect, you could put them where y'all want to, but y'all gotta understand.
So to rank Kobe Bryant, we have to eliminate all the players from the '70s and '60s just to give them a fighting chance.
No, not only Kobe. I'm talking about for a lot of people. Not only just for Kobe.
Okay, all right. So what decade do we take away? What decade do we
not a top 5 player?
CJ, what decade do we start taking the 80s and 90s players out? So if it's 2050,
hold on, CJ, you got to echo. Every time we talk, it comes through as like
he's outside. He has wind. I want to know. All right, when does the cutoff happen?
It happens when we talk. It's like an echo of us, but it's just muffled.
Oh yeah, I want to know what happens. I want to know what happens when we get to like 2050. Do we still count the 80s and the 90s then, or do they get eliminated like the 60s was in the 70s?
But if you look at the game from the '60s and stuff like that, you can see the difference.
If you look at the game at the 90s, you can see the difference. Matter of fact, you look at the game at the 2000s, you can see the difference.
Okay, so what disqualifies the 60s and 70s other than your feelings?
We shouldn't have to explain why Kobe this and that. His game did it. He got game tape out there.
You shouldn't have to explain it.
Look at the game.
Special ed.
So it's just Kobe's game film is why he ranks in the top 5.
Yeah, tape never lie.
Okay, so you're saying there's no film on Wilt that you can watch? There's film on Wilt you can watch.
No, they great. I'm not saying so, but I'm saying you look at Kobe tape and game, you gonna put him in the top 5. Personally, I think he's second.
Okay, so he's second. Hold on. So
the reason why people don't like him being second because LeBron.
Hold on. LeBron, I'm asking you this. No, if you have Kobe second just based on talent, isn't he more talented than Jordan?
But you gotta respect undefeated in the finals. That's why.
That's an accolade.
I'm telling you.
You only do
he got 10 scoring titles.
Hold on, CJ, and you got a muffled mic. Hold on. First of all, we can't use resume and accolades and stats because you just said it's about eye test. None of that stuff typically favors Kobe. I said if you got Kobe number 2 all time and it's about eye test and talent, Kobe is a more talented basketball player when it just comes to talent than Michael Jordan. How is he not number 1? Because if it's just about talent, you have to bump him over Jordan.
Because Jordan undefeated in the finals, he got 10 scoring.
That doesn't mean nothing.
No,
that's an accolade.
Wait, you can't go. Where do you got KD ranked all time if you just go off of talent and eye test?
KD. I feel this is what you
gotta realize you kind of had an uphill battle.
Not that great to me.
You kind of had an uphill battle.
I gotta mute CJ. Yes, CJ, I gotta mute you. Your mic is too bad. Go ahead.
He's outside.
No, it's his mic's been bad the whole time. It's something where it's echoing. Every time we talk, it's coming back through, and it just sounds like a nasty like reverb.
I don't know what's wrong.
See, just CJ, just hop out and come back in. Maybe that'll fix it. Herm, go ahead and cook.
I got a little noise, but I don't think it's worse than CJ's. But
Nah, you good. You good. Your voice is low. I'm gonna turn your volume.
Yeah, but I was gonna say with CJ, the thing when Lamont brought up the Kobe and Kareem thing, you can't go with the resume. That's gonna be hard to beat. Most people can't beat Kareem's resume. But what can you do? You can compare the circumstances. They similar in a lot of ways that a lot of people don't realize. They both had to play second fiddle, kind of had to play the background because for the most part, Magic was the better player between the two most of that time together. And the same thing with Shaq and Kobe. And the only separator you can have, when Kareem did with the Milwaukee, he easily had another top 15 player of all time, and a lot of people eyes Oscar Robertson at his disposal as well. Even though he was the alpha, but Oscar Robertson was there. But when Kobe did win his titles without Shaq, he didn't have that type of caliber player with him. So you kind of got to argue it based on that type of thing and talk about Kobe Bryant's skill, this offensive arsenal, and things of that nature. But it's still a tough argument because Kareem is Kareem. Kareem actually get downplayed because of his religion. A lot of people don't like to emphasize on that, but that's why Kareem took a hit, really, because of his religion. But if you go with the accolades and resume, you really go lose. So you kind of got to base it on Kobe's skill level, what he did on the court, how he brought it on the court, and you got to bring up slick ass scenarios like that to have a chance. But
Now,
even
Herm,
then, that's hard though.
Now here's where you get in trouble, Herm. If you like, for Kareem is just one of Kobe's problems. But if you basically say, look, we got to dock Kareem because he was a 1B. Kobe just did the 1B a little bit better, if you want to argue it that way. But I think once you even start arguing the sidekick or the 1B narrative, what you do is you make being a 1B at all a diminisher. So if being a 1B hurts Kareem, then how is any guy in the top 10 who's never been a 1B, they're instantly over Kobe because they were never a 1B.
Nah, but here's the thing though. Like a guy like Stephen Curry, he's been a 1B. He was a 1B.
Okay, so drop all I'm saying, Herm, is
then
then drop all the 1Bs, but you would then have to elevate all of the players that were always 1As over anybody that's been a 1B. Like the thing is, once you start to knock guys down for being a 1B, you got to start giving more credit to all the guys that played their entire career as a 1A. So you're going to elevate Hakeem Olajuwon. So he's going to now shoot up over Kobe because he was never a 1B. So you're going to start elevating guys, right? You're going to have to start bumping guys up.
But here's the unique thing about the basketball history, though. Most of the all-time greats that you could think of, for the most part, was 1B at some part of their career, though. For the most part. There's only a handful that never was a 1B. Like Wilt Chamberlain, you could say that he was a 1B when they won that title as a Laker. He was a 1B to Jerry West. That was Jerry West's team.
Yeah, but see, this is where it gets nasty because now you start finding who a 1B is. Because you guys are just labeling 1A and 1B based off who scored the most points, not based off what the coach said was a 1A or 1B. Like Bill Russell was always the 1A, but he didn't score the most points. So then we have to try to figure out, okay, what's a 1A and 1B? Is it who scores the most points, or is it the role that the coach gives you, who you run the offense through? So then we have to argue that one. Or we can just go off your resume. Or we could just go off what we typically use to measure how great you are. Your resume, your stats, your accolades versus his stats and his accolades.
But I think Kobe got a better resume than Curry, though. I think that's more of an argument than when you try to stack it with Kareem. I think his
you
resume,
can argue that.
I think his resume is close to Tim Duncan's. I think that's a more comparable argument than putting it against a guy that probably got the best basketball resume of all time. and Kareem.
Yeah, but so if you're just that means if you're saying that Kobe has a better resume than Curry, typically people when they say that, you're just basically saying he has more volume. But is his quality the same? And what helps your quality resume,
I think his
especially
quality
for
better.
Curry,
I think his quality better than Curry.
but for Curry, it's going to be the 2 MVPs. That makes it higher quality to some.
Yeah, but
because the thing is,
I can cancel that back with the that Kobe
the
got
defensive
more,
teams.
and plus he got more Finals MVP.
Now, what I'm saying though is, if you elevate the value of Kobe's defensive teams, but you also then have to elevate the value of Hakeem's defensive teams and DPOY. Hakeem is right on Kobe's neck. If you elevate his defense and the 2 DPOYs, he now shoots past Kobe. If you elevate defense, then you elevate Bill Russell. If you elevate defense, you got to elevate all the great defenders who have DPOYs and who have all defensive teams. You can't just elevate Kobe's and say this is what bumps him over Steph. You got to take everybody who has that and bump them up. That's what y'all trying to be. Y'all trying to be selective with what y'all trying to use to bump them over, guys. I don't mind if you use that, but you got to use that same with everybody. Because how does it bump up Rudy Gobert? He has 4 DPOYs.
Nah.
Yeah, you can't say
Lamar,
no.
but you know what?
Resume, because you're willing to give defense. If you're willing, to, that's what
But
Gil
Lamar,
said on the show that I liked, and I never heard anybody say it.
I think
Put
his
too much
resume-
point total. If you put too much weight on those defensive teams, you're going to start getting some nasty results. Because then you're going to have to. Now I want to hear y'all talk about where do we rank Rudy Gobert with 4 DPOYs and a man that's always on the defensive team.
No.
Yeah, I'm saying.
include Ben Wallace.
So be careful, but be careful with giving that
So
too
we
much
know
weight,
those
or you're going to
guys-
get some lopsided results.
This is nasty one.
We don't know.
It's not nasty work. Y'all the ones saying make Kobe's
No,
defensive
but
teams
Lamar, hold
work
on, but wait a
more.
We know
minute.
those guys.
And if
was
you
bold.
You ain't even only got the
Hey, Lamar, I
elevate.
got an interesting
You cannot make Kobe's defensive stuff
Wait a
work
minute.
more and not make everybody else's defensive
Okay,
stuff work more.
but you ain't only got it ain't only the defense. It's not only the defensive team.
It is
that
only
you
the
can talk
defense.
about.
It is only the defense.
No, it's not only the defensive
Yes,
team.
it
Because
is.
Kobe, not only the defensive team that Kobe got more than Curry. Kobe
Hold on,
also
man.
got more All NBAs more than Curry. He also got more All-Star selections, all that.
So hold on,
Like it ain't only defense.
Hold on, so Mingo Jester, let me ask you a question. Kevin Durant's gonna finish his career with way more all defensive teams than a guy like Magic. Who's gonna go down better?
Lamar, you ain't hear what I just said. I elaborated.
No,
I
the same
elaborated,
logic
though.
applies. No, the same logic
but
applies.
I didn't make that argument. You can't use that argument because I didn't make that argument.
Hold on, Mingo
That ain't
Jester.
what I said.
Mingo Jester, you don't have to make the argument. Your logic is making the argument. Because if we have to say that all these that the volume of all NBA teams and the volume of all defensive teams will propel a player over another, then that means you have to take Kevin Durant's volume of all NBA teams, and that will propel him over a guy like Magic. Are you willing to say here on FYF
You
Sports?
don't got no defensive teams.
Hold on. The reason why, Mike, this is why you got to stay out of conversations, because I'm talking about 2 players that ain't got no all defensive teams. We're only comparing all NBA. And when KD retires, he's going to have far more all NBAs than a guy like Magic Johnson. Far more. And it's not going to be close. So do we then use that to elevate KD over Magic Johnson? No, because you're going to say MVPs. But then when we say MVPs with Kobe, now you want to start playing these games because you don't want to play the MVP game with everybody.
Lamar, that's beside the point.
I got a question. Hold on, man.
No. Wait a minute. Hold on.
You cannot have one way for Kobe, but not for everybody else.
But that ain't it, though, Lamar. That's cap. And you know what it is.
You cannot weigh these things more for Kobe, but not increase the weight for everybody else.
Lamar, I got to ask you this one question. I know you.
Hold on, hey Johnny. What am I saying is what I'm saying making sense?
What you saying? You can't.
No, you know why? You know why it's not making Lamar. The reason you're not making sense is. Go ahead, Herm. Go ahead.
Hey, Lamar, I got this one question. I know you used the one MVP, which is factual.
I'm not using it. That's just an accolade. It's just his resume. I'm using his full resume.
I know, and I understand.
Not my fault. He only has one.
Now I understand that, but Shaq also has one MVP.
Yes, but what does he also have? He has the 3 Finals MVPs. In my criteria, I don't weigh Finals MVPs heavy, but in the Bleacher Report criteria, they do weigh Finals MVPs. And what they say is, in the Bleacher Report criteria, they say that Shaq has 1 MVP, he has 3 Finals MVPs, and then what did they also say? They said Shaq has a mantra attached to his legacy. He's going to go down as the most dominant player in NBA history.
If that's the case, then why they didn't emphasize Kobe's 2 Finals MVPs when it comes to him and Curry? When it comes to him and Curry, I think if they emphasized that,
they
should have been over Steph Curry.
The difference between Kobe's point total and Steph's point total was 1 point. Curry came out to 91. Kobe came out to 90. They were not going to allow motions to change that. It is what it is. It just came down to 1 point.
This is so cap.
Hold on, somebody got some background. It's Hollywood Herm. Herm, you got some background noise. My bad, Herm.
Hey, that's my bad. I went on mute.
To address Lamont, the problem you're having, Lamont, is that the way these guys talk basketball is like the Mortal Kombat Tower or Pokemon. It's not. It's not a criteria that you can use across the board. It's who you can use to beat this one guy. So for Kobe against Kareem, I'm going to use this. And then if that doesn't work when it's time to go against Bill Russell, I'm going to use something else. So they're playing like Mortal Kombat. It's whatever tactic they can use to just make it better than the player. It doesn't go across.
But you do that with every player, but y'all do that with every player.
I use a criteria that goes across the board. Our criteria goes across the board, man.
When you arguing for LeBron,
we don't. Okay,
yes,
all right. So
do.
what do we do? All right, so what is it, Jester? What is it that we do? That's like that.
Shit, I don't think A. Johnny got Curry top 10.
He don't. His criteria don't put Curry top 10.
No, Herm, don't save Mingo Jester. What is it that we do like the Mortal Kombat scenario?
Talking about no Curry.
Again, what does GOAT James Kingdom do for LeBron James? That's only predicated for LeBron James, and we switch it up for other players depending. But what do we do? What do we use for LeBron James for Jordan that we don't use for Kobe?
Hold on, wait a minute. Huh? Like what Lamont just did earlier. When you compare him when Lamont did it earlier. I heard him clear as day. You can't say you didn't say it. When you compare him to Kobe, who got more rings, who got more league, who got more finals, all this stuff.
That's Résumé.
You know, he did it all the way down.
That's Résumé.
But when you do that with Jordan, y'all dismiss those.
We do that with Jordan. Kobe don't have the resume of Jordan.
Yes, we do. We go down the line.
Jordan don't matter with Jordan, and y'all go straight to the total stats and total this. Total day, and y'all do the same thing with Jordan. I mean, with LeBron.
Have you heard James Kingdom
Lamont, this is why I get upset, Lamont. We have grown men who have the nerve to tell you in your face that you're a liar, and they lying. Again, if we go down the line, Mingo Jester, if we go down the line with LeBron James like we did for Kobe, LeBron will still trump Jordan. So ain't no difference.
No, he won't.
It's still the same thing.
No, he
if
won't.
we go down the line,
no, you want me
yes,
to,
we
Mingo
would.
Justin?
Just those total stats. Those total stats, he got him in those. I'm not arguing that. I'm just talking about like the accolade, how Lamont did Kobe, and LeBron earlier. Like that's what I'm talking about. Like the accolades, all the accolades and all that stuff like that right there. That's what I was talking about. I ain't talking about like the total stats, because I know you beat Jordan in the total stats. I'm not arguing the total stats.
You're still wrong. If we go down the line for Jordan and LeBron, it'll be the same results. Just that Jordan
go ahead.
Okay, so we can go down this list and we'll see whose name gets said more.
Okay.
And this is the same list that I used for the Kobe Bryant.
Okay.
Who played more seasons?
You didn't say that earlier, Lamont. You didn't say about no
He did say that. He did say that.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, see? Hold on, Mingo Jester. These are yes or earlier. This is the same criteria that I used for Kobe and LeBron. This is the same criteria I'm using for Jordan and LeBron. We're going to start with the first one. Just say the player's name.
Okay, go ahead.
Who has the most seasons?
LeBron. This is nasty word.
Who has more championships?
Jordan.
Who has more finals appearances?
LeBron.
Okay. Who has more finals MVPs?
Jordan.
MVPs?
Jordan.
All-Star selections.
LeBron.
All NBA teams.
LeBron.
All NBA first teams.
All NBA first teams? I think LeBron do. I think LeBron do, yeah.
Yes, LeBron
defensive
has the
teams.
most all time.
Defensive team, Jordan.
And total defensive teams.
Jordan.
Okay. Steals titles.
Jordan.
And scoring titles.
Jordan.
Okay. All-Star game MVPs.
I think they tied. I think they both got 3.
Olympic medals. They're tied. Olympic medals.
I think they tied. Olympic medals. I think they both got 2, right?
Yep.
Nope. LeBron got 3.
LeBron got 3?
LeBron is 3.
Okay, well, LeBron
has...
then. Well, LeBron.
Okay.
LeBron.
So, points.
What you mean by points?
What?
You saying like you talking about like average points, or you talking about total points?
No, I didn't say point. I'm not on averages yet. Who has more points?
Total points?
Yes.
I conceded that already, Lamont.
No, we haven't said
that already. Yet.
No, you haven't. Let's points.
I said LeBron.
Who has more? Go James Kingdom. Who has more points?
Earlier.
Who has more points?
We've been through this before, man. I know LeBron's going to check off more than Jordan, man.
No, I'm going to ask. I want Mingo just to hear himself say it. Who has more points?
Yes.
I done said that already, Lamont.
Okay, who has more rebounds?
I said that before we start even talking.
Who has more? Who has more rebounds? Just say the name, please.
Oh, Lord. Really, Lamont? I done said he got all the total stats. So all that's
No. Hold on. There's a difference between
all the total stats.
No. What you're doing when you do that, Mingo Jester, is what you're trying to do is you're trying to minimize it because you don't want the people to hear the sheer volume in these categories. So what we're going to do is we're going to go through each category, and we want to hear the people. Just like when Jordan was the top of category, you proudly said Jordan. When LeBron is the top of category, proudly say LeBron, right? Because what you're doing is when you want to skip over all the totals, what you're trying to do is you're trying to minimize the volume of the categories that he dominates in. So we're going to go through each category because this is all your resume. So when we go to points, who has more points?
Lord have mercy.
It's LeBron. Rebounds.
I done conceded all the total stats.
I know. And hold on, let me get through these stats, and we'll get to another category that you might be easier on your ear.
Do you concede? Oh wait, no. So all right, do you concede that by going off of the same measurement we did for Kobe, LeBron still trumps Jordan? Correct?
No, because we ain't finished yet.
Okay, so hold on.
You won't even answer.
Hold on. Okay, so let me mute him. Hold on. Mingo Jester, what he's trying to do is he's trying to filibuster. He wants us to skip almost 10 categories because he don't want to hear LeBron. But we're going to do it anyway. Games played, LeBron. Points, LeBron. Rebounds, LeBron. Assist, LeBron. Steals goes to Jordan. Blocks, LeBron. Field goal percentage, LeBron. 3-point field goal percentage, LeBron. Free throw percentage, Jordan. Minutes played, LeBron. When we go to points per game, it's Jordan. Rebounds, LeBron. Assist, LeBron. Steals per game, Jordan. Blocks per game, tied. Field goal percentage, LeBron. And we did the field goal percentages already. Minutes per game is tied. When we go to playoffs, games played, LeBron. Points, LeBron. Rebounds, LeBron. Assist, LeBron. Steals, LeBron. Field goal percentage, LeBron James. All in the playoffs. Do we need to go through any more? Anything that I missed, Domingos?
This is nasty work, boy.
Why don't got
what you mean? This is resume.
Y'all is a
resume. It's resume.
Y'all is a mess.
Okay, so
you asked for this because you lied and said that we don't use
and I didn't lie about
you
nothing.
A liar.
Nigga,
you lied.
I lie about nothing.
You just said that Lamont used the same measurement and it wouldn't work against Jordan and LeBron, and it did. So again, you guys don't.
It did not because y'all be capping. Y'all stay somewhere capping. Man. That's how y'all do is cap.
This is Lamont. See, look, this is what they do. Now we're cappers because they wrong. Y'all can't
no,
sit
it
when
ain't.
y'all Lamont, you know, Lamont, you know when you're in the special ed class, you can't get Fs. right? You know that, right? You can never really fail.
And I already had it. But when I first
never
started talking, I had conceded all of the stats to LeBron. I said LeBron got all the total stats. Did I not say that?
No, hold on.
Did I not say that? Yes or no?
Hold on, Mingo Jester.
But I actually was just talking about
across 41 categories. LeBron James leads in 25 of them. They're tied in 3, and Jordan has 16. So across all statistical categories, including stats and accolades, LeBron James leads in 25. This is stats and accolades.
So that takes me to my next question. So if all the total stats and all that, so that goes to my next question. It's all the total stats and all that matters, like y'all say they do. And
Mingo Jester. It's not about what we feel matters, because my criteria. Okay. You got to listen, Mingo Jester. And this is what you get confused. What I feel matters is my criteria. In my criteria, I don't value Finals MVPs. In James Kingdom criteria, he values Finals MVPs. What you have to ask yourself, Mingo Jester, is what do I value and what is my criteria? And then you have to use that criteria to create a ranking. But instead of creating a criteria, because you know if you actually create a criteria based on resume, you will struggle to get Kobe in your top 10. What you've now done is said, so you're telling me you can give me your criteria right now, and if I put it in the machine, Kobe.
Man, I'm not doing all that. I ain't nobody doing all that.
Why won't you do it?
I'm definitely not doing all that.
But why won't you do it?
Come on, Lamont. Really?
Do you have a criteria?
You're smart.
Come on,
you're smart. This one you're smart about. Lamont, can you name me anybody who had Kobe in the top 10 and on ChatGPT?
And it's just like I told Dreamers Pro. It's hard for me to respect people who criticize the Bleacher Report list when you yourself are too scared to create a criteria so we can judge and critique your list.
You know that list was terrible.
No, I don't. Hold on, Mingo Jester. What I said is this: it's hard to create a criteria and to create a list. And the people that had the balls to do it and to have their list critiqued, I respect those people. But for people that just run around critiquing the Bleacher Report list, say it's shitty, say it's bad, but then when I ask them for your list and your criteria, you ain't got shit for me other than your emotions putting Kobe in the top 10.
Y'all don't even like the list because LeBron not number one.
No, hold on. Mingo Jester, tell me one LeBron James fan that was mad at the Bleacher Report list.
Yeah, it's a lot of people saying why.
Mingo Jester, I didn't ask you for a lot. I just said, tell me one LeBron James fan that is mad. One.
Come on, you literally just said, tell me one person, LeBron James fan that was mad. It's a lot of LeBron James fans was talking trash. LeBron wasn't one. I mean, you know how y'all do. Y'all, it's a lot of y'all.
Hold on, West Coast. Hold on, West Coast. Hold on,
you think Jordan better than Kobe?
Hold on, please.
LeBron.
Please. Let Mingo Jester answer the question. Mingo Jester, don't talk in generalities.
Man, it's a lot of y'all. I don't keep. It's a bunch of y'all running around. That dude, what his name is? What his name? That dude. I don't know his name. He's a YouTube guy. He was talking trash to my dude.
Okay, Mingo Jester, what you're not doing? First of all, you just went from saying that there's a lot of people that are mad at the list who are LeBron James fans. I haven't seen one LeBron James fan make a video saying LeBron James got disrespected. If I go to YouTube right now, I'm going to see hundreds and hundreds and hundreds upon hundreds of videos from Kobe Bryant fans who say Kobe Bryant was disrespected. You won't find one video where a LeBron James fan says that this list disrespected LeBron James. It don't exist. It's not a real thing. You're just lying.
Who's bigger than us, Lamont? Who's bigger than us? Who's bigger than us for LeBron James, Lamont? We did a whole thing.
Give me the name of the whole channel. Who said? I want to know what LeBron James network, what LeBron James channel said that list disrespected LeBron.
Man, y'all saying that because y'all got him as the GOAT.
Who? Hey Johnny,
and you.
Hey Johnny, did you say the list disrespected LeBron?
Y'all got him as the GOAT.
Well,
so
I was
number two.
I was gonna address. Lamont. I was gonna address what you brought up today about the point system. But when we first saw the list, we always tell you this: once you have LeBron second to Jordan, we already know you conceded that LeBron's better than Jordan. You just don't want to admit it. That's the Jeffrey paradigm. Yeah, because Bleacher Report has a bunch of Zesty Jeffries in their editing.
Now they got a bunch of now they Zesty Jeffries.
They do,
You
of
see-
course.
You see
Yeah,
how
of course,
it work-
that's
you
Zesty
see how it
Jeffries.
work,
Hold on. Hey, hold on. Hey, Johnny. This is called deflection
Yeah, of
101.
course, distraction. Yeah, of course, yeah.
Deflection 101 is the
right,
fact is
okay.
this right here. Mingo
Okay.
Jester.
Yeah, I know that.
I just asked you for because
And I rest my case.
hold on. Hold on. Just give me the name of one LeBron James YouTube channel. One person.
But
one
I
LeBron
ain't
James
got to do nothing because he just proved my point.
I
There you go.
don't say that you.
He
I don't say
literally
that you
just
have to.
said it.
Hold on. I don't say that you have to. What I'm saying, Mingo Jester, is you said before Go James Kingdom said anything. You said that LeBron James fans are mad. All I said was give me the name of one LeBron James fan or one LeBron James channel.
Go James
that's mad.
Kingdom. Go James
He's
Kingdom.
not mad.
I just gave you one.
Hold
I just
on.
gave you one. Go
He's
James
not mad.
Kingdom. Hey Johnny.
He's not mad.
I just gave you one.
Okay, so what video did he do saying he was mad?
He just said Zesty Jeffries made the list. That's all you need to know.
God, man. Oh my God. No.
He literally just said it.
This is the thing with people like Mingo Jester, Go James Kingdom.
Come on, go
I don't. Hold on, West Coast,
Lamont,
please
you
hold
guys are
on.
hilarious.
Hold on, West. Hold on. I don't think he knows what Zesty Jeffrey logic is. He just said he said they use Zesty Jeffrey logic. He didn't. So at the end of the day, yeah. I mean, come on, Mingo Jester. So first of all, Mingo Jester is one. You didn't want to take the IQ test because you knew that you would score low.
Fair.
Two, you criticized the Bleacher Report top 100 list, but you don't have the balls to put your own top 10 to the fire. Three, you don't have a criteria that you use to even rank your top 10.
Facts.
And you only use emotion. These are the most low level and worst basketball fans to be around because all they do is they come in and they cry about what you say, but they don't have any real takes to put to the fire themselves, nor any real logic behind it. If, for example, if you have some new form of logic that might actually teach us something, how can you teach us anything by not showing us? You're just telling us that we're wrong. We're not presenting it without presenting the solution. You're just telling us Kobe Bryant's top 10, but you don't have any reason as to why he's top 10. How does this help the conversation or progress the conversation alone? It don't.
I know it. You tell me.
It's just you crying about somebody
else.
About
nothing. I don't care what they got him. I know where I got him, and that's all that matters.
Then if it doesn't matter,
what it is.
Then why would you appear on a video talking about the ranking?
I mean, of course, I got an opinion on it, but that's just how I do. Of course, everybody got an opinion on that list, and you know everybody. Even though Johnny just said Zesty Jeffers made the list, everybody got an opinion on the list.
You are so obsessed with Johnny's opinion on the list.
But I don't have an upset opinion.
Everybody got an opinion on the list. That's why
I'm not angry about it. I'm not angry about it. That's just y'all. Y'all always make everybody. Y'all always trying to add other people to your problems.
And
I don't have your problems.
When did I ever say?
You literally just said Zesty Jeffers made the list. How you don't have a problem?
I'm not mad because of that. I understand it. Why would I be mad about that?
I understand it because they have a criteria. The problem with Kobe fans is they're mad at the list because people are actually using Kobe's resume. That's the funny thing about it.
Kobe resume better than a lot of those guys' resume.
All right, Brandon Katz, we kicked you off the thing because we try to get low up here. You ain't gonna come up here and say nothing special. We try to get low up here.
Hold on, low. My bad. Hold on. Let me see. Hold on.
Man, LeBron James is the greatest player of all time, man. People who live in the past would like to fixate on nostalgia or fixating on Jordan, bro.
Y'all live in the present too much. That's what it is.
Having the best longevity of all time and dominating the sport for over 20 years makes you the best.
That's your opinion, but you gotta. That's the criteria.
That stands out all time.
West Coast. Where you rank again on FYF Sports? Where you rank or how you feel about LeBron, where he ranks is irrelevant. It's the only thing I care about is the criteria that you use to put LeBron at the number one spot. Well, why do we got all these people? Hold on, we'll let Willie in.
Now, when Low wants to show up, now all these guys wants to hit the link. They trying to stop Low from coming up.
Hold on, let's let Low. But Low's a Kobe fan. Like they need Low. The problem is their only saving grace probably is Low. Because every Kobe fan up here has came up here and absolutely made that. You guys are giving me more reason to rank Kobe lower than rank him higher.
Exactly.
That's the only thing.
That's why I got Jordan 5th because of y'all. Jordan 5th on my list.
No Kobe fan has come up here with any sound, legitimate argument because y'all can't use the defensive stuff because if we bump the defensive stuff for Kobe, we bump it for everybody. If we bump defensive stuff, none of y'all, like I said, none of y'all are ready to rank Rudy Gobert in your top 20 all time because he has 4 DPOYs. None of you guys are mad that Dwight Howard, because with all his defensive stuff, is ranked so low. None of y'all are mad. Y'all only want the defensive stuff to matter for Kobe. But it can't. And the funniest thing is, if you name the top 10 defenders in NBA history, you will not say Kobe Bryant, but you want his defensive stuff to matter more than some of the greatest defenders in NBA history. Hakeem is going to go down as one of the greatest defenders in NBA history. Hold on. You will, if you name the top 10 defenders in NBA history, you will not say Kobe Bryant. If you do, you are just a fanned out.
I'm just going on what LeBron said. He said Kobe better than him.
And I don't care about what a person says. I'm talking about what is generally believed. When you name the top 10 defensive players in NBA history, you will not get to Kobe Bryant before you get to 10. So why should his defensive accolades matter more than Hakeem's or Bill Russell's or Kareem's or any of the great defenders like a Dennis Rodman or Scottie Pippen, all of the Dwight Howard? These are all much better and more impactful defenders than a Kobe Bryant. Yet I'm supposed to take the volume of his defensive teams and it's supposed to matter more than greater defenders. Makes no sense at all.
Wait, Lamont, so I got a question. Lamont, I got a question. Is this like you're looking for somebody to argue Kobe 10 all time?
No, I don't want anybody to argue nothing for Kobe. What I'm saying is, what I don't like is all the Kobe fans are running around pretending as if they have been victimized. Like they're like the women that are filing lawsuits against P. Diddy, pretending to be victims, running around just pretending to be victims. Oh, I'm a victim. Why are y'all doing Kobe like this? Why are you doing? Hold on. And you know how they're pretending to be victims, just like when Cassie got caught. You running around sex trafficking all these prostitutes, getting caught on videos doing X, Y, and Z, all because that's what Kobe fans do. They spend their days hating on LeBron, tearing down players, shitting on other players' legacy. And then as soon as somebody says something about Kobe that really ain't even that bad, oh, why are you disrespecting? Look, think about Scap Attack. What does Scap Attack spend the majority of his time doing to LeBron James? Disrespecting LeBron. And as soon as somebody says something about Kobe Bryant, about his resume, why is the disrespect for Kobe Bryant? They pretend. Scap Attack is a pretend fan. And I know Go James Kingdom has a good relationship, but at the end of the day, I don't shy away from calling Scap Attack for what he is. He is fanned out. He chases LeBron's name for the profitability of it because we know that negativity and LeBron go together. It's the same as 93 Zay. There's no way you can tell me that 93 Zay in his real life without YouTube would have anything bad to say about LeBron James unless he's incentivized to do it, right? The people who say these negative things about LeBron James to an extreme amount are the people that have now sensationalized it and made it profitable. Dreamers Pro, when we pulled up his videos from years ago, before he was profitable on YouTube, what does he have a video saying? He has a video saying that LeBron James is greater than Kobe Bryant. As soon as it became profitable to hate on LeBron James, now all of a sudden LeBron James can struggle to make his top 10 because he's now become profitable to hate LeBron. All of a sudden, the things that were always great in the past, we have to find up and make ways for it not to be great. Oh, he can't be great because he switched teams and won a championship. He can't be great because, man, the NBA kept the season going and he won it in the bubble, something he couldn't control. Oh, he can't be great because we think his teammates are too good. Y'all come up with the dumbest stuff I've ever heard of to try to diminish LeBron. Like this too, and then y'all get mad when somebody says, yeah, Kobe was a 1B to Shaq. Kobe was a sidekick to Shaq. What the disrespect? He wouldn't say this when he was alive. Bro, y'all are the Kobe Bryant fans. Y'all might have about to start taking
the funny thing about the bubble, bro, is that the
I don't
reason
care
the
about the bubble
happened,
West Coast. Nobody cares about the bubble. I'm just talking about.
No one hear nothing negative about LeBron.
Hold on. Let's see. Brandon Katz keeps clicking the link and he keeps stopping us from getting people up here that we want. Brandon Katz, what the hell do you have to say that can actually contribute something positive to this conversation without being disruptive and is actually going to educate us?
Yeah. So the Kobe clears Curry, and the reason why Kobe The reason Kobe clears Curry is Steph Curry has never had a consistent counter when he's not hitting threes. Kobe won the Finals MVP in 2010 when he didn't shoot well.
Okay, Brandon Katz, have you not been listening? We've already conceded talent to Kobe. We know that he's more talented than Steph Curry. Move on. We've already conceded talent. We're not talking about talent. Bleacher Report didn't rank guys on talent. They did it on resume. Are you retarded? We've already conceded Kobe
got a resume too.
Hold on. We've already conceded that Kobe is a top 1-2 talent in NBA history. That don't rank you greater. Just like talent don't make Chris Webber greater than Draymond, because Draymond has a greater career. He has better accolades, better resume.
Right. I didn't finish because you just muted me. What I'm saying is Kobe was
I don't want to hear about talent. Don't lead with something that we don't need. None of these rankings, it seems like y'all only want to rank.
I'm not talking about talent.
Hold on. We only don't lead with stupidity. We don't rank players with talent. You only want to rank players with talent when it comes to Kobe. That's it. Just say that.
That first of all, I'll do what I want, but that's not what I'm doing. Kobe led 3 teams to the finals that did not have a top 50 player as a second option. You know, it's interesting. You glaze Shaq. Shaq couldn't win with.
Hey, are you dumb? What is that accolade called? Hold on, Brandon. When you lead a team
without that accolade?
Hold on. Let me ask y'all players, because we're only talking about your resume. What is it called when you lead a team to the finals and win a championship and you don't have a so-called top 50 player? What is that accolade called, anybody? Is there a special award for it? Is it part of your resume? Like, what is that called? Can anybody up here tell me what that accolade is called? Thank you. It's just you making shit up in your head as to why you think he's top 10. We're only talking about, Brandon Katz, your resume. Don't give me made up fictional stuff, because if we start making up fictional stats, I'm sure with Steph Curry's ability to shoot the basketball, I can come up with 100,000 things that Curry has done that Kobe will never touch. Use accolades, stats, and resume. This is stupid what we doing. And first of all, the top 50 team was just created. That shit was just created. There was no top 50 team until they came out with that bullshit in the 90s, and then they screwed it up the first time around because they didn't even have Dominique Wilkins on it. Because what were they going on? It's the ring culture shit that Gilbert Arenas was talking about. Remember, Gil warned y'all about this retarded stuff along. Y'all called Gil crazy. Y'all said he was disrespecting Kobe legacy. Now this shit's hitting you in the face because it makes absolutely no sense whatsoever. Now we have to make up resume attributes. He won a championship without a top 50 player. Wow. What is that called? That's nothing. That's just, you know what that's called? One championship. You know, does Hakeem Olajuwon get any extra flowers for his championship because he didn't have any other great players? No, that shit is one championship. Y'all don't rank Dirk's championship. Y'all don't rank him no higher.
I bet you CJ thought that was a good comment talking about making the finals. He didn't argue that.
This is not nothing on your resume. This is stupid.
Kobe Bryant's the only player in the 2000s who averaged 30 points or more 5 times in that decade. Duncan never did it. Shaq didn't do it, even though you glazed them highly. Kobe Bryant in the dead ball era without shooting in space.
What the hell does this have to do with his resume? The 2000s isn't his resume. His entire career is his resume. I don't give a damn what you do. Hold on. First of all, stop being retarded. Brandon, how did you get through life, right? How did you get through life being this stupid? This is not a very complicated.
Having Lamont having the right complexion for the protection. That's what he is. He has the right complexion for the protection.
A very complicated conversation. Bleacher Report used resume. If Brandon Katz, if you want to say that Bleacher Report's criteria was flawed, what you need to be doing is showcasing to us a better criteria that will lead to better results. All they did was use a structured criteria to get to some names. If you think it's flawed, the only thing Brandon Katz should be giving us is don't cry about what their criteria delivered. Give us criteria that gives us a better list. Brandon Katz, what is your criteria that gives us a better list since Bleacher Reports is flawed?
So you keep muting me because you just said stats.
Shut the hell up with the dumb shit. This is y'all cry about stuff, but y'all present no solutions.
Right.
I don't care.
30.
I don't care about you crying about you not liking your use of stats and accolades. If you don't like what Bleacher Report put out,
Lamont, look, we got Low trying to get up here, man. We got Low trying to get up here, man.
Hold on, I'm giving Brandon one more chance.
We got somebody else coming up, man.
That don't say nothing anymore.
You're too dumb to debate. That's why you mute.
Hold on. So Brandon, your next words needs to be, this is what we'll say. Let's all agree with Brandon, just for the sake of conversation, that the Bleacher Report criteria is flawed. Brandon, please educate us on what criteria we should be using to get to a better list. Tell us what the criteria is we should use and how that criteria will lead us to a better list. And I'll put your criteria through the machine and we will see if that criteria lands Kobe Bryant where you want it to land with your criteria. Because you are now, we're fine. We've all now agreed you don't like Bleacher Report's criteria.
You're trying to make everyone.
What's the criteria? What's your criteria? What's your criteria?
My criteria is individual accolades, individual accomplishments.
Okay, so hold on. I'm writing them down, Brandon. So let me finish. Brandon, you gotta. I'm gonna type them in. So give me a second to type them in. Okay.
Right. So your machine won't take into account lack of talent.
Okay, Brandon. I will let you tell it everything that you need to tell it for context.
Keep muting.
Okay, my Brent. If Brandon thinks that we don't let him talk, I'm gonna type in every bit of context.
You're literally muting me every 5 seconds.
Brandon, I'm trying to just give you what we're gonna do. Just shut up sometimes.
Shut up. You're such a feminine little twat.
Jesus Christ. Okay, Brandon. What is your criteria? What is your criteria?
Shut your fucking mouth and
okay. Brandon, I'm typing it in. I'm just telling you. I'm telling Brandon. I'm telling you this.
He's so afraid I'm gonna.
Brandon, shut up and listen. I'm just trying to tell you, Brandon. I'm just trying to tell you that you can add. Hold on 1 second, y'all. Hold on. Brandon's too stupid that he doesn't realize I'm trying to tell him something that's gonna help him. So I have to put him in the backstage so he can hear. Brandon, I'm telling you this right here. You can add whatever context you want. You have the free will to. That's why I say take your time so I can make sure I add every single detail that you want. I don't want to miss anything. I want us to have all the context that we need. But you sometimes just shut up and be patient because I have to type it in. And please don't cry about the results. Just live with the results. So now when I bring you back up, Brandon, hold on 1 second, hey Johnny. When I bring you back up, Brandon, we're going to go through your criteria one by one. The first thing that you said was accolades or something like that. We'll start with that. And if there's any context that you want me to add to that category, we'll add it. So we'll bring you up and we'll see if you can actually abide by the rules so I can get this typed in and we can see what it kicks out.
In my stomach, bro.
Right. So my criteria is, and I would have said it in 30 seconds if you didn't keep muting me.
I can't type it that quick.
Individual accolades.
Are you retarded?
Individual stats, team accomplishments, and I weight playoff performance much heavier than clowns like
so
Johnny,
individual stats.
LeBron.
Hold on, Brandon. Hold on 1 second so I can type it. Individual stats. Hold on. You said
right, but I don't weight each factor equally.
Okay, hold on. Let me get to that. Hold on. I'm just okay, bro. Is he stupid? Brandon, I'm just trying to type it in. With all the background noise, I can't hear. Oh, Brandon. Accolades, individual stats. What was after that? Hold on. Hey Johnny, can y'all mute up so I can? Can y'all mute up so I can hear? Can y'all mute up so I can hear Brandon? Because I cannot hear him, and I don't want to have to keep asking the same question a million times. Because he's gonna cry as soon as I repeat the question or ask.
You're the one crying and muting.
Say, Brandon, shut the hell up and just tell me the criteria. Okay, so you said accolades.
Stop muting me like a bitch. I would. I said
accolades and individual stats. What's after that?
Okay. Got muted again.
Accolades, individual stats. What's next?
I said individual accolades, team accomplishment, individual stats, and I significantly overweight playoff achievements, I overweight the playoffs as well. Kobe's the only player who averaged 30 points or more 5 times.
You
He's
said
the
you
only
overweight.
one who did that, and he did it
Hold
in
on.
the loaded
Brandon, you said you overweigh playoff what?
individual playoff performance and team accomplishments in the
Okay,
playoff.
so you overvalue individual.
I said I
playoff
overweight,
performance?
not overvalue.
Okay, that's what you said. That's what I said.
You said overvalue. I said overweight.
Okay, you said you overweigh.
Right, not
Right?
overvalue, overweight. Those are different words.
Okay, overweight playoff. That's what I have here. Playoff
And Steve Nash stole his MVP
Bro,
from
what
Kobe
the hell are
in
you talking about Steve Nash
Kobe
for?
was the MVP in 06.
Bro, this dude is you gotta be one of the dumbest people in the world.
This
How
that
stupid are you?
tism right
The only
here.
reason
God damn, man. This dude is I'm getting his criteria. This fool is talking about Steve Nash. Bro, are you retarded, man?
The tism is real, bro. The tism
And
do
then
be
when we
real.
kick him, he'll say, you got cooked. Brandon, I'm gonna give you one more chance. I just want your criteria. I don't give a damn about no Steve Nash. God damn.
Right. But
Is he
when
stupid
you
or
give MVPs, you have no context.
Okay, so and you said you overweight playoff performances. What was after that?
Okay. I said individual accolades, individual stats, team accomplishment, and then the same criteria in the playoffs. I overweight the playoffs. Kobe was the best playoff performer in the 2000s.
Okay, I need your criteria. I don't care what you think about Kobe.
Okay, what player was better than Kobe in the 2000s?
I don't, bro. This is just your criteria. We'll talk about that later.
No, give me a name. Give me a player who was better.
Bro, are you, man, this gotta be the dumbest dude in the
Come on, you
world,
dumb clown.
man.
Give me a player who's better in the playoffs than
This
Kobe
dude is
in the
stupid.
2000s.
Brandon,
Kobe
Brandon, right now. Brandon, focus. We just want your criteria right now.
Top five.
Brandon, I just want your criteria.
Bro, we gotta give Brandon a shot, bro. It's Saturday.
Brandon
He gotta
is like,
chill out.
Brandon, I promise you, Brandon might have like 4 different psychological disorders in one. He wants to have a Kobe conversation, a Duncan conversation. He wants me to get his criteria. Brandon, right now, I'm just getting your criteria. I don't want to know what you think about Kobe. I don't want a history lesson on Steve Nash. I just want your criteria and how you rank your top 10. That's all we need. We can talk about everything else in 10 minutes once I get this information. Just give me the criteria and just give me the context for the criteria so we can hit enter and see what your top 10 is. Please.
Okay, so ChatGPT won't do it correctly because it won't.
I don't care what you don't think it won't do. Just give me the criteria. Jesus.
I can't do it when your dumb clown ass is muting me.
Okay, can you give me the criteria?
My criteria is individual accolades, individual accomplishments, individual stats, the same criteria in the playoffs, and then I overweight the playoffs. Now, ChatGPT doesn't take
Is that
into
it?
account lack
Is
of
that
talent.
it? Is that it? Is that it? Or is there context that you want me to give?
Right. So ChatGPT doesn't take.
Is that okay? You can give me the context. Don't tell it what it can't do.
Right.
Just tell me what you want it to do. It's a computer, Brandon. It's a computer. It will do what you tell it to do.
A computer does not look at.
If you need me to apply context, we can apply the context that you are pretending that it cannot do. Don't be a dummy. Just tell me what you want it to do. That's your context.
Right. ChatGPT won't look at.
Bro, you're not ChatGPT. We'll find out. Just give me the context.
I know how ChatGPT works.
Okay, no, you're a dummy. You're a paralegal that almost got fired the other day for being on this live. You are not anybody special. Bro, stop it. Just tell me your criteria.
Buy you 10 times over and make shit.
Just tell me your criteria, please. Can I get your criteria, please?
Right. Just if you don't mute me, it'll take 5 seconds. I said individual accolades, individual stats, individual accomplishments, the same criteria in the playoffs, and then I provide context. What kind of talent did a player have around him? What was their strength of competition in the regular season and the playoffs?
What kind of talent?
Kobe was the best performer in the playoffs in the 2000s. He was better than Duncan.
Brandon, I'm just trying to type this. You said what kind of talent the player has around him, and what was after that?
Kobe was better than Shaq and Duncan in the playoffs in the 2000s, who you both glazed constantly.
Okay, so what kind of talent a player has around him? What was after that?
Said strength of competition in the playoffs.
Okay, strength.
Kobe didn't have super teams beating up.
Is there anything after that?
Like LeBron.
In the playoffs. Okay, so what is after that? Is there context that you want me to apply?
Right.
More. This is not enough. This is not a very in-depth criteria.
It's a much more in-depth criteria than yours.
Okay,
Your
so
place
hold
in
on.
regular
I'm just
season
asking you, Brandon, before I hit
MVPs,
enter.
which is a political.
Okay, so Brandon, I'm gonna read to you what we have: individual stats, individual accolades.
And I use a number of different individual stats.
Okay, no, just tell me what those are. Just tell me what they are then.
Okay, so I use advanced stats like VORP. And then I also look at efficiency relative to the era. By the way, Kobe was much more efficient in the playoffs in the 2000s than LeBron was adjusted for the defense.
Okay. I don't care about your thoughts on LeBron. Okay, you said
I don't care what you care about.
Okay, you said you use VORP and you use efficiency relative to error. What else? What other context do we need?
Right, and then I also look at how the player played in the most important playoff games, like when LeBron's constantly choking in Game 6 and Game 7s against teams like Dallas. I look at how Kobe played in Game 7 in 2010 in the finals when he had a big fourth quarter.
Okay, what else after that? In most important playoff games. What about after that?
That's my criteria, but I have different.
You want me to read it back to you? I'm going to read it back to you. Make sure we got
context. I apply for each one.
Okay, you can give me all the levels that you want if you actually say it and don't say we can't do it. You can do it. You just have to tell me.
Right. The only difficulty is your feminine channel keep.
Bro, can you just quit crying and tell me the criteria? You're worried about everything else but that.
I'm worried about anything.
Stick to the question.
You people.
Okay, so Brandon, we have individual stats, individual accolades. You said
Kobe didn't win more MVPs.
Hold on.
Colorado.
Please hold on. Brandon, you said overweight playoff performances.
What people thought happened in Colorado.
Okay, Brandon, hold on. You said overweight playoff performances. You said what kind of talent a player has around them. You said strength of competition in the playoffs. You like to use VORP and you like to look at efficiency relative to error. And you said you look at the player. You said you look at how the player played in the most important playoff games. Did I miss anything, or do you want me to add anything?
Okay, I'm literally having to unclick the mute button every 5 seconds.
Do I add anything?
What
I just want
individual accolades, individual stats. I look at strength of competition as well as offensive talent, spacing around him. I overweight playoff performance, and I look at efficiency relative to era and relative to the defenses they played. I'm not a clown like you and a Johnny who's going to glaze LeBron's efficiency playing the Toronto Raptors. Kobe was playing San Antonio, Portland, Sacramento. Kobe played tougher talent in the first round than LeBron played in the conference finals when he played Terry Rozier's Celtics, Isaiah Thomas
so
Celtics.
Again, you're crying, you're ranting. I just want criteria. We'll do that later. So you just said a whole bunch of new stuff that you mixed in that you didn't say before.
I didn't. You're just incapable of listening.
Hold on, Brandon. When I mute you, it's because I'm trying to read it back to you to make sure I have it correct. But you're too stupid to realize that.
You're too dumb.
Okay, so you said just some of the things that you added.
You're too dumb to hear up.
You added, Brandon, defensive efficiency relative to error.
I'm gonna write it.
And then you also added offensive talent and spacing around them. Is there?
I said that the first.
So no, you did not say that the first time.
I did. You're too dumb to listen.
Okay, so Brandon, do you have anything else you want me to add? Is there anything else you want me to add, Brandon?
Right. No. So I also look at the player's efficiency relative to the defenses.
I have that already. I have that. I just read that to you.
Well, you need me to repeat it. Evidently, there's an IQ issue here.
So I don't need you to, bro. Are you? I literally just said I added spacing around them and defensive efficiency as well relative to error. Do I need to add anything else? I just said these things.
Well, you've muted me so much. I don't even know what. That I care. I don't know what you wrote down. Why don't you repeat it back to me?
Okay, I'll repeat it again.
You didn't repeat it the first time.
Individual stats, individual accolades in the regular season. The same for the postseason, but you overweigh those stats in the postseason, and you overweigh playoff performances. Am I correct there?
Yes, and I overweight big.
Okay, hold on. Let me finish what I have. I don't care. Hold on. We'll get to it if we're missing something.
I don't care what you care about.
Next, I have what kind of talent a player has around them, the strength of competition in the playoffs. You also like to use VORP, and you like to look at a player efficiency relative to error, and you also like to use defensive efficiency relative to error. You also like to look at how the player played in the most important games, offensive talent and spacing as well. Am I missing anything?
Yeah. Well, I also look at consistency, not just peaks, not just best and worst performances, but consistency over an extended period of time.
Best and worst, not just best and worst performances.
And you still can't name a player who's better than Kobe in the playoffs.
Okay, we're doing that later. We will do that later. I promise you, Brandon. Right now, I'm just trying to get it right. So you said you said look at consistency, not just best and worst performances over time. Is there anything else? Is there anything else, Brandon?
You've muted me so much. I don't even know what you've written down, but it sounds despite
Bro,
you do have it.
Bro, he literally said it back to you like 7+ times.
Because he can't. He knows I'd obliterate him if we had a real debate. He just mutes me every 5. This has turned into a feminine channel.
Okay, so Brandon, I just want your criteria, please. Did I get the criteria right, or am I missing anything? Or if you need me to read it, I'll read it one more time. Please just stick to the criteria.
I can read it for you, but I don't weight each factor equally. So ChatGPT is not going to produce.
Okay, you can tell me how you weigh it then.
Okay, so what I weight in the 2000s especially, I weight individual offensive performance ahead of defense. I weight playoff performance ahead of the regular season. And because the West was far stronger than the East in the 2000s, I also pay close attention to strength of competition. I pay attention to Kobe cooking the Spurs defense.
You said strength of competition already. And so my only question to you, Brandon, is this is an all-time list. This is criteria for all-time list. Do you want me to put the 2000s, or how do you want me to word it?
I don't care.
Because
ChatGPT is not going to give the list.
I'll word it. No, you keep telling it what it can't do when all you have to do is tell it what to do.
No, but ChatGPT doesn't wait.
Okay. You keep saying what it can't do, and one thing I know, you can't pay attention for more than 2 seconds. That's what it sounds like.
You're the one who's
Jesus Christ.
Brandon, you can literally tell ChatGPT to quantify it, bro. So just quantify what you weigh more.
ChatGPT is not going to wait.
Why do you always saying what it can't do?
ChatGPT is not going to wait.
Okay, why are you crying about it? It's not even ChatGPT that I'm using right now. So why are you even talking about ChatGPT?
Because AI software is not going to.
Okay, so now it's AI software. Okay, so Brandon, can you just tell me your criteria? Did we have it all, or do I need to read it back one more time?
I gave you my criteria, but I'm going to weight each factor differently than your AI software.
And tell me the weight, how you want it weighed.
Okay.
Hey, Lo, are you entertained, Lo? This is entertaining.
Hold on, y'all, you got to be quiet because Brandon will
that's a good point. It's AI software.
You told me that you weigh. You told me that already, Brandon.
Like you do.
Okay, how do you weigh it?
Jokic should be top 5 all time on your list.
Bro, how do you weigh? How do you weigh these things?
Important. You should have Kareem ahead of LeBron. You're dumb.
Okay, how do you weigh these things, Brandon, for the criteria? Please just tell me how you weigh them.
I put extreme weight on offensive performance in the playoffs. I put much higher weight on individual and team accomplishments in the playoffs, and I look at that relative to strength of schedule, strength of competition as well. I significantly overweight the playoffs relative to the regular season. And so none of your AI software is going to weight the factors.
Okay, so let me read it back to you. You always say what it can't do. You're not a supercomputer in the brain.
No,
I know how Brandon, I just want you to tell, like, we're really trying to get your criteria.
Right.
This is not a competition. We're not trying to kill you. We're not trying to embarrass you. We're not trying to do none of that. We just want your criteria.
You're not capable of embarrassing.
Okay, so I know. So, and we're not capable of embarrassing you. Just give us your criteria. Don't be scared to just lay out the criteria.
I'm not. What? It's just annoying because you're a 4-year.
Okay, so I'll read it back to you one more time. Make sure I have everything. Individual stats, individual accolades, the same for the playoffs, but you overweigh playoff performances and playoff stats. Also, what kind of talent a player has around them, the strength of competition in the playoffs. You like to use advanced stats like VORP. You like to look at player efficiency, offensive efficiency relative to error, and defensive efficiency relative to error. You like to look at how the player played in the most important game.
I also overweight fourth quarter numbers, especially in the 2000s, which was the lower scoring era where scoring in the fourth quarter was at a premium. And Kobe was
fourth quarter.
Kobe Bryant's a top 5 closer of all time. He's a
Overweight
far
fourth
better
quarter
closer
numbers
than
as
LeBron.
well.
The reason LeBron
Is that fourth quarter for regular season and playoffs? Is that fourth quarter for regular season and playoffs? Or is it just playoffs?
It's for both, but I again overweight the playoffs.
And playoffs. But
Well, you're really scared of me, man. You keep muting me constantly.
Bro,
Like a little wet spot on your pants here. You really
Okay,
can't.
Brandon. Okay, Brandon. Is there any other criteria you want us to add?
Someone scared of me on a panel before.
Brandon, is there any other criteria you want us to add?
No, but again, the AI software is not going to weight the fact.
Okay, so good. Okay, are you sure, Brandon? Is there anything
Share
else?
your screen, Lamar. I want to see this.
In any context, what do you want us to add, Brandon?
Right. The AI software is not going to weight the fact.
Is there anything you want us to add? Please, just tell us.
You keep muting me, you dumb fuck. That's why
you're crying about AI. I don't care about you crying about AI. Just tell
AI
me
is not going to wait.
Okay, is there anything you want us to add? Yes or no?
AI won't wait these.
Oh my God, man! Jesus Christ, man! This might be I tell y'all.
Right,
grown men. Man.
AI doesn't wait.
Okay, good. We have this criteria, you guys.
I apologize. I'm
about to share my screen. I have to mute him because he's just way off topic. I told you he's like a 4-year-old. Hold on. So
he's speaking facts though.
Hold on. First of all, CJ, I said he can spit all the facts he wants about Kobe once I get the criteria. If I ask you for a criteria, just give me criteria. There's a purpose in this. You can cry about Kobe as soon as you give me all the criteria. Not in the middle of giving me the criteria. Okay, so we have his criteria. I'm about to share my screen, you guys.
Let's go. The finally awaited moment.
It's going to give me a summary of his criteria first. We're going to make sure we have that.
I do remember hearing something in there that'll favor a certain player he's not going to like.
Peace and quiet.
That's the other way around.
I was about to play the Undertaker.
I had to copy and paste. I'm spell checking it now because I had to type it so fast. I had a whole bunch of misspellings. All right, I think I fixed it now.
Put the Undertaker theme music on.
For real, it's crazy how like when we're here just chilling, like waiting on Lamont, like no one's spazzing out.
But I don't know if y'all noticed that, right? The dudes that really, really don't know how to have show etiquette, they're all a part of the Zesty Jeffrey coalition. I'm telling you, it's all of them.
Yeah,
that's why I don't like. I'm the only one who has the energy to match. I'm the only one who has the energy to match them.
You begin fired up though.
No, the only reason why I tolerated him so long is because I just wanted his criteria so we can lock him into something, and he can't die. Like as hard as it was to get it out of him. Now, no matter what he says going forward, we have his criteria, and we are going to have a list based on that criteria. As dumb as his criteria was, as long as it's drawn out as it was, as selective as it was, as he tried to make it.
Lamont, be honest. After you had to sit through that with Brandon, bro, like, are you gonna pound like 5 shots because of the headache he gave you after, or like?
Nah, man, we gonna let Low save the show. We gonna let Low save the show. That's the whole point. We was really trying to get Low on before his behind showed up here.
Okay, hold on. I'm gonna. I didn't share my screen.
I'm being serious.
I told y'all Low. Y'all should have just let Low talk because all y'all doing is finding ways for us to rank Kobe lower. Y'all Kobe fans did not do him anything.
Brandon cooked you.
Okay, so hold on, y'all. Hold on. Here it is right here. So the summary. Here's Brandon's long drawn out criteria. Weighted metrics and contextual factors, individual offensive output, highest weight, especially in the playoffs. Stats are also weighted with analytics, advanced analytics, VORT, BPM, offensive box plus minus, win shares, Raptor, all that dumb shit. Error adjusted efficiency, relative true shooting percentage, offensive rating relative to the league average, all this silly shit. Playoff dominance versus strength of competition, overweight individual playoff runs versus top 10 defenses, and and multiple All-NBA opponents, track consistency, not just one legendary series, supporting cast context, quality of offensive spacing, coaching, and defensive anchors, penalize all this shit, inflated stats due to super teams or excessive help, consistency and longevity of prime, clutch and fourth quarter performances, accolades, MVPs, all that stuff, team success considered secondary to individual brilliance. Brandon Cat's GOAT, y'all, is LeBron James.
LeBron James.
Brandon Cat. It says more specifically, it says LeBron James is the all-time leader in playoff points, dominant across 3 decades, playoff offensive box plus minus, and clutch fourth quarter stats versus elite defenses are historically unmatched. Carry offensive decent rosters to the finals repeatedly. His second best player is Steph Curry. Change geometry of basketball, off-ball gravity, all-time true shooting percentages for high usage, historic fourth quarter efficiency in the playoffs, offensive engine, spacing-dependent system, often without elite secondary creators. His third best player in NBA history is Kevin Durant. Hyper efficient, 30-plus point game scorer, offensive box plus minus and tight series, peak 2017-2019 playoff run show elite creation versus top defenses, underrated playmaking, slight deduction for roster help in Golden State. Tim Duncan is next. Dirk, Nikola Jokic, Giannis Antetokounmpo, and James Harden and Dwight Howard. And then we got D-Wade.
Oh, shit. Damn, bro.
His top 10, because what he did, y'all, because when he put the 2000s in there, what he did was he tried to target a time frame. He tried to make it Kobe specific. But the problem, well, like I said, with idiots like Brandon Katz is y'all only say this stuff about Kobe, but y'all forget to apply it across every other player in NBA history. And because he hasn't taken the time to apply all this stupid analytical bullshit criteria to every player in NBA history, he has probably now the dumbest top 10 list I've ever seen on FYX Sports because he's a retard. This is what happens.
Hold on. No, Lamont, to be honest with you, if we're going to go off of the talent argument that we've been hearing all night about how Kobe's talent is superior to everyone else, and that should make him at least top 10, then these are the players we should be talking about. Now, I don't know why. I already know how Kobe didn't make this list because your chat GPT be hating on Kobe no matter what.
Hold on, let me ask you. I'm gonna ask you why did Kobe not make the list based on the criteria? Based on Brandon Katz's retarded criteria. Okay,
he definitely has a Zesty Jeffrey IQ. He definitely has Zesty Jeffrey IQ.
Hold on. It says why Kobe Bryant misses the cut by Brandon Katz's own standards. Player efficiency, hold on, let me share my screen so y'all can read this. This is just so y'all can see.
W criteria, Brandon, it has LeBron as the GOAT.
It's because he has a retarded criteria. Nobody considers this silliness, man.
He's retarded.
Player efficiency versus elite defenses. Kobe's playoff true shooting percentage, career 54% below league average in multiple playoff runs. 2000 to 2004, subpar efficiency versus elite defenses like San Antonio and Detroit. He often took high volume, low efficiency shots, even when better options existed. In contrast, players like LeBron, Curry, Durant maintained elite efficiency despite high usage and stronger defensive attention. VORP, box plus minus, and advanced metrics. Kobe's playoff career box plus minus is a 5.4, LeBron's 10.2, Curry's 7.5, Wade's 6.4, Dirk 8.9. Kobe's VORP and win shares per 48 in playoffs fluctuate significantly due to inefficiency and heavy reliance on contested mid-range shots without consistent three-point spacing. Clutch, fourth quarter scoring in the playoffs. He's the one that brought up this fourth quarter bullshit. Kobe in fourth quarters of the finals, 2000 to 2010. 2010 finals, shot 6 of 24. Game 7, 2004 finals versus the Pistons, averaged only 23 points on 38% shooting. Struggled in the fourth quarter versus zone-heavy defenses compared to players like Bron or Dirk. And we can go on the list, but it's just basically telling him how stupid his criteria is because it makes absolutely no sense. So he came up here trying to sound smart. He said a whole bunch of stuff and he pretended that we shouldn't hit enter on ChatGPT because ChatGPT can't look up these things. When in all reality, we all know that it can. Brandon Katz, congratulations on having the dumbest top 10 list that we've ever seen in basketball history here on FYF Sports. That's what you will now be known for. This is what you will now be known for, Brandon Katz.
W. Cook, Brandon.
Let me go to Lowe. I know Lowe's been waiting. I know Lowe might be probably the only guy to save Kobe fans. Kobe fans ranked Lowe in the IQ test. And maybe we can get Lowe to take the IQ test as well after we hear his take on Kobe.
You can, without a doubt, build a criteria that will put Kobe top 10.
No, I know you can. I've already said that it's very hard to do it without subjective categories. Or you have to overinflate the value of a category, which will also make your list look funny when you start, because most people don't make a list past 10. So we don't see how that criteria warps and mixes up your 11 through 20. People only want their top 10 to look a certain way, so they'll have a criteria. But Bleacher Report had a criteria that they were trying to do for 100 players, which is extremely difficult. And I appreciate the effort, but you can make a criteria for Kobe to be in the top 10, but will it be consistent for everybody? Hard to me.
It's a pretty standard though. You can just do all NBAs. How many? Most all NBAs, most all defensive teams, heavy prioritization on first teams.
So it's volume. So it's longevity.
Yeah, longevity. And then how many top 5 MVP finishes, and then how many?
But Bleacher Report did consider top 3 MVP finishes. So you got to extend it to top 5.
Put Lowe's in there. Let's see what Lowe's.
Oh no. Well, I'm saying you can. You could.
I don't know if Lowe has a criteria. We can put it in the machine.
No. Listen. We know Lowe has his list, but let's see what criteria Lowe could come up with to put Kobe in the top 10.
Yeah, let Lowe cook, man. Let Lowe cook.
All right, hold on. Let me pull it back up. Okay, so Lowe.
Get your Gordon Ramsay on, Lowe.
Because when I put my criteria in Lowe, you know what it did? It took Kobe out of my top 25. I don't even know how it did that, because that's why I say Lamont's Chat GPT be hating on Kobe.
No, hey John, I think it's because of the milestones, bro. I think the milestones.
But what Lowe's doing is going to counteract everything that Lamont has his Chat GPT to do. When Lowe tells it to grade all NBAs high and all defensive teams high and that stuff, that's going to help. Like Brandon Katz literally thought advanced metrics was going to help Kobe. How did he think that was going to help Kobe? Kobe does not have good advanced metrics, which shows you how horrible advancent metrics are as a measurement. Because
Low, because I don't think it's that hard to like. Well, let's just hear from Low. Low, what would you say your criteria is?
All you had to do was do most all NBA teams, heavy preference on first teams, all defensive teams, heavy preference on first teams.
Oh, I'm sorry, hold on, my bad. Okay, what's the first thing again?
All NBA teams.
All NBA teams. All NBA.
Like the most all NBA teams.
Okay, volume. Let me put volume by it. Volume.
Okay. And then heavy preference to like most first team all NBAs.
Okay, so heavyweight on all NBA first team.
Yeah.
Okay.
Heavy preference
and all defense, right?
Yeah.
Hold on.
And then volume on all defensive teams.
All defense.
And then weight more towards first team all defense.
Weight more towards defensive first teams. Okay.
Then top 5 MVP finishes.
Okay.
And then heavy weight into finals runs that translated into I find playoff runs that translated into finals appearances while averaging 25 points or more.
Okay, so heavyweight to playoff runs that translate to finals appearances.
Yes, while averaging 25 points or more, while averaging at least 25 points or more.
W criteria.
25 points. Okay.
And to be fair, if not that, then playoff runs translating to finals appearances.
Now, Lo, as you say this, does this sound like standard criteria?
I don't think the Bleacher Report is a standard criteria. They were using things that I've
no,
never
no.
heard
I'm just saying the things that you're telling me right now. Does this sound like typical criteria that we use to rank players?
Everything that I just said up until the last thing I just said is actually fairly standard. All NBA teams, heavy preference on first team All NBAs. Most all defensive teams, heavy preference on first team All NBA. Top 5 MVP finishes, because effectively that's just showing the sustainability of an MVP caliber player. Okay. That is all fairly. That is fairly standard.
You said heavyweight to playoffs that translate to finals appearances while averaging 25 points. PPG. Okay. What was after that?
And then if not that, then
no. What do you mean if not that?
Like if they, because you're trying to figure out a best way to put a criteria around just an offensive engine. So if unable to average like 25 points per game, then offset that with like, let's say 8 assists or more.
Okay. And what about accolades and stats and things like that? Is there anything for that?
No. I think I'm more or less.
So no consideration for career stats or accolades?
I think these are all things. These all things will encompass that. If you made as many all NBA.
No, yeah, but the problem is you can't with ChatGPT. You can't expect it to encompass it. You have to tell it exactly what to encompass. We can't just. That's why I say, I don't know. I don't care how you want stats to be used, but you literally have to tell it exactly how you want stats to be used. Like if you want it to favor longevity stats or not, if you literally got to, that's why I say you got to put context in, because it will literally use what you say verbatim. And if it's not sharp, your list is going to look screwed up. I'm just telling you now, Lo.
I guess favor longevity. I don't know. Favor I don't know. I guess longevity stats. I don't know. I feel like I hear what you're saying, totals. But everything I just stated is encompassing, because it's the only way that you're going to be able to make that many All NBA teams or that many top 5 MVP finishes is if you are statistically in some regard.
But when we're talking about NBA history, like it's already criteria that's heavily favored for players outside of the 60s when the defensive teams didn't exist. So it's already biased. Like, is there anything that neutralizes that, or you just don't care about?
That's every list. So there's a lot of advanced analytics that's going to be biased towards other.
Is there anything that you're going to do to normalize it so nobody can come back and say? Because if you don't normalize it,
we can all know that Bill Russell and Wilt Chamberlain are going to be left out, and we can, look at it.
They may or may not be. What about championships?
They will though.
How do you want us to weigh championships and things of that nature?
No, that's it.
Lo, please don't do this, Lo.
I'm just that shit. Let's go, man. Stop trying to save him.
The man said the meal was finished cooking, man.
Enough, Lo, that I know.
I like it. It's good.
Lo, you.
Well, that means that the system is flawed.
I know. I'm saying I know that when I tell ChatGPT, these are the considerations for somebody's rankings. If I don't tell it to consider stats or either per game averages or career totals, it will literally not use it. It follows that's why I say it's your criteria.
Just do at bare minimum 3 championships or more, averaging at least 25 points or more in the playoffs, and or 8+ assists in the playoffs. That for that postseason run.
Now I'm asking you, Lo. Does that sound like? No, I get that.
I'm giving you the answer. You asked me something.
No. I'm asking you this. Does this sound like standard criteria use? Is this common?
I don't think none of this is standard.
No. Like for example, most people for years throughout basketball history, when we look at players' resume, we talk stats, accolades, and career totals. Mm-hmm. This is way beyond that.
Okay.
This is like, Okay, I mean it's fine. It's your criteria.
The problem with standard ideology is that it is extraordinarily flawed. Like even when I did the research,
but when you limit greatness to 25 points per game,
I said or 8 assists.
Okay. So you said 3 championships or more, averaging 25 points per game,
and if not that, then or 8 assists.
If not that, at least
no rebounding metric there.
Absolutely not.
Okay.
Nope.
Okay.
Okay. So again, before I hit enter, no consideration for career totals or anything like that.
And then also, to be clear about the statistical value that you're asking me, I'm specifically talking about the years in which it is translating into them winning a championship. Since you're asking about the championships.
Oh, me? Hold on. What do you want me to say again?
Like you're asking me about the statistical value for the playoffs, like what I just said, the 25 points and 8 assists.
I put that in here. I said,
but I'm saying that averaging that specifically in the years in which they won a championship. That's what I'm saying.
So they must average this in the years that they specifically won a title. Okay.
Hey Johnny, this is going to help us.
Hold on, please hold on, West Coast.
And then the last thing, and it has to have multiple finals MVPs.
Multiple finals MVPs.
Yeah, hey Johnny, this criteria gonna help, man.
Okay, hold on. So I'm gonna get it summarized for you first. Okay, let's see. I'm gonna give it a summary. Let me share my screen so y'all can see it.
All right, Gordon Ramsay. Let's see.
Okay, so let me share my.
Hey Johnny, this criteria gonna be good, man.
It's fun. This is fun. I don't know why people get so personal about this. This is all fun.
Okay,
so
education. Legend win. We're gonna it's gonna show you a summary of the criteria first to make sure we have it right. And if it's wrong, I'm gonna add something in. Okay, hold on. Let me share my screen.
Now, how many players win a championship averaging 25 and 8, Lo?
Don't know.
I said 25 or 8, not and.
Or 8.
Hold on. Legend winning. To summarize, all NBA team selections, volume, emphasis on all NBA first teams and total selections, consistent recognition as a top 5 or top 10 player in the league. I'm assuming it kind of added that in.
I said top 5. I said top 5. Yeah.
Okay, it expanded it. Do you want me to have it take that out or something?
Take out the top 10. Yep.
Okay, so hold on. Okay, hold on. Low says criteria.
Yo, Herm said that Low is the proper version of Hollywood Herm.
Hold on, I got to do this to change it. It makes it easier when I do this. Okay, hold on. So hold on, I just gonna re-edit the original criteria. There might be more. Hold on. There might be more that we need to edit. Let me just type it in. Damn it. Okay, let me just read it to you because I could just type it as we go. All defensive team selections weighted towards all defensive first teams more than second. Defensive impact must be proven, not narrative based. Do you want me to add or take that out? It feels like it added that in.
I guess take it out because what is narrative? Narrative would be subjective. We're talking about everything that's objective.
No, narrative-based defense is probably Kobe.
That's what well, it depends on how you view it. It's so odd. It's so odd when it comes to.
Okay,
I'm just saying when it comes
that's a smart move. I'm just telling you right now. That's a smart move to remove that line. That's a smart move.
When it comes to the objective truth that Kobe has more first team, all defensive teams
than
anybody else.
You're right. Okay, let me read the rest of this to you. It says top 5 MVP finishes, but it does add this in that you didn't say. It says demonstrates sustained elite performance during the regular season. Not just MVPs, but multiple top 5 placements are required. Playoff performances, finals translation, must have multiple playoff runs that result in finals appearances while averaging 25 points per game. Show scoring translated to winning. Championship year output requirements. In the years they won titles, the player must average 25 points per game or 8+ assists per game if under 25 points per game. Minimum scoring. It says minimum scoring and playmaking requirement must have at least 3 seasons averaging 25 points per game, or at least 3 seasons averaging 8+ assists per game, if not a primary scorer. And finals MVPs must be recognized as the best player on a championship team at least twice. Correct?
Okay.
And we're removing the line where it says something about criteria, and then the line about being a narrative-based defense, correct?
Yeah, the narrative-based defense. That all you just needs to be all defensive teams, heavy focus on first team all defense.
Okay, remove. Okay, so I'm just gonna copy and paste the lines. So the first line was remove the top 10 player in the league, consistent recognition as a top 5 player in the league.
Yeah, I guess you can say like it must be like a requirement that they had to be a top 5 player like over an extended period. I don't know how.
And then the other thing I'm removing is defensive impact must be proven, not narrative based. Correct?
With all NBA selection, I mean all defensive team selections. Yeah.
Oh no, it's just removing that line. So it don't
okay. I see what you're saying.
That way, it just focuses on the award, not what, not the narrative around the award.
I see what you're saying.
Okay.
I wonder how ChatGPT can comprehend narrative around an award every year. That doesn't make any sense.
If you hit deep research, so there's a button that you can hit. It takes a lot longer, but what it'll do is it'll actually scour through newspaper articles, ESPN, what people said, and it will start to contextualize what people were saying in the moment. But you have to click a button on here that says deep research, and it'll take like 20 minutes for you to give results because it'll start digging through everything.
Is that on mobile too?
Yeah.
Nah, the mobile's different. The mobile one version is not as good as the computer. It's better to be on the computer.
Yeah, because I only have it on my phone.
Yeah, Brandon Katz, you see how simple that was? That was a very simple process between Lowe and Lamont. No back and forth, no need to mute Lowe, no nothing. Just two gentlemen conversating to get into a point where we can actually get to a conclusion. See that? Very simple.
And did it do the statistical playoff numbers, correct?
What do you mean by that?
The
I thought you said we weren't doing stats.
No, the 25
and 8.
Oh, here, I'm about to read it to you now. I'm about to share the screen.
Or you can put it
read through.
Yeah.
We're going to read through it, and then we're going to tell you what it ultimately comes out to be.
All right, let's see it.
Okay, so hold on. And if we need to add some corrections in again, we'll add corrections. So let's see if we got it right this time.
Okay.
No, and Lowe didn't need nothing for LeBron James to help Kobe be better. He just said that helps. He just all Kobe.
All NBA team selections weighted towards first team. Consistent excellence, league-wide voting. All defensive team selections weighted towards first team. Recognizes two-way dominance, commitment to defense. Top 5 MVP finishes. Indicator of elite performances sustained across seasons. Finals level playoff production must average 25 plus points per game in multiple playoff runs that result in finals appearances. If under 25 points per game, must average 8+ assists. Title year output standards during years where the player won a title must have averaged 25 points per game or 8+ assists, or is that just during the run?
During that run, during the season,
not during the season.
We're really supposed to be both. I feel like the first one, number 4,
is making it is right now. The way it's wording it now is making it as you have to do it in the regular season and the playoffs.
Okay, yeah, let's do that. Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. Baseline scoring, playmaking excellence, minimum 3 seasons averaging 25 plus points per game, or 3 seasons of 8+, if not a primary score. Finals MVP requirement. Must have multiple finals MVPs.
All right.
That's disingenuous.
Low. Now, hold on. Before we show it, Low, who's your top 5?
There should be a lot of Jordan, LeBron, Kareem in there.
Well, just give me your order. Just give me your order.
That's basically the order. Jordan, LeBron, Kareem. That is the order. That's the 3. And then Kobe, Duncan.
Okay, let's see.
Done.
Mm-hmm.
You got LeBron as the GOAT.
LeBron James.
All right. Next up, you got Jordan and Duncan.
Shout out to
close.
Duncan.
Duncan made it. I'm surprised because you didn't even use rebounds.
Magic.
Mm-hmm.
That assist boost. That assist boost helped him.
This boost did help him.
W Magic boost.
Did you expect Curry to crack?
Curry.
Yeah, I got Curry in my top 10. I have Curry in my top 10.
I like that. What about Shaq and Hakeem?
I have Shaq and Hakeem in my top 10.
It's getting dicey now.
How do you have Steph Curry at 2 Finals MVPs?
It's getting dicey, Lo.
We're at
How do you
7.
have Steph when you have?
The Lowe's upset now. Lowe's upset now. Now Lowe's upset. Now Lowe's upset.
Bird is slightly out of my top 10.
I think it go off off the cut issues too. I think
this is it. I saw your video.
Okay, hold on, y'all. Low, not low. It's getting dicey. At this stage, Low, with your criteria, why you feel we haven't seen Kobe yet?
I would have to ask why Bird would be there because Bird doesn't have as many.
And we can ask it. Oh shit!
Kawhi,
so and we know that don't make no sense right there. There it is. The whole thing don't make no sense.
Hold on, Lo.
That's it, look.
Okay, it has Kevin Durant and Kobe. Kobe at 11.
Ask why Kawhi is there.
Kawhi's in the top 10. That's crazy.
Hey, Kawhi was the first player to win the Finals MVP coming out of both
conferences. You have
conferences.
Giannis at 12. You had Dirk at 13. Wade at 14.
Wade doesn't have multiple Finals MVPs. Wade don't have multiple.
He's saying there's one miss requirement.
Yeah, it says one miss requirement. It says one miss. So it says where they missed. So I guess if you have any misses, that's what officially puts you out the top 10.
Yeah.
If you have any misses.
Kobe got no misses though.
So what were the things that Kawhi leads?
Here's Kobe's numbers are right here.
No, I'm saying what is the thing that Kawhi will lead in? I'm looking at it. There's nothing that Kawhi leads in.
That's what I'm saying. Nothing. I don't know how Kawhi got ahead of Kobe. I told you your chat GPT be hating on Kobe.
Wait, hold on. Didn't he say defensively it couldn't go based off a narrative? So I think it's valuing the fact that
I removed that line.
Okay.
So there's nothing that Kawhi beats Kobe's in. How was that?
Yeah, but I say that might have been the only thing that
Two defensive players of the years.
I didn't say DPOY. I just said
he didn't say
hold on. Did you tell it to rank everything based on sheer volume?
No, we didn't say volume.
But the only thing that
was volume was the all defensive and all NBA selection.
What are these? It's all NBA first teams, all NBA first team, 25-point title years, top 5 MVP finishes. Yeah, I don't know how Kawhi got in here.
But let's say multiple top 5 MVP finishes. I think
if we switch Kobe with Kawhi, because I would believe that's a mistake. That puts Kobe.
I don't. At that point, then the next one will be Bird. Bird beats Kobe in what?
So now we got to play with some stuff to get Kobe back higher.
But what is so? Then we can go with Bird. What is the category that Bird outranks Kobe in?
I don't know. I don't know how it weighted the categories because somehow it has Kobe. And this is where I think it. Hold on, right here. Hold on. It has to be using.
Okay, so it's using Finals MVPs first as the most valuable.
It has to be using Finals MVPs as like the highest weight.
Well, Jordan
is second. Yeah, Jordan second.
Iguodala has a Finals MVP.
Yeah, but look at LeBron's volume and everything else except defensive teams. Well, no, Jordan beats him out here too. Does LeBron really have 13 plus top 5 MVP finishes?
Hell yeah!
Yes.
I think he does.
Yes.
Ah, damn.
He has the most win shares in MVP voting in NBA history.
LeBron started cracking top 5 in MVP.
Lamar, your chat GPT just be hating on Kobe, bro.
It has Kobe in here. Out of all the players that they can choose from in NBA history, it still gives us Kobe, just lower than what you think.
Yeah. LeBron has 14 of them. Top 5 finishes.
That's crazy. That is ridiculous right there.
Oh, so he has so it's like maybe a little outdated because, like you said, the LeBron thing.
It says 13 plus though. It doesn't say.
It says 13 plus.
Okay, yeah, 13 plus.
Maybe cool, 13 plus because he's still playing.
He's still playing. Yeah, 13 plus.
So I don't by this logic, both Kawhi and Bird literally don't match Kobe.
So do you think maybe you're undervaluing Kawhi Leonard and Larry Bird?
But even based off of literally the numbers that they're giving right now, none of them.
Yeah, then you can ask it. Why did you list Kawhi so high? Like, what metrics did he like hit?
Why is Kawhi and Bird over Kobe?
Okay.
Yeah.
And
Because it'll literally tell you like how it valued or what values they hit.
Wait, this time it can't say the one MVP. Usually it says because Kobe has the one MVP scenarios. Was gonna say, but Kawhi has none, so he can't even say that this time.
Kawhi has no scoring titles.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
but it doesn't value that.
Okay, so it says, great question.
Of course it does.
Let's directly compare it. Okay. Quick reminder. It gives a reminder of your criteria.
Yeah.
It says these two have misses. They have dings.
Exactly.
It says Kobe checks the box on them all. It says Larry Bird meets or exceeds Kobe in every low category except all defensive teams. He says he has more top 5 MVP finishes versus Kobe's 5, more comparable top scoring in title years, near equal all NBA first team selections 9 versus 11. While Kobe is strong defensively, Bird's MVP dominance and scoring consistency, so they're still counting MVPs. It says MVP dominance and scoring consistency in his title years elevate him slightly per Lowe's priorities. It says Kawhi Leonard. It says per Lowe's priority. It says Kawhi Leonard over Kobe. Kawhi barely edges Kobe in this model due to having 2 Finals MVPs, but Kawhi Leonard has won without a top 75 teammate in 20.
What does that have to do with anything? I
don't know. Low.
So Lamont.
Wow.
So what it did here?
Low. It's in your mind right now. It's in your mind.
No, hold on. Lamont, what it did here is it held on to some of Brandon's criteria.
Let me read this, Ruskell. Let me just read it. Playoff runs directly translate into titles, carrying a massive scoring burden on both ends. So what it's doing is now taking into consideration the quality of Kawhi Leonard's playoff run when he won the title with Toronto. I'm assuming that's what they're referring to. Elite two-way impact recognized in all defensive teams. While Kawhi Leonard falls short in all NBA and MVP voting volume, his efficiency, impact, and delivery in both finals, especially against historically great teams in 2013 and versus the Heat 2019 with the Raptors, is viewed by Lowe's criteria as more impactful in fewer years. Bottom line.
I want to there's a couple things that are just factually incorrect. If you were taking into consideration winning one championship without a top 75 player, Powell is in the top 20. He's not a top 75 player. Powell didn't make that list.
Yeah, because Kobe did it twice.
And then go up to the Bird one, because they're saying that Bird had Kobe. He said more top 5 MVP finishes, 9 to Kobe's 5. Right there, that first line. But scroll up to Kobe's top 5 finishes on the thing. I think Kobe has 11. It says Kobe has 11 top 5 finishes.
No, go down.
Right there, like under quick reminder, right there.
Right there, yeah.
Oh, well, that's factually incorrect. Kobe has 11 top 5 MVP finishes, not 5.
Where? It says right here.
No, I'm saying in real life, he has that's first team. Top 5 MVP finishes. Kobe has 11.
So Kobe has 11 top 5 finishes.
Yeah.
Okay. Where's this from? Basketball Reference?
Yeah, you can go. I can show my screen real quick.
Sure. Basketball Reference is pretty nasty with the mistakes.
GPT ain't doing too much better.
Man, you can look this up real quick. I think on NBA.com.
I got 5 more minutes and I gotta get out of here.
Okay.
Well, let me share my screen real quick and I'll just show you. I'll show you the 11.
No, hold on. Just tell me what it is and I'll tell it to refactor. We'll just go with your information.
Kobe. Just tell her that Kobe has 11 top 5 MVP finishes. And I don't am I also telling it that to remember that Kobe won 2 MVPs with a top 75 player?
Okay, and remember.
Yeah, make sure to tell it. Yeah, tell it that.
Won what?
2 championships without a top 75 player.
And nobody on that roster ended up being top 75? I thought Paul Gasol finally cracked it.
No. How can you finally crack it? It's only one time.
Yeah.
Hold on. And what top 75? I don't know. It gets real dicey because I've seen multiple top 75 lists.
I'm assuming that you can be official. You can literally share my screen right now. You'll see the P's and it's
no. We'll go with that. I mean, top 75 player. We'll go. We'll rock with it. This is changing.
Powell's not top 75.
Does
top 75?
Does this change the rankings.
Man, this things factually incorrect. That's why you can't trust ChatGPT. Chat, just factually incorrect things.
No, it's Lamont's Chat GPT be taking side breaks on 8 balls.
Okay, so let's see what it changes. Updated comparison. Let me see if it changes. Impact.
Kobe's better than both of them by his own criteria.
It does. It'll refactor everything because if it
what it did was it added Lamont's factors in it to take Kobe out because
no, it don't add. This is a whole new thread. This has nothing to do with FYF. Okay, hold on.
This is all FYF. This is all you.
Thank you.
It has LeBron.
Thank you.
LeBron. No, it doesn't. It does not.
You might know I've been telling them that all the time.
You have threads over here. It does not. It's a new thread. You have LeBron, Jordan, Duncan, Magic, Steph, Shaq, Hakeem, Kobe.
There you go.
We
Kobe cracked the list.
There you
Kobe
go.
cracked. Thank you, bro. It took a lot of work. It took a lot of finessing.
He's number 7 or number 8? Number 7?
It hasn't been 8. It did what he wanted to do. Put him over Bird. But he has Durant at 10. Still have Kawhi Leonard somewhere close. You got Giannis, Dirk, D Wade, and Jokic. But and look, according to Lowe, no Bill Russell, no Wilt. I don't think you like the old heads. So salute to the disrespect to the old heads.
Lamont, you were right. Like you said, to put Kobe in the top 10 is going to end up putting somebody in the list. That they're like, well, how did this guy get in here? And they go to Kawhi Leonard.
That's why I say if you ever find a list where it kicks out Bill Russell and Wilt Chamberlain just immediately, and it makes no sense, it's I don't think it's fair criteria. That's just nasty criteria.
No, but he already said that. He said,
and what this list and what also his criteria discredits players whose greatness is not embedded in scoring.
No, but he agreed to that. Yeah, but he agreed to that. Once you added all defensive selections,
but you can be great. Like you can be great. Like Bill Russell's greatness is not embedded in scoring and getting assists.
That's fair. I mean, but there's a lot of that's the criteria, Lamont. No, you crying about it.
I get you crazy. Look, it's your criteria.
You're crying about it.
No, I'm saying, look, your criteria. Your criteria, Lo, is your criteria, but I'm
giving it a bean though. This list isn't that far from my actual list, to be honest with you. That's actually kind of crazy that this list actually is not that far off from my actual list.
I don't mind. I like that. I like that it's keeping Jokic close.
Yeah, I have Jokic and Giannis close to the top.
I like that. I like that. I think that's way too high for D Wade and Kawhi Leonard.
Yeah, Kawhi. I just don't know how Kawhi. I just genuinely don't understand how Kawhi.
I think you have to put more context in about diminishing the quality of that finals run, because that finals run he made versus that Warrior team. If you don't put the context in, like it's only thinking that Warrior team.
You guys
but
say
not
KD was
not the injured version of the Warrior team.
And of multiple Finals MVPs too. When he limits it to multiple Finals MVPs, there's not too many players you can go to to give you that as well.
Yeah, it's nasty.
But you gotta remember though,
and also remember the one Finals run for his first one, even he got a Finals MVP, still doesn't matter because that one would not count into the count because he didn't average 25 points per game in that run, nor 8 assists. So I don't even that shouldn't even that was already divided. I genuinely don't know how
an average 15.
Kobe.
Hey, but y'all look, it took some work. It took a lot of fine tuning. It took a lot of fine tuning. It took some unnatural criteria, but we got
it
Kobe
took legend
in the
of
top
winning.
10.
Did you see
it took legend of winning?
Did you see the criteria?
It showed you that the listeners don't matter.
Yeah, he showed it. That was the show. That was what the show was about. No,
I'm about to say
the show. Lamont showed you the score system that they put together and how Kobe just scored just a little bit less than Stephen Curry.
Yeah,
they had Kobe. They had Kobe at 90, Steph Curry at 91. It was a point system, and they were and what I liked, Lo, was they capped each category, so you couldn't use longevity to run up a whole bunch of points in one category, like how you overweighted all defensive teams. They capped defensive teams at like 30, 40 points. So the most points you can get from your defensive teams and your defensive like stuff like that, all NBA teams, it's 40.
Where'd you
here.
get this information?
Hold on. I can't tell you who sent it to me, but I can show it to you.
Oh, okay. You don't have to. The problem that I have.
No, I can show you to me. I got the email. I can show you. I can forward to you. I can screenshot and send it to you. I can text it to you.
All right, yeah, you can just.
You might know who the person is actually.
They capped that because LeBron's gonna be the GOAT. If they
Hold on, let me
kept
show
it,
you real quick before you
LeBron
get out of
would've
here.
been
Let
the
me show
GOAT.
you real quick. I'm gonna share my screen. I'm gonna show you real quick. I had to copy and paste it in a Word.
The only issue I had with it is that when there's another article they just recently dropped out that explained why Kobe is outside the top 11, and it was like some of the most inconsistent. Like it's a whole article, and it does not make any sense.
This is why it was a point system. Rings 5 points, regular season MVPs 4. The accolade section, you can only cap out at 40 points. Peak performance section, for whatever they defined it as, you cap out at 20. Career stats, they normalized it, cap out at 15. Longevity, 15. And then they said, from what I was told, it was this category right here was the only thing that kept Kobe alive, because whenever they didn't add a subjective category in, Kobe kept finding himself in weird spots because he has an unnatural career. Like Kobe does not have a normal career. It's not a normal career trajectory. It's very odd. Being behind Shaq, looked at as a number 2, starting his career slow because he's stuck on the bench because of coaching. Like it's a very odd career, and the way he ended his career just abruptly, it's just a very odd career pattern.
Which is fine, but okay. So my biggest, the longevity and the consistency thing is my problem with it. Forget the impact. I don't if they don't care that much about longevity and consistency because it's ranked 15.
You get 15 points for longevity and consistency. That really helped Kobe.
I'm not saying it doesn't. Put aside Kobe for a second. But peak is where's peak at? Peak is right 20, here. And then if you go up one more, you I think it was the awards. Is the
accolades?
So if that is the case, how is Shea not on the list?
Mm-hmm.
I
here, I'm gonna tell you why. Because this is the category that really shuffled people out. Because everybody in the top 100 was so close that this category can be the difference between you making the list or not. That's how close this list was, and it started to get right. And this category right here, and so also what they were able to do, from what I was told, this right here, all defensive selections. If the award didn't exist when you played, you can get it hypothetically. So there could be a wide variance in what people gave you these points and what people didn't. If you're dealing with a old head, maybe they give Bill Russell all of these points, or like it gets real weird. But
I don't mind that. I think if you're favoring peak, I don't know how Shea doesn't make it.
I don't think they favor just peak though.
No, I'm saying if you're favoring peak over longevity, because if Embiid made the list, how far off is Embiid's career than Shea's at this point?
But how many does Shea have? How many top 3 MVP finishes does Shea have? 2?
I think he has 3 now. I could be wrong.
Top 3?
Because the heaviest is accolades.
No, but Embiid has like 7 All-Stars and like 5 All-NBAs.
Okay, Shea has 2.
And he has an MVP.
Yeah. And Shea has a whole bunch of Embiid has a whole bunch of defensive teams, don't he?
Yeah, accolades is the heaviest.
He has 1 or 2.
Let me be clear. If I'm not saying that he had to be over Embiid, what I'm saying is they took Embiid's career, which effectively through this lens is literally just like a 5-year period that we're talking about.
And he was ranked high too, right? He was like 50 something.
It wasn't even like Embiid was like 90.
But again, the variance, the typical variance is this category. I'm telling you, this category has been nasty. Like, and if
maybe
you have
they
a lot
didn't
of
count
young
this
voters,
year.
if you have young voters, like today's players who there might be more familiar with might get more points here versus a guy like Paul or Reason who nobody knows. He might get 0 points here and he falls way, way back, even though his resume is nasty.
Which then brings to the other point, and it's gonna be nasty. Because I said that the only reason why Scotty got that high is because he played next to Mike. Because you can
make the case that Kobe's that high because he played next to Shaq.
But the reason why I said it is because John Havlicek
goes hand in hand.
No. John Havlicek. John Havlicek. That's the point I'm about to make. John Havlicek is perfect in the finals. He has 8 championships, more than Pippen. He has a Finals MVP as well. His numbers statistically peaks higher than Pippen's as well. I just don't like though. Like these are things, and if you go look at the numbers, they're close. So I'm assuming the only difference would have to be the.
But look at career stats. Stats only give you 15 points. It's going to award like like Havlicek, who was a great defender, is not going to have the ability to get defensive teams. And even if you give people hypothetical defensive teams, how many people know how great he was?
He has
eight. Oh, he does?
Yeah, he has
8 of them.
Oh, okay. I didn't know.
Hold on, where was Havlicek ranked at? What number was Havlicek? I know Pippen was 28.
He was like 30 something.
Hold on. Oh, that's where he gets hit. How many times did Pippen lead the league in steals? Because that's 2
No, but if Pippen also has all-stars, probably more than Havlicek.
He did it once.
He only did it once.
They didn't count steals and blocks. There was no steals and blocks.
Yeah, he only led the league once, Lamont.
He has more. Doesn't he have more all-stars?
But I think. Oh no, wait though. I think Scottie Pippen has more top 5 finishes in MVP than Havlicek though.
I was just
about to say that. And Depoy.
Yeah,
but he doesn't. Are they doing top?
They're not counting those though. They're not counting.
Yeah, no, you said right there. It says right there. Season top 3. Scottie Pippen was a top 3 MVP.
No, top 3.
Yeah, Scottie was top 3.
I'm not saying.
Yeah, Scottie was top 3.
I'm not saying. He
I don't think Havlicek ever was. I don't think Havlicek ever was.
Pippen was top 3. Pippen was top 3 one time. But then if you look at
that's 2 points. That's a lot of points.
I'm not saying it's not. But if you're saying scoring average peak,
this is 1 point per game over 25. This is you per 1 point per game over 25 equals 0.5 points.
Yes.
Oh, wow.
So Havlicek has 1, 2, I think it's 3 of those years. So he would have 3 of those years, and then, but for people who don't know, Havlicek has 8 to 6 to championships, first team All NBAs, 4 to 3, All NBAs, 11 to 7.
But your total, your so the problem with all his championships is this: it don't matter because he can only cap out at 40 points. It don't matter his volume of championships. Once he gets to 40 points in the accolade section, you're done.
So would Pippen have him in like the impact category? Like Pippen?
No, so him and Pippen. No, basically him and Pippen got 40 points.
That's not. But what I'm saying.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah. Once you cap out in accolades, no matter how you
him and Pippen capped out at 40 points, both of them.
I'm not denying that. What I'm saying is everything that we're saying, even if Pippen beats him slightly in peak, that's fine. The only
beat
thing
him significantly in impact.
That's what I'm saying. He got there because he played next to Mike. That's what I'm saying.
No, but the funny thing is that they added that.
Oh, he didn't get there because of shoes. 10. That's impact. Everybody.
Okay.
No, but Lamont, remember you? No, hold on, wait, Lamont. You remember you told me that they added impact and influence because that was the only way to get Kobe close in the top 10.
You ain't gonna never. I mean, I got Pippins right here, man. It got like you. I got a whole bunch of Pippins.
He got that because he played next to Mike, dog.
Hold on, no.
Mike.
How many Havliceks you got? This is why. This is.
Mike would have been telling.
Havlicek
didn't do this right here.
Yeah, Mike
didn't do this.
Well, but Mike would have told him to get points so he can be a part of Nike. I think my biggest issue though with the whole like the criteria, and I said this in my video, is that like everything that when you contextualize things a certain way, bro, like being the best or leading the league or a certain degree of influence is so dictated off of like what may have happened relative at that time. So even though you're joking about the shoes, Havlicek can't have shoes in the 70s. Like they don't have individual shoes.
And there's certain things that obviously, I mean, there's a lot of things. I mean, it's a lot of things that Pippen couldn't have.
Scottie can't play next to Bill Russell and win 8 championships. He was lucky to get it.
He won 2 without Bill Russell. He won 2 without Bill Russell.
There's no credit for that. Championships.
No. Johnny's just saying that. I'm saying he then went on to win 2 without Bill and then won Finals MVP as well. That's what I'm saying. And so the influence is because he played next to Mike, dog. He played next to Mike.
But you know what, Lo? What I think though is what they were thinking is this. They had the hard task of coming up with a criteria for 5,000 players that's played in the NBA. And for us, when we do our top 10s, we're only thinking about 20 players that we are trying to sift through in our minds. when they're trying to deal with NBA history and not leaving anybody out. And you're never going to have a fair criteria. Something's always going to get left out. Somebody's always going to get overshadowed, and there's going to be a flaw somewhere when you're dealing with that many people in that many eras of basketball. I think with 100 players, this might be one of the better lists that I've seen ranking this many players. Yes, there are flaws, but you're never going to have a top 100 list that's perfect. And sticking, I don't mind.
Let me be clear. I'm not saying I don't care one another. I'm just saying some of the ideology and logic, like the idea that leading the league in scoring, like being a league leader in something, somehow has this perceived value over just putting up better numbers but still not leading the league. So the analogy that I gave was that if I'm running in a race and Usain Bolt ran a 4.2, but then I ran a 4.3 in a 40-yard dash, but then someone else runs a race, but they don't have to run against Usain Bolt, and they run a 4.5 and win, no one in their right mind would say that runner is faster than me just because they won the race that they ran in.
But that's the best example with track, because when you think about Carl Lewis and some of the track runners of the past, they still going to go down as some of the greatest runners of all time, even though their numbers have been passed up by even some college athletes today. Because they getting judged by what they did in the moment versus what was great that was perceived in the moment versus what we think is great now. So whatever was great in your era is what it seems like you're getting judged on.
No. I'm like Allen Iverson's probably a better example. There's a year where Iverson leads the league averaging 27 points, and that's me rounding up. There's another year where he averaged 33 and didn't lead the league. Are you telling me that the 27 point per game season is inherently better because he led the league that one year, but then the next he's averaging 33 and he doesn't lead the league?
But this is what they do.
Jeffrey,
Hold on. But Lo, this is what they do. For example, if you lead the league in scoring, or let's say you're third in scoring, they would expect for your greatness to shine somewhere, whether you make all NBA first team, whether you are top 5 or top 3 in MVP voting. You might not eclipse the monument of being the league's leading scorer, but if you are really that great, then it's going to show somewhere in some accolade. And this is why they have such a wide range of accolades where you can get points. And they're not just limiting it to, and that's why they put caps on categories. So Jordan having auto scoring titles without much resistance as a scorer in the 90s, well, they put a cap on it and say, look, sometimes it can be like that. You just have an easy era to compete against. So we're not going to let you run away with points because you played in an era where you had no resistance as a scorer.
No, I get that, but mine's is more so talking about the more difficult path. So I guess an even better example would be like the Ewing conundrum. Where Patrick
That's too
Ewing,
subjective. The more difficult path is subjective.
No, I'm saying the more difficult path to try to assess players. That's what I'm saying. So like the
that's
path,
still subjective.
It's not. Subjective. I don't think it's necessarily subjective. Like if Patrick Ewing has years where statistically and from a sheer player standpoint, he is unequivocally one of the best players in the league, but he does not receive the accolades for it because he's in an era that features Shaq, Hakeem, and David Robinson. But that does not mean I don't think none of us would then believe that he's a year where he has like a top 5 MVP finish, but based off of that criteria, this year wouldn't count, and he doesn't make an All NBA team. But that doesn't mean
how we traditionally rank players, like it doesn't matter. No matter whether you use your criteria or whether we use traditional criteria, the unfair part of these rankings is that there still are elements of winning matters, and MVPs matter. They're not the most fair criteria to use, but they do matter. And if no matter what happens, whether you got to either have them or not, if you don't have them, your resume we can't give you a hypothetical resume because it might have been a little bit tougher. It's unfortunate.
I'm not saying give him a hypothetical. I think that there is a better way to contextualize what a player may or may not have done for a season, rather than saying
you just create a talent list.
No, but that's my
create a list that's purely based on talent. And it has nothing to do with resume. That's the only way you can get Patrick Ewing and guys
that's what Brandon Cash just did, and that's how he got his list.
But again, I'm not saying
because Kobe is top 3 all time. If it's about sheer talent and we're not incorporating meaningful resume builders, standard, typical random bay business and not oddly worded criteria, then if you go off talent and like most people want to do, Kobe is easily top 3. If we use typical things that we define as a championship or a top 10 resume, the MVPs, championships, and things of that nature.
I hear what you're saying. I don't though, because I know, for example, in 2023, Jokic being second team All NBA is not an accurate depiction of how great he was that year. MVP caliber player is a much clearer depiction of the caliber of player he was.
Where did he finish in MVP voting that year?
Second.
So in this criteria, he would have got credit that year.
I'm not saying he doesn't get credit. I'm not saying he doesn't. I'm saying someone like Derrick Rose should not receive more credit for 2011 than he received in 2023 because he
won't, because Derrick Rose is always going to get penalized.
That's crazy.
Derrick Rose is hold on. See, what y'all doing is Derrick Rose can get the full 4 points for his MVP, but he's never going to outpace the longevity of a guy like Kevin Durant.
I'm talking about
he can easily catch those 4 points just by being an All-NBA player longer. So the thing is, everything's normalized and it gets capped. Like Derrick Rose is always going to get penalized because of the injury.
I'm just saying on a year basis, like 2011 D Rose through this scope for the regular season should not receive more points than 2023 Jokic. They should receive the same amount of points.
Yeah, but this is not grading players on years. It's your whole career.
But Lamont, I'm just using a 1 year example. Like I can, and I understand what they're saying. They're capping off, but the totality of like LeBron's career, him only winning 4 MVPs is not an accurate depiction of how dominant he was throughout the course.
Yeah, but when you go through all the criteria, you will soon start to realize that shit is dominant because when you look at the top 3 MVP finishes, when you look at the All NBA teams, when you look at his defensive teams, when you look at his Finals MVPs, when you look at his career stats. When you look at his peak performance, when you look at everything, you're like, okay, maybe he only has 4 MVPs, but that motherfucker's running up totals and everything else.
I'm not saying
but Lo makes some good sense though, because when Lo says, okay, because you said Joker was voted second in MVP, but he didn't make the All NBA first team, and it's the same people who vote for both.
Yeah,
which is so weird.
But hold on, but the All NBA teams are only worth what they diminish the value.
No, I get that, but that's the conflict. He's talking about how there's a conflict because remember, they're giving you a certain amount of points for being
because there's flaws in all defensive selections and all NBA selections. They're only worth 1.5 points. The only things that hold a lot of value are championships, regular season MVPs, and finals MVPs. Everything else, like all defensive teams, which we know can be given out flawed, or even all NBA teams can be given out in a flawed manner. You can sometimes make it because of injuries and things like that. They diminish the value of it.
You can say the same thing about MVPs, though.
I've rarely seen anybody accidentally walk into an MVP.
You think Barkley was a better player in '93 than Jordan?
No, it's not about being a better player. Did he have a better season?
Do you think he had a better season than Jordan?
I'm sure if we go back and go game for game, context applied, maybe there's an argument there.
I'm not saying there's not. I'm not saying they're not. But we don't have to go that far back. Let's go.
Let's go. Tell me how Wes Unseld won an MVP.
What I'm saying is MVP awards are very hard to get.
I'm not saying they're not, but let's say even recently, again with like Jokic, with Embiid, and then even
I thought Jokic was the MVP, but I couldn't tell that to an SGA fan. Everybody was saying SGA.
Well, so that's my point. If you believe that Jokic, I'm not saying I'm saying they both should receive the same amount of points. That's what I'm saying. An MVP caliber season is an MVP caliber season.
But they're literally giving you 2 points just for finishing top 3. That's one of the highest point totals you can receive in this whole.
And how many do you receive if you win the award?
And if you win the award, you get 4 points.
So you get double the. Lamont, God damn.
Yeah, but the problem is
double the points.
Yeah, but the problem is even if you double those points, it's a capped category. You cannot run away.
Okay, let me be clear. I'm speaking through.
It's one of the reasons why Steve Nash is not ranked high, because his 2 MVPs, even though it's 8 points, is not going to, because of everything else that you have to meet the barometer on, he's not going to accidentally flop above Kobe because he have 2 MVPs, because he doesn't have the longevity. He's not going to get those points. He doesn't have the all NBA and all defensive. He's not going to get those points. He doesn't have as many top 3 MVP voting. He's not going to get those points. He doesn't have the statistics. He doesn't have the impact. He doesn't have the longevity or consistency. But somewhere in this criteria, the difference is going to be made up. And just you having those 2 MVPs, you're going to have to do a lot more than that to crack the top 20. And as we saw with this list, guys like Moses Malone, who I think he was around 15 and things of that nature, there's a shit ton of work you got to do as a player to crack the top 10 with their criteria. And it's you can say as MVPs, but tell that to Moses Malone and Steve Nash.
No, the point I'm making though isn't necessarily unique to like the top 10 or top 15 or even the BR list. I'm talking about because I think you're talking about what is perceived to be like common ways in which we speak about greatness. And what I'm saying is I think that the way in which we speak about it is heavily flawed if all we're doing is just solely looking at awards and coming to a conclusion. However, you want to weigh it one way or another, because again, like, and I'm using their argument. This regular season that just went and came by, there's no rhyme or reason that in a theoretical way, if you're grading it, that Shea should receive twice as many points as Jokic in the regular season. I think you agree with that. I think we all agree with that.
But in the long run, when both their careers end, it will get normalized because, again, one thing we know is that they're not going to give it to Shea every year. And as Shea progresses through his career, there may be a year where Jokic gets it instead of Shea, or another player gets it instead of Shea when Shea should have won it. It's going to normalize.
I don't think so, because if you're in an era with like a Jokic or a LeBron or a Kareem or a Jordan, they're going to rack up just significantly more MVPs than you, right? And again, this is beyond the Bleacher Report argument.
Jordan and LeBron showed us that voters will always have voter bias, because if it didn't exist, Jordan would have 10 MVPs and LeBron would too. Voter bias is real. They're not going to run away and just keep giving it to the same person every year. And again, you'll get your fair share, but others will too. It always balances itself out. If voter bias kicks in, it's a real thing.
And I get that, but do you think that, like, for example, Giannis, as of right now, has 2? He has 2. Giannis, there is a real likelihood that he will probably never win another MVP again, just because of the era in which he plays in, because he's competing with Jokic. Jokic, Luka, now Shea. I guess if Embiid gets healthy, eventually Wemby. Like, he's competing in an era of basketball where there's like significant thresholds of like greatness at heights in which
he can make up points with defensive selections, which we know that's something that Jokic will never get. He can make up points by top 3 MVP finishes. He can make up points in other categories, and it will again normalize those points, because with these categories capped at points, they only matter to a certain point total,
which so I think is
not
also
like you can
logic too.
You said
I think that's
at the end of the day, you can, no matter how many MVPs you win in that category, the most points you can get with championships, whether you get there with championships, whether you get there with MVPs, finals MVPs, whatever, you can only cap out at 40 points there. We're moving on once you get to 40, and nothing else really matters after that, because they're not going to just let you accolades stack your way to being the GOAT.
And I don't know. I think
that's a great way to
no.
You think they should? Then how the hell you have Kobe in your top 10?
Why would Kobe not be able to? You think Kobe over a 13-year stretch would not be able to accumulate enough accolades to just continue?
I'm talking about what Kobe had. I'm talking about what Kobe has accolade wise, especially with what these things weigh right now.
I'm not talking about the weight. Wait. I want to be clear. I'm not talking about the weight. I'm talking about the concept of a general concept of your longevity and sustained excellence shouldn't be going towards this unlimited measure, because at the end of the day, that means that we're taxing. Again, I don't care about Kobe. I'm talking about this consistent lens of how we're viewing greatness. So, for example, capping off LeBron because the nigga has 20 plus years of greatness because you just want to cap him off at 40. That's fucking
no. But the only reason why I normally
Facts. There you go,
Hold on, low. I typically would agree with that. But the one thing where I had to sit back and say, this is the one time where I have to side against longevity is because when I look back on the past, when Bill Russell and those guys played, 10 to 13-year careers was considered an extremely long career. And so what was normal then is no longer normal now. Sometimes we don't consider a player hitting his prime today until they're in year 6, 7, or 8. Back then, you were in the twilight of your career when you hit year 6, 7, or 8. So in trying to keep it fair for past players and current, so that they, based on things that they cannot control, have a fair shot to still crack the top 10 versus what players do today. And I said, when I look at their criteria, I appreciate how they try to normalize everything so that everybody has a fair shake. And it's not just a list loaded with players from 1990 and up because the basketball changed. And this is what we prioritize or perceive as greatness. They normalized it. The capping was required when you're dealing with that many players to rank. And you may not like it, but we ultimately still, even with the caps, their list, they're outside of Kobe not cracking where people want them to be. It was a damn good list to me.
There's a lot of other questions I have about the list. There's a lot of I think Tatum was too low.
I mean, this is the wrong time to be fighting for Tatum, man. He's just having a bad 2-year stretch, man.
He won a championship in the 2 year.
He did. But what I'm saying is reputation-wise, won a championship, but the narrative around it was you didn't win the Finals MVP. You go turn around and go right to the Olympics, and then you get benched in the Olympics because they feel like you can't play winning basketball there. And I'm just saying, perceptually, he's just having a bad 2-year stretch. And then coming on this year, where the Celtics were supposed to run it back, you are then getting pummeled by the Knicks, and then you go down with injury. It's just a nasty period for Tatum right now. I ain't gonna lie.
They put Lenny Wilkins right above him. Like Lenny Wilkins has no championships. He has no All-NBA teams. He's like
I look. I'm not gonna defend the Lenny Wilkins, man.
That's what I'm saying. For the most part, I hear what you're saying, but
were they hypothetically giving Lenny Wilkins stuff? I don't know. Maybe they got lazy towards the end. Maybe they were like, "Fuck it, I'm not trying to do that." I don't know.
Okay,
I don't know, bro. But I do like one thing I do agree is I love Draymond over Chris Webber. I think that is the best thing they did on this list. Draymond, 1000% over Chris Webber.
There were all NBA teams in the 70s that Lenny Wilkins could have made. He just didn't. I don't think Lenny Wilkins.
You don't know about the cultural impact of Lenny Wilkins, man.
Okay.
W. Lenny Wilkins, man. W. Lenny Wilkins.
Lenny Wilkins is an 8-time All-Star.
That's what I'm saying. W. Lenny Wilkins, man.
He has no All-NBAs.
Did he have any championships?
Yes, he has one.
No, he has no championships. No.
I thought
not as a player. No, he has as a coach. Not as a player.
So that means Lenny Wilkins.
Oh my God.
Hold on. Does he have any MVPs or does he have any top?
No, you don't have none of that.
3 MVP votes?
No.
When did Lenny play in the 50s? He didn't play in the 50s. He played in the 50s and the 60s.
I'm looking at it. He has no I'm telling you, he has no All-NBAs, no all defensive teams. The highest that he finished in the MVP race is 16.
Did he lead the league in anything?
Oh, I'll tell you that back. No. He finished.
He never led the league in scoring, assists, steals.
Never.
The highest he got in scoring was 22. The highest he got in rebounding is 6.6. Brother, let me go into playoffs. Let me see.
Bro, I'm just trying to place it in the criteria. I don't.
He don't have his playoff numbers are going to be worse, Lo.
Yeah, I ain't gonna lie. His playoff numbers crazy.
Okay.
His cultural impact though. His cultural impact. That's again. They added the cultural impact. His cultural impact is big.
Hey, Johnny, I'm just glad that it was just one vote that has Jordan over LeBron, man. The spell is about to break on all these people.
They helped Jordan, man.
They capped it off.
They handicapped the list, man. That's why our list, our GOAT James Kingdom formula is the greatest formula because our formula is the only formula that doesn't hurt any era or any position or anything.
If we do it Lowe's way, LeBron as it stands right now will be the GOAT.
He's the GOAT,
and it will be damn near impossible.
I don't care about that. That's I'm trying to figure out the most accurate way to assess greatness. Whoever falls wherever he fall.
Use Johnny's formula. It's
if we use Lowe's formula. If we use Lowe's formula, we got
Hey Johnny, your formula had Kobe like 25, man. Your formula had Kobe.
No, it didn't. No, it didn't. Your chat GPT had Kobe top 25. That's your.
And then
that was your chat GPT.
And then they started questioning chat GPT. It started roasting them back. They start asking it questions, second guessing its decision making.
No, yeah. Hey Johnny, you gotta like type it out, or I'm gonna hit you up on Discord. Let me get the criteria for GJK, because to me that is the most unbiased way.
Every time somebody asks Lamont's chat GPT why Kobe isn't where they want him to be, it says the same nonsense. Kobe's won MVP. Lamont grades MVPs like it's a championship. So Kobe's won MVP. Yes, it does. Yes, it does. Every time they bring up MVPs. They gave Bird a notch because it's supposed to be.
Bird has 3 MVPs in a row. That the reason why
Lowe didn't tell it to do that. Lowe didn't tell it to do that. That's you who told it to do that.
It didn't grade Bird like that. What I'm saying is this.
It did.
When you look at what is the when I go top 10, the one thing I say is this. It's the only award that helps you separate the elite from the elite. It's the only one. It's the only one.
You said that Colorado situation.
Exactly, and that's not Kobe to 25.
It says when you play NBA basketball, they said it's a less than 1% chance that you win an NBA MVP award. It's even lower to get 2. So what's the easiest way to start separating the best of the best? I have statistical categories, like I said, to leave the game of basketball being the greatest at something, because that's one of my statistical categories. Where do you walk away from the game being the greatest scorer of all time, the greatest passer of all time, the most dominant? Is it to leave the game where we say you're the greatest of something? It's like a less than like 1% chance that you walk away from the game with a label like that. So that's why that's one of my categories. Steph Curry, greatest shooter. Jordan, arguably the greatest scorer. LeBron, all-time league leading scorer. Right?
Okay,
it's hard to walk in the game.
Can we add something for Kobe then? Can we add something for Kobe that's basketball related?
It already said. Kobe don't lead the league in nothing. He never left the game.
But we can add something to that. Kobe
He never said that Kobe was the greatest of nothing.
I say he the most dominant.
Lamont, you got to add his work ethic, Lamont. Nobody has Kobe's work ethic in NBA history. Nobody. That's basketball related.
Yes, they do.
Who?
Steph.
Where?
Come on.
Come on.
Bro.
Look at Lamont laughing. Oh my God.
Hold on. Do you know, because I'm a shooter, do you know at 6'2", how many jumpers you have to take to become that great of a shooter at the NBA level? Yeah. Kobe stood at 6'6", 6'7". He could shoot over a lot of his defenders. Yes. Steph Curry does not have that ability. He has to be able to shoot from a farther range, more accurate, more consistent, and he's a smaller player. He has a built-in disadvantage with his height. And you telling me he's not in the gym consistently, tirelessly working on that jump shot?
Is he at the gym at 4 a.m. like Kobe? Is he at the gym at 4 a.m. like Kobe?
Not as early as Kobe.
No, Kobe in the gym is a narrative. Y'all,
that's not a narrative. That's fact.
No, that's not. Hold on. Okay, let me ask you a question. Okay, so hold on. Let me ask you, Johnny. Let me ask you this. Hey, Johnny. Hold on. Hey, Johnny. Let me ask you this. How many times a day does Steph Curry work out?
Twice a day.
How do you know?
Because he said it.
No, he didn't.
Yes, he did.
When?
He has his normal personal workout that he does in the morning. They have the team practice. I don't count that as a workout. Then he has his late afternoon workout. You go look it up, Stephen. How many workouts does
work ethic?
He has more than 2.
So hold on. Because bro, I'm gonna tell y'all something that a coach told me, and this is how I knew this work ethic shit was bullshit. Right?
Oh, here we go.
This is back. I'm gonna tell you. This is how I promise you. A coach told me this. This is when I knew I was trash and I really needed to go. No. I'm gonna tell you. No. This is how I know the work ethic thing is bullshit, right? And this is how I know it don't mean shit. You have to really just go improve your game. My freshman year, I got dropped from the JV team to the freshman team. And then I found myself not playing on the freshman team. I'm like, what the fuck is going on? And then after we lost the game, the goddamn coach was talking to the whole team. And you know what this motherfucker said?
Lamont sucked.
Hold on. Let me tell you what this coach said. Remember, I got dropped from the JV team to the freshman team mid-season, and then I go to the freshman team, and I'm still not getting no tick. And we in the locker room after the loss. This motherfucker says, and he was talking to one of the better players on the freshman team. I'm supposed to be better than this dude, but I'm not at the moment. He says, man, if y'all worked as hard as Lane, we'd be a really good team. I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? Worked as hard as Lane? What you mean? What you mean worked as hard as Lane, man?
So wasn't with him in the gym.
But hold on. So, are you saying I outwork these dudes? But my game is so trash that I ain't getting no tick on the freshman team. Oh, that work ethic shit is for the bums, man. Y'all just wait, Lamont.
The difference is Kobe wasn't that bad.
No, exactly. You were bad. You were bad. You not. Kobe was good at basketball.
Lamont, you holding this away. No. Wait, all right, Lamont. Let me before I go. Let me ask this question. Very seriously. What do you think is a better indicator of Shaq's career? He was a one-time MVP, or that he played at an MVP level for 8 years? What gives a more?
Do I have to choose from those two, or can I, or can I use what I feel?
Okay, Shaq was top 3 in MVP voting.
Okay, so
8 years?
for me,
like 8, yeah.
For me, Shaq walks. Shaq. When I look at Shaq, I don't think MVP years. I don't think anything but the most dominant player in NBA history. That's the only thing I think of. That's the first thing that comes to mind. I don't think that it was so dominant that we forget about his MVP count. We forget about a lot of stuff, his shortcomings. That's how dominant he was.
The point, what I'm trying to make is that
that's how you know he's a hellified motherfucker right there.
No, I get that. But the point I'm making is that as someone who only won one MVP, and we can do this for several different players.
He walked away from the game known as the most dominant player.
And as dominant as he was, he walked away with one MVP. Do you think one MVP is an accurate depiction of his greatness, or saying that he was wait.
That's why my criteria, Lo, I have 5 bullet points of criteria. And for me, Shaq checks 3 of those boxes.
I'm just asking a question, Lamont. I'm asking a question.
So you can't just take one outlier and say, is this indicative?
I can do this.
Total body of work.
We can do this for every
total body of work.
Okay, yes. Judge. I get that, but if you're talking about total body of work, saying that Shaq for 8 years of his career played at an MVP level is more indicative to his total body of work than just saying one MVP.
No, it's not. No, Shaq his style of play. His style of play. What he left the game known as is what his mantra is always going to be. Well, like your identity as a player, like what y'all said, Kobe's work ethic. Well, if y'all feel work ethic was his greatest of all time GOAT attribute, well, good luck with that one. But Steph is going to, 20 years from now, the first thing we're going to think about with Steph, greatest shooter of all time. Shaq, most dominant. Right? LeBron, craziest longevity and durability we've ever seen in NBA history. So at the end of the day, it's your identity as a player is the first thing we're going to think of first. That's one of the staple points of Shaq. It's an element to his greatness.
I'm just because we can do this with everybody. I'm asking a question though. The one MVP, as we all know, does not give a fair depiction of how dominant Shaq was or how great Shaq was.
I agree.
And so what I'm saying is when we're looking through accolades, not put aside how people view certain players. When we're talking about a player and how they performed, simplifying it through accolades does not give an accurate depiction, and we know this a lot of times.
That's only if you're using accolades.
I'm not. That's why you got to use stats, Lo. That's why you got to use stats, Lo.
You have to use stats, accolades, achievements, and then also impact on the game. I use all of them together.
I'm not denying it. What I'm trying to highlight is how some of this stuff can be skewed through certain lens and perception. So, for example, another example.
Nope, it's only skewed if you pluck one and try to use it independently. But when you put it all together, things start to look more normal. That's all I'm saying.
And for
you plug Shaq's one MVP, damn, one MVP. But then when you start pairing it with all the other shit, okay, damn, okay. Well, you know,
So
now I see why y'all say
okay. Let's do MVP and all defensive teams. Do you think only 3 all defense? Do you think Shaq was only good enough to make 3 all defensive teams, or do you think he would just at a point in time where the defensive talent that he's competing with, specifically at the center position?
Shaq's never gonna go. Shaq's never gonna go. When we're talking about all-time great in NBA history, Shaq's defense is not what makes him all-time great. So I don't care.
Lamont, I'm not saying. You told me
that just made him good for that decade. But when we all-time, his defense wasn't all-time great enough for me to say his defense is getting diminished. It don't really matter, and because that's not one of the attributes that makes him all-time great.
I'm just picking another one. You told me to pick another one, so I'm using an example again. As Shaq only making
plucking from their weaknesses. Start from the top.
That's not. I don't think defense is Shaq's weakness. I think, especially
defense wasn't his all-time great attribute. It was scoring and rebounding.
Okay. So scoring. Do you think Shaq never being able to average north of 30 points per game, similar to like Bird as well, do you think that gives an accurate depiction of how great of a scorer he was?
I don't think 30 points per game is that's not indicative of great scoring.
Doing 30 at an efficient rate.
For example, like this, Iverson was able to eclipse 30 points per game. Shaq, not. I'm always going to take Shaq. If I needed to score on my team,
that's my point. That's my point. You're
because of everything else that comes with Shaq, the dominance, right?
No, who do you think is better scorer, Shaq or AI?
Versatility, AI. 9,000.
Who do you think is a better scorer, Lamont?
It's a loaded question.
Points.
It's not.
It's a loaded question because there are two obvious
answers. Under 22 is last.
There's two answers. Iverson's a more versatile scorer, and there's a ton of people that feel versatile makes you better.
But I'm asking you,
just by pure running numbers.
I'm asking you,
as a scorer, Iverson's a better scorer.
Who?
Get out of here.
Iverson's a better scorer.
No, it's Shaq, bro. Efficiency and dominance.
Hold on. Listen to what I'm saying.
I'm asking Lamont.
Hold on. First of all, when I say again, that's why I say we're going to another subjective thing because when you say scorer, some people rely on totals, but people like me, when you say scorer, it's versatility. The guy that's more versatile is the better scorer. Like Jamal Crawford, to me, is a more versatile scorer than Shaquille O'Neal. He's going to be better, but Shaquille O'Neal is going to be the more dominant scorer because he can take one aspect of scoring and go, and it'd be absolutely unstoppable. He don't need the versatility.
Lamont,
scorer are two different things.
Okay. So Lamont, who's a better scorer? So you're saying Kobe's a better scorer than LeBron?
He's a more versatile scorer than LeBron. Yes.
No, Lamont.
Get out of here.
Better? No, stop. Is he a better scorer?
Two different things. It's two different things.
But I'm asking
scoring
you based off on
and
how you feel.
LeBron scores more than Kobe. Hold on. LeBron scores more than Kobe. But as far as versatility goes, Kobe's a more versatile scorer than LeBron.
I'm asking you which one are you favoring more? Like however you weigh it, however you Lamont weigh it.
So in all-time rankings, we always favor scoring, not scorer. Because again, we don't talk about the most versatile scorers in NBA history. We talk about the guys when you talk about the output. We look at that output number. We don't give a damn how you got to that number. It's what is your output.
So you think Karl Malone is
West Coast.
Hold
on, West Coast. What we're talking about is being a versatile scorer, like a Tracy McGrady, right? Like Iverson and some of the greatest scorers that we've ever seen. Those are scorers. But when it goes down, when it's all said and done in NBA history, nobody's going to be talking about Tracy McGrady when we're talking about the top 10s, the guys who were able to score the ball in the elite level. They're going to talk about the bronze. They're going to pop the guys with the productivity. You have to produce.
So you stop giving us the Mingles gesture answers.
Being a scorer is not about your productivity.
So you think Malone will be better than KD then? Or a better better at scoring?
No, he said versatility.
No, hold on.
He said off of
hold on. Two different things. KD is a better scorer than Karl Malone. Scorer and scoring are two different things.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So you think Karl Malone is better at scoring?
No, hold on. Karl Malone. So far in his career, because we're just talking about as an entire for an entire career, Karl Malone produced more than what KD has done right now.
So you
he
think
scored
he's better
more.
at scoring?
Now, no, he's not. Hold on. What I'm saying is scoring is just a running total number. And it's just how much do you have versus how much did the other person have? At this stages in their career, Karl Malone has scored more than KD. Now, when you talk about scorer as what type of scorer are you? KD is a much better scorer than Karl Malone because he can score in a multitude of ways. Y'all don't care about scorers.
You mean
because
scoring?
y'all only care about scoring.
No,
nobody cared that Kareem Abdul-Jabbar how he scored. When he went down, he was going to go down as one of the greatest scorers of all time because of his scoring.
Scoring.
I hear what you're saying.
Hold on. They're the ones.
Lamont, you just invented a whole new term, Lamont. You just invented a whole new term live stream right now.
This is something.
You just invented a whole new term, Lamont.
I understand what he's saying.
No, hold on.
I understand it too, but it's he just invented it.
Any basketball player will tell you this. It's the two different things because again, when we talk about Kobe and Shaq, why did Phil Jackson choose to run the offense through Shaq? Because it was the most efficient way to score because Shaq, there was nobody that could stop Shaq from scoring. The one way he could score in that post area, there was absolutely nobody that could stop him. Who was the more versatile scorer? Kobe. Kobe was the most versatile scorer on that team. He could get a bucket any which way you wanted it.
Well, that's why I wanted to ask, why does versatility matter if you can't stop somebody who just dominates one way?
Lamont,
I'm not. Hold on. That's why I just told you, West Coast. That's why I just coached you. That's why I told you we don't care about versatility because ultimately it comes down. This is why when people talk about LeBron and they say, "Oh, he couldn't score outside of 3 feet from the rim," and I said, when did we start caring about that? We only care about the people who can get the ball in the basket. And when it's all said and done, when your career is over, we're going to be asking, how many points did you score per game, and how many points total did you have for your career? We're not going to give a damn that you could shoot a turnaround fadeaway and then shoot a step back three. No, we're going to look at how much did it produce.
Exactly. So that's what I'm trying to say. So Lamont, so a scorer is scoring. And if you're scoring, you're a scorer. It's the same shit. No,
but the words, that's just you. We're talking about the basketball terms, not the actual words in the Webster dictionary meaning.
The one that you just
what I'm talking about is when we go to basketball terminology, when we talk about an elite scorer, we're talking about a guy who can score the ball like Kyrie Irving. He's an elite scorer, and we talk about him because he can score any which way you want it, no matter where he is on the court. And nobody's going to say that, somebody that only can score at the rim, even though they can score the same amount of points, is better or more. Like I said, who's a better scorer, Kyrie or Shaq? Kyrie's a better scorer because he has the versatility.
Like how Jason Terry's an elite scorer, right? Like how Jason Terry's an elite creator, right? Like Jason Terry, I don't know
about that. I'm just talking about. I'm talking about the basketball term. I'm talking about the basketball term, a scorer. Like we can't pretend that we don't know these. These are basketball terms. A scorer is the Tracy McGrady's, is the Allen Iversons, is the Kyries, the guys that can get you a bucket any which way you want it. That's it. Sure, this is where they try to penalize LeBron because now all of a sudden, what have they done? Now they've tried to flip this up. And now they're trying to say that the versatility, this is why they're trying to say Kobe had this mid-range. And they're trying to use all these fadeaways and footwork and post work because now they're trying to flip what we commonly have used as greatness, which was the end result production. And they're trying to make it pretend as if Kobe's versatility makes him better than LeBron when it's never been like that.
Yeah, they add biased nuances to move the goalposts. Yeah.
So they created this new thing and they try to, this is why when you hear Kobe fans talk, like Scap Attack's going to talk about how Kobe scores the ball. Scap Attack will always run from the numbers and the production. He's always going to run to some ill-advised, weird stat analytic that maybe warps reality and tries to warp and try to convince you that LeBron's not a great scorer because he done found some back page stat on some obscure website to prove his case. No. Kobe is going to be a better scorer. LeBron is always going to outproduce him. It is what it is. And we always have rewarded the guys that just produce and get the job done. We have never rewarded versatility
and scoring.
When it's all said and done in NBA history, we will not remember the versatile scores. There's no way to remember a versatile scorer unless they give you the numbers and production to produce something. Absolutely no way.
I.e. Mike Beasley.
But the same thing. Mike Beasley might be one of the greatest practice players in NBA history. We won't never know because the shit never translated to a game where we got production out of it. I mean, Gilbert Arenas talks about Nick Young like Nick. He basically, you can't tell Gilbert Arenas that Nick Young wasn't the second coming of Kobe. But there's no person with a brain that's going to accept that logic. Why? Because he ain't produced shit. This is what I mean when people try to lie to y'all about production and stuff like about what LeBron does. They will try to lie and trick you, especially Kobe fans, and they will try to get you to believe that Kobe was a better player because his mid-range jumper looked better.
But Lamar, what did Gilbert Arenas said? If Nick Young had, he would be Kobe. What was exactly what he said? Kobe's work ethic. If he had Kobe's work ethic. He said if he wasn't stupid too, because he always said that. He said Nick Young is one of the stupidest people he ever met in his life. But he said if he had Kobe's work ethic, he would be as good as Kobe, or somewhere near it.
I agree.
So you gotta give Kobe props for being the guy who changed how basketball players work out every year.
I've never heard
before that, players were taking their summers off, getting drunk, coming back out of shape. Yeah, they were.
Not true. I know for a fact. I would go to gyms when I was little. I would go to gyms when I was little, and I would see. I remember I was little. I would see players like Derek McKee working out. This dude would be in there and I'd be in the gym. I'd be in there because my parents at one point in time we were using the gym as the goddamn babysitter. They would get the membership just so we could be there all goddamn day. And right. And so I'm sitting at the gym and I'm like, goddamn, I'm here because I'm forced to stay here all goddamn day. This motherfucker been working out all goddamn day, shooting, drills, lifting, eat, come back. And that's just goddamn Derek McKee.
Yeah, so Charles Barkley was lifting pizza, bro.
Was that in the summer?
No, but the problem with Charles Barkley is that obviously if you play basketball, there are some people that could just wake up and be great. And you don't know how the fuck they do it.
Iverson.
And so
no, I'm not talking about that. I'm not gonna bring up those guys. But Lamar, was that during the summer?
Oh yeah, that was during the summer. Hell yeah.
I gotta make sure that's what we're talking about during the summer.
I mean, it was at school during the school year. I'm talking about during the summer when we was little. When he's like 6 years old, when your family when they didn't have a lot of money for babysitters and shit, we would just get the cheapest gym membership. You get a family package, and we would just be at the gym all day. It's like the easiest way to get a babysitter. A lot of y'all didn't know that finesse. I bet a lot of people about to start copying that shit.
No, that's
just being in the gym all day shooting.
Lamar, you need to stop hating on Kobe, man. You need to stop hating on Kobe.
I'm not hating on Kobe. I got Kobe number 11 all time. That's not hate. That's great. That's great.
Nah, bro. Kobe,
that's not why I say you be hating on Kobe. Every time I tell you something about Kobe's greatness, you always dismiss it.
Hold on, what you mean? If it's real greatness, you can't tell me.
Okay, so Kobe's one of three. Kobe's one of three players. Lamar, Kobe's one of three.
Kobe hate.
No. Kobe's one of three players, Lamar, with 10 All-NBAs and 10 defensive team selections. There's only 3 players on that list.
Lamar don't care about that. Great. Exactly. Lamar don't care about that. Oh, all right, about Lamar. He's top 5 scorer of all time, Lamar. He's the top 5 scorer of all time.
Kudos.
See, that's what I'm saying, Lamar.
I don't take away. I don't. Top 5 in scoring.
I know you're not taking that away. I know, but I'm just saying, he's not impressive.
Hold on. Ask me if Kobe's a great scorer. I already told y'all Kobe is one of the greatest scorers in NBA history. Unfortunately, when it comes down to your resume, if you have to put down, well, damn, I'm the 5th best all time at this. I'm the 25th best at this. I'm the 16th best at this. And goddamn.
Most assists by a shooting guard. That's number 1.
That's a very select category.
I'm talking about stuff that Kobe.
Y'all embarrassing Kobe by just putting shooting guards. Did I say Kobe was not one of the greatest shooting guards of all time? He is.
I mean, but when he shoots the ball so much, the fact that he's number 1 in assists, that is impressive. Like,
okay, Kobe is the 2nd greatest shooting guard of all time.
You know,
Give me a
that's like
shooting guard
that doesn't make you
category.
that doesn't make you top 10. That doesn't make you
No,
top
hold
10.
on. That's what. Hold on. He just gave me a shooting guard category, so I'm gonna give you a shooting guard ranking.
Hey, some people really do rank all time like that, like by position, to where like it's like a
No, they don't.
point
That's
guard,
false.
shooting guard.
Hold on, we got
That's
Vis
false.
up here. Vis, hold on.
Because you can't have. Because you can't have.
I'm just
How you gonna have
listening,
Shaq?
brother.
How you gonna have
just
Shaq,
came from the hookah
Kareem,
lounge. My
and
man Lamont
Hakeem in
still
your
going
top 10
strong.
if you going by position? That's
Vis,
false.
can we Vis, you want to get the you want to take the basketball IQ test?
Yeah, let's see how
Lamont,
smart he is. Because
I'm
he's
not
gonna
playing those
definitely be
games, dog.
assessing
I'm almost 40 years old. I'm not playing.
It's not playing a
This
game.
is made by Johnny, dog. Johnny don't know basketball. I
This
don't want to
wasn't
play
made
those
by
games.
no
I
Johnny.
talk real
Lamont, can you tell him my score, Lamont?
Johnny,
Lamont, can you tell him? Can you tell him who got the highest score, Lamont?
Hold on. Vis. It's
Tell him that.
It's a basketball test about situational stuff on a basketball court. Has nothing to do with Johnny. Has nothing to do with LeBron. It has only to do with actual basketball. There's no right or wrong answer. It just tests your understanding of the game in different situations, whether it's as a coach, as a player, what you can recall about NBA history, what would you change about NBA history, and it judges what you would do in those moments based on what you say.
If a Johnny takes it, I'll take it.
He's already took it.
I got the highest score
What did he
tonight.
get?
Hey, Johnny's got the highest score of the day.
I got the highest score of the night. So.
I'll pass on it. I'll pass on. I don't trust y'all.
Damn.
I'll pass.
Oh, you passing on it?
History though. I know my history. I don't need no test.
It's not about basketball history. It's not about.
basketball, brother. I don't need.
It's not trivia. It's not trivia.
No, it like quizzes you as if you were coaching in a certain scenario. Stuff like that.
They speak ignorant. They speak ignorantly, ill-informed. They speak. He's definitely going to get his.
I haven't said nothing ill-informed though. I haven't yet. I have.
Yes,
I
you have.
told a little bit in the comments.
Yeah, but you
What
can't
I
be scared to
wrong,
take
right?
a basketball IQ test, man.
You just
Come on.
said it. You just showed us
I
why.
don't need to take it. What do I need to take it for?
Okay,
Lamont,
okay.
You
He's
know,
like,
you know my acumen is strong, Lamont. You know my acumen is strong, brother.
I don't know that.
Johnny, we're not talking to you. You don't know
Hold on,
basketball,
Vis,
brother.
Vis. Okay, so let's do this, Vis. I'll show you
me.
the first question, and if you don't want to do it after seeing the first question, we'll just kill it.
He
How
can't
about
do
that?
it, Lamont. He can't.
Lamont, I'll pass, brother. I'm good. I'm
Unless
here to just
unless
enjoy the
it's
stream,
LeBron.
brother.
Man, nobody
You got somebody
basketball.
dunking?
I don't need
Hold
to
on.
do that, brother.
Johnny, what did I tell you?
They only want to talk about LeBron.
They want to
That's it.
judge everybody else, but they don't want to get themselves and put their feet to the fire. They always want
Exactly.
to critique the list, and your take
Lamont,
is
you got
bad.
two streams.
I'm just saying, man.
No,
Can you put your back-
Two streams I've been on, Lamont. I have not bashed LeBron yet, brother. And you know
No,
that.
this
You
is
got
not about
two streams
LeBron.
I've been on, brother. So
This is not about
You know what?
LeBron. It's not
what
about
did I
LeBron.
say about LeBron, brother? The guy that
This
said
is
I
not
did.
about
What did I say about
LeBron. Why do
the
y'all
guy
make
said
it
I
about
just did, though?
LeBron?
You want to talk about LeBron?
Hold
Or
on.
Jordan,
We got Driver.
or Jordan. I'm
Hold on
a
1
fan of the
second.
sport, brother.
Hold on, Vis. We got Driver up here. He has a Kobe image on his profile. It looks like so.
Kobe.
Driver, you can you unmute yourself, Driver, man, and talk to us, man. What's going on? What are we doing today?
Lamont, I thought you were supposed to stream for 2 hours.
Oh yeah, man. I'm just
I know,
checking y'all out, man. I'm just solid feedback y'all giving on various, various far as players or whatnot. But I expect everybody's opinion, man. I don't think, it's wrong for somebody to have a certain player higher than another. You know what I'm saying? If people, would only use that argument. You know what I'm saying? It's a lot of older people that you'll talk to would say that Wilt Kareem, you know what I'm saying, they the GOAT. You get what I'm saying? So when you look at that topic, it's kind of like it's really hard to just judge because a lot of the greats never played in the same era. You get what I'm saying? So it's nothing wrong with where, you know what I'm saying, each generation plays each player. You feel me? They've been doing that since Kareem. You get what I'm saying? And I like I said, I just don't got no, you know what I'm saying, no problem with people putting certain players, higher than another. You know what I'm saying? But if I would say this, if you go off the players that play basketball and you listen to their opinions on what they think who is, you know what I'm saying, a better player, you know what I'm saying, then I believe that list would look a lot different. You know what I'm saying? As far as I guess the list that y'all talking about, just referring to the one just came out recently. So I think the players list will be a lot different. But like I say, you know,
but players from what era?
I mean, just players just based on.
We had Gil on the show. Remember, we had Gilbert Arenas on the show. He said, I don't count players from the 60s or 70s. And then if you go back and if you watch film of Wilt Chamberlain, the first thing Wilt Chamberlain says is he calls an era that everybody says is tough. He says the 90s is soft as hell, and he don't really like them. So at the end of the day, when we talk to players, it tends to me, it starts to seem as we get era-specific answers. That's what it typically sounds like, because we gonna still get so how do we remove bias? Because the one thing the players have shown us is those motherfuckers will be biased. So I mean, now that they've already proven with a wide range of players, we have public examples of how wide-ranging their opinions are. There is no consistency from the old players to today. What can we use that is not biased, is going to be fair across the board? That's criteria. Your criteria based on what you did while you were in the NBA, fair criteria is the only thing that we can use, right? Because what a player says is not the end all be all. Like that's just how it is, right? And if we let players of the day have it, then there ain't no ranking Kareem, there ain't no ranking Bill Russell, there ain't no ranking Wilt or any player of the past, and damn near ain't no ranking Bird or Magic. They might be on their way out too. That's what they've shown us. So good luck with just relying on that one.
Wilt Chamberlain over Jordan, man. Wilt Chamberlain.
No, I mean, it's not even about nonsensical things like that. What I'm saying is it's hard to just put the word of where we rank players on NBA players just because they played. Like, we're not dummies, right? It's not that hard to delineate greatness in basketball. It doesn't take, like, for example, Brandon was up here giving us a list of, this is his supposed list of what it makes to be a great player. Your analytical VORP times, your goddamn PER times, you got to be good in the playoffs. And when you make the finals, you got to do this in the finals. Bro, that is stupidity, man. Come on, stop it.
Don't forget. You got to compare it to LeBron. You got to be like, wait, because LeBron couldn't do that.
Do you see how hard they like warping this stuff up? Like I say, I like I told Lo, I said, Lo, this is not natural criteria. When you say they have to score 25 points per game in this moment, I was like, that's not criteria. This is just you finessing, being slick. This is all it is.
So can I ask you a question then? So do winning overlaps? If we're talking just statistics on a personal individual accomplishments.
It depends on what you value. So, for example, to me, in my criteria, when I say winning, like obviously you're gonna have Jordan fans. The only thing that they consider winning is the championship because Jordan's 6-0. In my criteria, when I say winning, and I use the term significant winning. That means deep playoff runs. Like LeBron is the all-time leader in playoff wins. That's a lot of winning. Getting to the finals a lot. Jerry West got to the finals a lot. Winning championships.
All-time leader in losses too. Don't leave that out.
I get it, but Vis, remember we're talking about greatness. We're not talking about bums. So Vis, like I said, when we go to your gym, we're gonna have a lot of negatives to talk about when we watch you hoop with your buddies. That dude is trash. That dude can't dribble. That dude can't shoot. That dude look. We can point out negatives when we watch bums play. We're talking about the best of the best all time. You don't sort the best of the best all time by looking at the floor. You compare greatness versus greatness. Like, this is the easiest way to make yourself stand out as a very low level basketball mind. And that's one of the reasons why I'm glad you didn't take that test, Vis, because you sound smart. I didn't want the test to prove otherwise, man, because that test would have really broke you down, man. Glad you did.
If you're gonna devalue losers, you gotta value winners like Bill Russell's. Like Bill Russell.
Johnny, you don't know ball. Johnny, you don't know basketball. You don't know basketball, Johnny. Stop talking.
So what did
they? Hold on. Lamont. Can I get this one-on-one with this idiot right quick so we can show him because he's gonna stop talking about me. He's gonna stop talking.
Hold on. Put both of y'all on the thing. Put both of y'all on the thing.
Ooh.
You had to lay out.
You gonna stop talking about me, and we gonna put you exposed tonight, son. For real.
You don't know
you gonna
basketball,
stop talking about
put
me,
us on
bro.
put us on a platform that's
Come
not
on.
biased. I would destroy you. You don't know basketball.
What platform is that? Name the platform. Name it. Name it, and I'll be there. Name it.
Johnny.
Name it.
Hold on. Let's do this. Hold on. We got.
Name it, nigga.
We
Tell
got
me
voters.
where. And when. I'll be there.
Basketball, nigga. You don't
We can
know
do a debate
basketball,
right now.
dog.
Okay, so hold on. This. What did you contest A Johnny on that you can debate right now?
Let's take a Johnny off LeBron and Jordan. Let's just talk, just casual talk about just players of the past, not the best or the GOATs or nothing like that. Just non-basketball, basketball
stuff.
Topic,
motherfucker, stop filibustering and name the fucking topic. Stop filibustering. Name the topic, nigga. Stop filibustering. Name the topic,
Okay,
nigga.
so
name
Viz.
the topic, nigga. I mean, y'all don't name. I'm on Instagram. You name the topic.
Viz. Hold on, Viz. What we don't do over here is we don't just argue to be arguing. If you feel like he has a bad, hold on, Viz. Listen to what I'm saying. If he has a bad take, and you believe that take is bad, tell us what that take is, and that's what you can debate. Don't be afraid of the take just because it might be a LeBron take.
Okay.
So if you say he can't talk basketball, what has he said that you disagree with?
Lamont, this man is biased. I can talk to you, although I think you're a brownsexual. You are very articulate, and you do make it sound good. I'll give you that.
Yo. Niggas never answer the question.
I'm not talking. You don't know basketball. I'm not talking to you.
Lamont, he can't answer the questions. He can't be on.
He's filibustering, bro. Filibustering too much.
Hold on. Put him back in. Put him back in.
Listen, the man called me out. That's what makes it so funny. We just didn't have a conversation.
What has A Johnny said that you disagree with? That is a bad basketball take.
Lamont, yesterday when we were talking, this man said 1 point is a choke. When I asked this man, is 0 point choke? LeBron had multiple 0 point quarters. Now, I will give Johnny a little bit credit. He don't know basketball, but I will give him credit for this. The way he broke it down with Jordan, no problem. He said he was the main offensive scorer, and because I'm very fair right here. I'm not no Jordan sexual, whatever the fuck y'all, zesty, whatever that bullshit he says, right? So I will admit he made a great point as far as Jordan specific. But as I said, if you watch the game, how was Jordan able to take those 4 shots in the quarter? Was he triple team? Was he double team? I will have to see the game specifically, what he was saying to back up what his claim was. Not just take his word. Not to hold on. Not just take his word.
Okay. So
we watched it.
What is your contention?
Give me the game. I'll watch it right now.
Okay, so
it's available on Lamont's channel.
Hold on, Viz.
Give me
If it's
the game.
a bad take, Viz.
Okay. Yes.
If it's a bad take, right? And it's so a bad take is typically something that you can immediately disprove with facts. What did he say that you can immediately of all his takes? What did he say that you can immediately disprove with facts in a debate?
He said 1 point is a choke, but he said, and I asked him, he said none of LeBron's 0 point fourth quarters is a choke. He said it's not, but Jordan's 1 point is a choke.
Okay, so
now then that's where he pinpointed. I said, okay, I pinpointed game 4 where he didn't take no.
He gave, hold on. But Viz, the same thing applies. If you want to go back, because remember, you got to understand A Johnny. He does not just wake up in the morning, as I said yesterday, and just wake up and says, hey, let's just talk about Jordan choking. It typically stems from people who run around and take a bad game. Remember I asked you this question the other day and say a bad game is a choke. And because so all I asked you yesterday was, I said, if a bad game, I said, what is the difference between having a bad game and choking? And you couldn't answer the question because in your eyes, Jordan had bad games.
You see
versus
my tag.
When, hold on. Yesterday you said Jordan had bad games. And then I don't know if it was you or somebody else on the panel. They were trying to say, yeah, the Pistons defense was hellacious. But all of a sudden, when it came to LeBron, he choked. And I said, well, if you're saying that LeBron choked, you're also saying that the Dallas defense was trash and he should have scored on him. So which is it? Were they just that trash and he couldn't make a shot versus a trash defense? Or What is it? Or is he that good? Like, is he that good where you have high expectations for him to drop 50 on every single team and win every championship because he's that elite?
Lamont, you and I both know, and even if Johnny non-basketball ass know, not every game is the same. Not every game is the same. Every game is different. Yes, I acknowledge you, and I even called out you calling out my hypocrisy. I even said it because I know how y'all LeBron fans work.
Okay, so
hold on, Lamont, I got you.
What is this? I'm not trying to debate. I'm not trying to argue this with you.
No, you're right.
What is your debate? Like, if you had to summarize it into 1 or 2 sentences, what do you want to debate GOAT James Kingdom on?
That nigga wants a good night's of sleep. He ain't slept in 2 nights. This nigga needs a good night's of rest. He ain't slept in 2 nights.
Hookah lounge, brother. I didn't know y'all was still streaming. I pop on YouTube. I see y'all guys still
this
streaming.
This nigga ain't got 2 good nights of rest. The past 2 nights he's been thinking about Johnny. That's why, Lamont. But go ahead, bro.
Okay, so what do you want to go?
Don't call your bullshit out. I'm here to call your bullshit out.
So
you don't know basketball.
Okay, so what do you want to debate GOAT James Kingdom on?
I just told you, Lamont. I'll say it again. He said 1 point is a choke because he just don't fuck with Jordan.
So now, we should debate on. No, you got to. We need to
go across the board, like you said, though. They got to go across the board. So if 1 point is a choke, okay, you don't want to take that specific LeBron James game as a choke if he has 0 points, and I can understand it. Okay, it probably was that one game LeBron was being double teamed. He probably had to pass the ball. He didn't take no shots, but he has.
Okay, but this is a very easy conversation because Johnny is willing to concede. As long as you,
I gotta go off a non-biased screen, man. Y'all guys are 2 LeBron guys, man.
Hold on. All Johnny is saying is just so we can progress to a real topic. If you are willing to agree that just because LeBron James plays back doesn't mean it's a choke, he's probably willing to concede. Hold on 1 second. He's willing to concede to the same point that just because Jordan played bad is not a choke. That's the only point I take from it. Everything ain't a choke, and the problem, and the only thing that he does is he just takes your favorite player and he shows similar games, and when you guys get pit with your favorite player doing the same thing, you guys don't know how to handle it because now you have to call that a choke.
But Lamont, I'm on the type of time you on. Lamont, I'm on the type of time you on. I'm trying to break this shit down logically to try to understand it. I'm not.
You don't have the IQ to do that.
I'm talking.
You don't have the IQ to do that.
You
have to have a high IQ to do that.
You are a LeBron sexual. You only favor LeBron everything.
I don't know why you talk about me so much.
He's shooter than Jordan. You don't know what the fuck you talking about.
He is, because Jordan never hit as much mid-range shots.
Check my tag. I tagged y'all today in my video. I tagged y'all today.
Who is you, nigga? Nobody knows you.
Lamont,
hold on. You dropped a video of this on us?
And for no reason. And
he dropped the diss tracks.
No, I didn't drop a diss track. I just did a video debunking it, Johnny. Listen to it.
You didn't debunk shit. You just said I was right.
Hey, Johnny, I told you. Hey, Johnny, you're the most hated on this platform. That's crazy. This first
I know
video
that's fine. I'm also the most feared. These niggas don't want to. He doesn't even want to tell you what he wants to debate. Wait a minute, hold on. This nigga wants to come up here and tell you that he made a video.
Don't kick him out. Don't kick him out. Don't
promote his corny ass video. Tell us what the video is about. Since you say repeat the video right now.
Over here, and that's how we talking.
You ain't my brother, nigga. Just because your skin black don't mean you my brother. There's a lot of black people who do black people wrong, and you one of them. So don't come here acting black and smart, nigga.
We do this when we do debates. We do two.
What's wrong with me, nigga? You the one who called me out. That's what's wrong. You calling me out.
When we do debates, you know what you talking about. You don't know.
I don't care what you think, nigga. You don't know nothing. You don't know nothing. You need to stop thinking and start knowing more.
I need a clear and concise topic because we do 3 2-minute rounds. And we got the chat that can vote and we have the panel that can vote. But I need a very clear and concise topic to actually debate. So is it just about choking in general? Or is it about did Jordan ever choke in the playoffs? Do you want to debate with Johnny? Did Michael Jordan ever choke in the playoffs? Is that what you want to debate?
Lamont, let's go off of something that's not Jordan. And
that's what he was saying. Hey, Johnny. Would you debate that?
Tell him to pick a topic.
I just gave you a topic. This
is y'all platform. I'm thankful to be y'all to let me on.
I just gave you a topic.
This is my topic. Here's my topic. You got to answer the 5 questions in Lamont's IQ and score over 100. Then we're
not doing that. We're not doing that. It's a biased joint. Tell Lo to create some shit. Somebody that's not biased. I'm not trusting
the test is not biased, bro. Where did you get to the test is biased?
I don't feel comfortable doing it. Then that's simple as that. I don't feel comfortable doing it because.
Hold on. I just said, look at the first question. If you don't like the first question, we can kill it.
Lamont, I'm not doing that, Lamont. I know. I think Jordan is the GOAT, but I know my basketball,
It's
dog. And
good
I don't need some
content. It's
testers
good
to
content
declare
that you
if
can
I don't know
repost
my
it on your
basketball or
channel.
not.
It's good content.
Yeah,
You can
I
repost
posted
it
it
on
with
your
the
channel.
What channel can you get me on? What channel can you get me on, Vis? What channel can you get me on so you and I can do this?
This man
So
said,
you don't want to do it
okay.
on the March channel.
Oh God.
Oh, I'll type in Vis's name and we'll get Vis is up next. And
Bro,
I'll just show
don't
you the
tell
first
people
question.
what I said, Vis. People watch FYF. They watch me every Friday. They know exactly
Hold
what
on.
I say.
Y'all
You
got,
can't lie
I,
on my name.
I gave y'all love in my stream today. I gave y'all love.
I don't
Hey,
care.
hold on,
I
Viz.
don't need your love, respect. I don't need nothing
Hold
but
on,
you to
Viz.
tell us what the topic
Viz.
is.
So for
These niggas
example,
are
Viz.
angry. I'm not talking, Lamont. That's him.
Viz, if you're doing an IQ test, you would have the first question will look something like this. It says, "You're Mike Brown in the coaching the 2025 Knicks." Right. So now they're putting you in place of a new coach. So they're replacing Tom Thibodeau. They're giving you Mike Brown, right? They're making it a different coach. And they said you're coaching the 2025 New York Knicks. Down, and it's just giving you a hypothetical situation. Down 2-1 in the playoffs versus the Boston. Jalen Brunson is struggling and against, for example, Drew Holiday's deep physical defense, and your offense is stagnant. What system or lineup adjustment do you make in game 4 to open up better scoring opportunities to regain momentum? It's just giving you a hypothetical basketball situation, putting you in the mind. How do you see the game? No right or wrong answer. You just tell us how you would make an adjustment here.
Lamont,
It's not a setup.
out of respect,
These
I
are not
don't want to
LeBron
take the question. I
So
understand, but y'all
even though you
got
see now,
Zesty Jeffries, Brian Sexual, and Kobe fans asked the answer. This is some shit man made up, created.
That's
This is
what
not
answer?
What? That's not the answer at
I was just
all.
passing, bro. I don't want to answer that, dog. I talk real basketball, real
This
knowledge from off
is
the
real
dome.
basketball.
Shit,
You would
Again,
just
y'all
say
see
I
who
don't
are the
need no chat
disruptive
GPT.
people. Y'all see who are all the disruptive people who are the ones who are just here to just be chaotic. They don't want to be a part of the program. They don't want to be a part of the show.
Hey.
They just want to be disruptive. And again, Lamont, what I'm going to do is I'm going to step off because this is what happened. As soon as I stepped up, the show got quiet. And then we got the crazy Zesties popping up because they want a clout for their name to talk to
so
Adrian. You think it's not worth me, man. He can't score 100 on this test, Lamont. He can't score 100.
I put Vis thinks the test is rigged for LeBron James fans. He gracefully bows out. So he bows out.
But we don't need this, Lamont.
Why
Why does this have to be the criteria for me to have a debate with this man?
Bro, it's just
we can talk about
not a criteria.
2000s
It's not a
basketball. Let's just bring
criteria.
up something. Let's just
it's
talk
not a
about
criteria
2000s
to debate.
basketball. Let's just talk about something that's not this manufactured chat GPT
Oh,
stuff.
look, hold
Let's
on, but hold on. It
basketball.
says right
I know
here.
my
No,
shit.
this is just something else. It says this participant claimed the test is rigged for LeBron James fans and gracefully bowed
I
out.
didn't say that, brother. I was not trying to answer the question.
Your classification is Zesty Jeffrey withdraws under pressure.
Actually, who he is, nigga. Zesty Jeffrey.
Conspiracy.
The Jordan is not my favorite player, brother.
Hold on, Viz.
Doesn't matter.
Let me read this. It says,
Lamar, I'm disappointed in you, man.
It says this is a Zesty Jeffrey. It says this is a Zesty Jeffrey insecure variant, withdraws under pressure, suspects conspiracy,
Let's
and
talk
refuses
basketball.
testing.
Let's talk basketball, though. Let's talk.
It says
basketball.
this.
About you. We want to talk about you,
Johnny. You don't know your basketball, dog.
Hold on one second, y'all.
Talking about you, nigga. Don't worry about me. We talking about you.
Please hold on one second while I read this, y'all. Please hold on. It says Vis displayed emotional fragility under structured evaluation, a lack of willingness to engage with strategic analysis, possible over-identification with anti-LeBron rhetoric resulting in test paranoia, and a missed opportunity to prove bias wrong through performance. And it says, in the BCEP, your basketball IQ is proven through action, not accusation. The test is error neutral and designed to highlight logic, not loyalty. Unfortunately, you are a Zesty Jeffrey, the insecure variant.
I never participated. What are you doing, Lamar? Hey, Lamar, why you doing this to me, Lamar? I actually respect you, dog. Why we
Lamar, I'm the football
crazy,
dog. Hold on. Lamar, I'm the
crazy, Lamar. I actually respect you, brother. And you
hold on, Lamar. No, hold on.
Why didn't
I'm a
do it,
football
man?
guy. Hold on. I'm a football guy. I will take the basketball test, and I'm a football guy. I don't know the X's and O's like that. I'm willing to do it. I don't care. Like I'll do it. I'll do the
West
test.
Coast, you something else too, brother. Y'all both
Bro,
wild. You and Johnny is wild, brother.
Hold on. I'm a
I know my
football
football
person.
too, brother.
Good
I'm a
look, y'all.
football guy too.
So
I'm
hold
a
on. Let
sports guy.
me get my sentence out. I'm a football guy, but I'm not scared to do this whole this whole test on another sport. I'm
You a
not
LeBron
scared.
guy,
I'll do
though.
it right now.
Damn,
But you're a
man,
LeBron
I
guy,
can't.
though.
He ain't even
But
participate.
so
Hey,
you
can I ask you a question though? But this is a great question right here, man. I once heard Shannon Sharp say that the greatest basketball players was Jordan and Kobe. Now I'm saying this to say that if he came out and said that in 2012, these are the greatest basketball players in the world, how could he change up and say that he's not top 10?
Because things happened afterwards. You just said
No,
2012.
I'm saying,
No. But
okay,
the
no,
players
he said,
wasn't even
you listen,
playing.
yeah, it's a lot of
I know
players
what
in
you're
that
saying.
list that wasn't, that retired too. So what I'm saying is when people have biased opinions about who's ranking who's the great, I'm bringing that to the topic to say that if ain't nothing wrong with what you're doing, but what I'm saying is, don't you see that could be kind of condescending and you making like it's not that you could put LeBron ahead of him, that's fine. You know what I'm saying? But to take him all the way out the top 10 after you just say he the greatest, does that kind of seem kind of biased?
No, people change their opinions. Things happen
Wait,
after
wait.
2012.
When did Shannon Sharp take Kobe out his top 10?
About 5 years ago.
When?
No, I don't think he took him out his top 10, bro. I don't think he did that.
I didn't see a list of Shannon
He took him
Sharp
out his
that had
top
Kobe out.
5.
Well, that's because LeBron jumped in there. Like there's other that's but he didn't take Kobe out of his top
LeBron
10.
player, but they only changed LeBron, not the other players.
And I don't remember him
not the
having
other
Kobe in the
players.
top
Johnny don't
5
know
neither.
basketball,
I don't remember him having Kobe in the top 5 neither. So
Because you don't know basketball, that's why.
no, I don't know because I don't pay attention to Shannon Sharp.
You don't know
Why do I?
basketball.
No, get the fuck out of here. Listen,
He know
why the fuck
basketball.
is
He
Shannon
just
Sharp
biased, that's
basketball?
all.
Hold on.
Shannon Sharp is a football player. Who's paying attention to what Shannon Sharp has to say?
No, that's a good question that he asked. I'm not gonna lie. And Driver, I'm gonna tell you to answer that question. What ultimately happens, because I've had to do it, Johnny's had to do it. Like, for example, with me, I didn't have Bill Russell in my top 5 until I studied and researched what he actually did. When I sift through articles and I read that opposing head coaches and how they talked about Bill Russell, when I study, it starts to change my opinion. So I went from thinking very low of Bill Russell to he, to me, is top 5. And so if Shannon Sharp, a guy who's always, he's always celebrated himself as a guy that will study, will learn the craft, will learn the sport. If he studied and he's learned more about players and he's learned more about legacy and he's learned more about what makes a player great, I wouldn't expect his list or ranking to stay the same if he says something in 2012 and we're now talking about what he says in 2025. And this is what I tell people about Jordan fans.
Exactly.
The fact that Jordan was labeled the GOAT back in 1992, and they believe that nothing in the NBA has changed from 1992 to 2025.
Exactly.
Close is absolutely ridiculous, and it's their unwillingness to understand errors. It's their unwillingness to learn the game. It's their unwillingness to accept new players, new changes. And so I applaud somebody like Shannon Sharp for adapting, learning the game, studying, and changing his list. Because as I said before, it's harder to say something publicly and have it criticized, and then even harder to come back and make changes to what you earlier said because you've studied. So many people that come onto this panel and have refused to give me a top 10, refused to give me criteria because they don't want their criteria under fire, under smoke, but they're willing to try to chastise everyone else. And I think that's why everybody's getting on you, because nobody from Jordan fans to Jordan fans to LeBron fans, everybody's come up here and they've all looked at this IQ test as just something fun to do. You came up here, you thinking we trying to tear down your whole personality on the internet, man. It's just the basketball thing, man.
Lamont, two streams
put
ago.
your feet,
Hold on.
Put your feet to the fire, man.
Okay, Lamont, didn't 2 streams ago, did we not finish off at 2-2 and then we got to the competition part and we couldn't decide on that?
What you talking about?
The first stream I pulled up and you allowed me to get in the chat. Remember, we was like, what was the criteria? And we was at 2-2 with Kobe.
Last time he got good
We're not
night's
talking
rest.
with you, Johnny. You don't know basketball. Stop talking to me, brother.
That's the last time he got the good night's rest. It was 2 nights ago.
You don't know
I told you that.
basketball, Johnny. You don't know basketball. Stop.
Lamont, 2 nights ago, he had a good night's rest. He hasn't had a good night's rest since you proved his criteria wrong. It's like all of them right. You proved his criteria wrong. He refuses to let us know how smart he is. So why should we let him speak like this? Why should we let him be disrespectful?
Lamont, let me take the test, bro. I'm really curious because I don't think it's that hard. Like, I don't know the game of ball from X's and O's perspective, basketball wise.
Yeah, but like sometimes, like when it asked Herm that question of what is a Spanish pick and roll, Herm just laughed because Herm knew, damn, I've heard of it. I ain't really studied it. I don't really know it like that. Now I got to try to finesse some bullshit. And that's you putting your pride to the side, just putting your feet to the fire. Like, damn, I don't know everything.
No, but Lamont, that's even worse though. It would have been better if he would have said, you know what? I really don't know what it is. ChatGPT would have gave him credit for not knowing. At least and being honest, but being honest, at least saying, listen, IQ. That's a part of your IQ. Because if you're willing to lie and make up something when you're doing what Herm did was just basically make up a lie because you don't know, then your IQ is you're not smart enough. Because again, that shows you how dumb you are. You really think that you can bypass something by lying. Again, you were able to do that in special ed. You're not able to do that in the real world. When you was in special ed and you was allowed to go to lunch early, they let you out of school early, you had your own recess time. That was cool. Life was easy. You never got an F, you never got a D. You was bumped up to the next level every year. But now real life hits you and people are asking you to actually attempt to do something. You're like, well, why are you doing this to me? I never had to do nothing in my life. Now you have to address yourself, but you can't do that. So you lied. Just like you did to get in special ed because it was easy to be in special ed.
Unlike you and Johnny, I'm going to be a little nicer to Herm. I give him credit for actually taking the test because I didn't think he would do it. I was hoping King Rowe wouldn't run. King Rowe, as soon as
Herm's not a coward, though. That's one thing about Herm. Herm's not a coward. I'm saying Herm will lie and cheat his way through it, but he's not going to back down.
I thought King Rowe was going to have the balls to do it, but King Rowe got up out of here when he saw IQ test. I haven't seen him type nothing in the chat since. He got up out of here.
Lamont, let me take the IQ test. Lamont, come on. I'll do it.
Hey, Lamont, I laugh, but I did describe Spain pickle wrong.
Yeah, but you was wrong.
I wasn't wrong.
Bro, after he went to Google, he went to Google. Remember, he went to Google. He went to Google.
I was at work, John. I couldn't. I was at work. I was working.
I can go to your answer. Your answer was wrong.
You can be on the podcast.
You may not have tried
to be on the podcast.
They said it's a little wrong answer. How's he wrong?
Lamar, are you doing criteria still?
Nobody said he was wrong. Herm said he didn't know it, and then Herm said that he got off the show, and we were saying he was Googling. He hopped back on and gave us an answer.
No. That was before. That was before the question. I didn't get that question yet. That was on the other shit about the airband.
I thought you was working. How you remember that? How you thought you was working? How you remember that?
Because I can do what I want. I slick can do what I want, but I'm a helping out. You know what I'm saying? I'm a team player.
Herm, so, I'm about to tell you. Here's this right here, Herm. What question was it?
You're a LeBron fan.
Pick and roll, right?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna tell you what it said about your answer. Okay, so it says that was a sideline out of bounds play. Okay, Spanish pick and roll. It says Herm described the Spanish pick and roll as seen with the Denver Nuggets, where a shooter sets a back screen on a big defender after the initial screen, aiming to create either a mismatch or open three. It says correctly describes the back screen element of the Spanish pick and roll. But then it says it gives you 4 X's. It says the ideal of it is an awkward awkward phrase, lacks confident command of the terminology, doesn't clearly separate the roles, who sets the first screen, who sets the back screen, who receives it. Should mention hold on. The key thing in the Spanish, the biggest element about the Spanish pick and roll, the most important element of a Spanish pick and roll, you didn't even mention, is that it involves 3 players, not 2. It involves a big, a guard.
I did say that. I did say 3 players.
It says you did not mention that.
Could I mention the shooter? I mentioned the shooter saying the back screen for a 3-point shooter. I said the big man set the screen for the ball handler. The shooter actually set in the back screen. I said you can actually rewind it. Then I said the guy that actually set in the back screen for the other player does a back cut. So I did describe it. If you can rewind the tape,
that's not what it is. No, that's not what happened. Nobody does a back cut.
We can bet some money. Yes, they do. If the shooter actually set in the back cut, set in the back screen, that person does roll to the basket in the Spanish pick and roll.
No, the shooter. Obviously you have a ball handler.
But the shooter gonna pop out, even though he's setting the back screen, he's still gonna pop out. But the back screen that he's setting, that player go back cut.
I thought you said the shooter does a back cut. That's what you said.
No, I didn't say that. We can rewind the tape.
You didn't mention the word back cut or back screen.
Yes, I did. We can rewind the tape. Lamar, I bet you cool.
He did say back screen, but he didn't mention 3 players.
No,
he mentioned a third player, but he didn't specifically say there's 3 players involved.
I mean, all I had 10 seconds.
Herm said verbatim, the idea of it is what you compared it to the Denver Nuggets with Nikola Jokic. That's one of the worst teams that you really use for it. Because they don't really do Spanish pick and rolls. And it says,
didn't Dallas do it a lot?
You said, and the shooter sets a back screen, right? Which the shooter does set a back screen. And you said, and the screener rolls. That is, to me, I think ChatGPT understood what you were getting at, but in and of itself, the screener does not roll. Like, I don't like, again, the Spanish pick and roll is primarily a 3-man action that's designed. You got to, like, if you were really breaking it down, you would first have to tell what it's for, because it's not a typical thing. It's to typically prevent teams from blitzing your point guard. So first, establish what it's for if you're going to say it very quickly. And it's also to give you a high turnover. So like sometimes you want to use Spanish pick and rolls if your point guard tends to be turnover prone, because you're giving them a shit ton of wide open options that are hard to miss because he's attacking from the top of the key. So the Spanish pick and roll is one designed to create space, right? You have a guard or a shooter. All right. First, you have the big setting the screen. Simultaneously, you have a guard coming from somewhere on the bottom half of the court to set a screen on the screener. So it's a screener action where the guy that's doing screen the screener pops and the initial screener rolls. The point guard attacks opposite, making all 4 players on the court a passing option, compromises the defense, and it literally makes the defense pick a poison. That's what a Spanish pick and roll is. I don't know if that's what you said.
I mean, I did mention 3 different players. I know I did.
But I mean, you made the attempt, and the funny thing is, it actually, based on what you said, as convoluted as it sounds, it gave you the answer summary is correct, and it summarized it like it kind of assumed that you kind of were in the right direction, and it gave you credit for that. You actually got 16 out of 25 on that one. That's really not bad. So, in according to ChatGPT, you kind of got it right. But I think what it's looking for, Herm, in the IQ test is, when do you use it? How do you use it? What types of players do you use it for? And hard to break down in a couple sentences.
I know doing the test by me falling out, though, that did ultimately hurt me in some categories because I fell out in the middle of it. It's all good, though. I did it for the fun.
We can let you run it back, Herm. I mean, Herm, you really didn't do bad at all. I mean, 90 is one of the 3rd highest score today, or 4th highest score today.
You gotta let me try, Lamont. I want to try it,
bro. You're already an admitted football player, man. Come on, man.
So what? I like the game of basketball, man. I got LeBron as the GOAT. I got, yeah, like, bro, come on,
bro. This has nothing to do with who you. That don't make you smarter. smarter
I
basketball.
I know. I didn't say I get the highest score. I just want to take it.
It's all for the exposed Jordan fans.
Yeah, but like, I just want to take the football pick.
Hey, Johnny took it. Hey, Johnny is a LeBron guy.
Okay, West Coast is a LeBron guy. Let him take the test.
No, he's a football guy.
Oh, look at this guy, Lamont. Look at this guy, Lamont.
Okay, so Vis, I'll let West Coast take it if you take it.
I only want to debate with Johnny. That's all I'm here for.
Okay, you got to pick a topic. If you don't pick a topic,
Well,
I'll have.
I need to get up out of here, Lamont. I need to give me a. I
gotta shut this live down anyway. My damn self.
I need him to give me a time and a date. I don't even care about the topic. Just a time and a
Johnny,
date.
you said you're streaming tomorrow, brother. I'll be there. What time you streaming tomorrow?
Bro, he has a show to run though.
I know. He told me Sunday in the comment a couple of days ago, before yesterday's stream.
Hey Johnny, you gonna disrupt the whole show to bring Viz up to debate?
Not for. No, I'm gonna bring him up and get exposed. You'll get exposed like everybody else get exposed on the Sunday.
Johnny, you look like a clown yesterday, brother. You look like a clown yesterday. You can't fuck with me, dog. Trust me. You
It's
can't.
hard. Viz, these debates, especially if you do a debate here on FYF Sports, them 2 minutes get real lonely when you up here and you have to state your take for 2 minutes.
I mean, Lamont,
I gave him 5 minutes yesterday. I gave him 5 minutes yesterday. He ran for a whole 5 minutes.
Hey, Johnny, just debate him on why Wilt Chamberlain's better than Kobe. You have Wilt over Kobe. He probably disagrees.
This is what I'm saying, Lamont. This is what gets me upset about these grown ass men. They do it on purpose because again, I don't mind this. They actually think me crashing out or me doing this makes me look weird when all I'm doing is proving facts on them. That's why I always tell people I let facts prove everything I say. This man said he doesn't say nothing. He didn't say nothing. I didn't give him 5
facts too. You said it
Remember yesterday. Remember yesterday again. You like to cut people off in the middle of talking because you know what's about to happen. Once I start talking, y'all know what's about to happen because I already know. And he already knows this. If you go to our channel and you go to last night's live, right, and you go to the actual show itself, you'll see the actual timestamp that this man got on the microphone. And I'm gonna show you how long it took him to get off the microphone while we were doing the show. I just want to make sure I pulled this up because I still got it right here available for all you zesty Jeffries who lie. So Vis got on the mic at 109.50. I got on the mic at 114.55. A full 5-minute rant by Vis. A full 5-minute rant, fully. I gave you 5 minutes, sir. Stop lying on my name. That's why I get upset because you lie on my name.
For tomorrow's live stream,
wasn't lying on your name, though.
I gave you 5 minutes, sir, and plus more.
You didn't refute nothing I said though.
Yes, I did. I had my turn. I had, and you didn't say
Johnny,
nothing.
I just played the stream today, brother.
Okay, hold on, Vis. We can settle this with a debate if you give me a topic.
Well, just do Wilt versus Kobe.
Lamont.
I get you the topic. This is the debate. Did you get 5 minutes to not by yourself?
No Jordan, no LeBron.
This is again. Look, he's not gonna. I'm gonna give you the topic. The topic is: did you get 5 minutes on the Friday night exposure without me interrupting and allowing you to get your solo on? Yes or no? That's the debate right there.
Oh, hold on. Hey, Johnny, your other buddy is here.
Who's that?
Oh, Penn. You talking about Penn?
That's Penn.
Yeah, Penn is in the comments.
That's the gentleman who thinks Kawhi Leonard's peak is better than Shaq's peak.
No, that's the one. No, he's the one who said that.
Where you said it was the dumbest take you ever heard. What was that?
Oh, the Nick Claxton thing.
Chris Bosh.
Oh yeah, no, yeah. I forgot. Now that you said that, yeah, he was the guy
Did
who
you say
did
Nick
say
Claxton
that.
was similar to AD or some shit like that?
No. He said closer to Claxton.
Closer to Claxton than he is to Anthony Davis. That's what that was supposed to be.
Yeah, that was low.
Say it again. What did he say?
Did he say Sabonis was better than Kobe?
He said that Nick Claxton was closer to Chris Bosh than Chris Bosh was to Anthony Davis.
Yeah, that's low basketball IQ. That's low basketball IQ.
I didn't hear him. Again, ladies and gentlemen, I didn't hear him say that. I did not hear him say that. I heard Udonis talk about it.
No, that's what I'm saying. I heard you on that show. You were on. He confirmed he said that.
I understand it, but that's what I'm saying. I found out that he was the one who said it when I was on PC that morning. But the original place where I heard it from was on Udonis' show, because Udonis does a show with Mike Miller, and he talked about it. And he was saying how he can't listen to podcasts. And particularly, I guess he was talking about PC because they do silly stuff like that's how they talk basketball. only can talk basketball by comparing players. They really can't break down Nick Claxton's game, Chris Bosh's game, or Anthony Davis's game. They can only talk about them in a way of comparing who's the better player. That's really it.
Hey, does he know what a Spanish pick and roll
Penn said
is?
he's pulling up. Hold on, Penn. I mean, we got to talk to Penn. When we got to stop letting himself be the punching bag over at PC, man.
Does he know what a Spanish pick and roll is?
Can I ask a question?
Yeah, he does. He does. I didn't know what a Spanish pick and roll. I would have got an F on that one. I didn't know what it was.
Which era of basketball do y'all believe was the toughest? The 2000s or the 2010s?
2000.
2000s.
Hands down.
Oh, okay.
2010.
But
Look at this guy.
again,
Don't know
I can
basketball.
admit that, but I always say what we feel about the eras don't matter because that's not. You can only when I rank players, I don't punish players for things they can't control. If you're just being born into the wrong era, I don't punish you for that. Just go.
I don't consider the 2000s. I don't consider the 2000s the toughest player ever because players couldn't shoot and they allowed players to play defense. That doesn't make it tougher.
Yeah, he don't know basketball. Anyway, Lamont, can I ask
I
you
do
a
know
question,
basketball.
brother, before you
That's why y'all say
You don't
nothing.
know
That's all you can say.
basketball.
No, you can't ask questions because all you do is talk about me. Let's get Pin up here. I don't want you sitting here to talk about me.
Bro, but he says you don't know basketball, but like he doesn't say like what like fucking coaching schematics. Like he doesn't say.
And then every time I say
somebody was asking a
I
question.
don't talk
We haven't
basketball.
let Ishmael get any talk in, man. Ishmael was good.
Shout out
man.
to Goat James Kingdom members. Peace and blessings.
Why you don't put Biz in the backstage, Go James?
Peace to the panel, everybody. I just
This
wanna
ain't
ask,
that bad.
are you
Not
still
talking
doing
about me
any,
though, Lamont. Why they got to talk about me? That's all I said. Don't talk about me then. Leave me alone.
I know. I got you. Hold
I'm
on.
gonna leave him alone. Lamont, can I ask you a question, bro, before you go?
Hold on. Let Ishmael get his question real quick.
Let me go
Ishmael, what's
first.
good?
Let me go for a second. I just want to ask Lamont, are you still doing any criterias right now? I just made up a criteria. I think it's pretty objective. And I did use ChatGPT, so it placed Kobe Bryant at number 4.
Hold on. Did you use the free version or the paid version? Advanced?
I used the paid version. I'm paying for it.
Okay, so your criteria is what?
But this is what I do. So because I feel like yours is already biased, and so this is what I did.
It's not biased.
Let's go, Ishmael.
I'm telling you.
Nah, you
Okay,
can't do that, Ishmael. You got to put your criteria into ChatGPT for
I'm
Lamont.
gonna still tell him. But this is
Okay.
what I did. What I did
Mhm.
was I copied and pasted like over about 100 and something players from each categories. So this is I only did 4 categories, and I couldn't
Okay,
come up with.
can you just tell me the criteria, Ishmael?
Okay,
I don't give a damn how you got to it.
All right. So I use totals, points.
Okay, so hold on. Ishmael, how do you spell your name, Ishmael?
It's actually Ishmael. It's ISMAAE.
I'm just gonna put Ish. Ish
Okay, that's
wants to give his.
Why you waited this long to correct us on your name, brother?
Okay, so
I'd rather have you say it.
rank his top 10 based on. Okay, what's your criteria?
All right, so 4 things. What will kind of how you a qualifier? You got to at least win a championship, and then there's 4 columns.
Hold on, I'm trying to add Penn in, but something's happening. I can't. There he is, right there. Okay, hold on. Penn, we'll be right with you in 1 second. Let me. Okay, so the qualifier is what?
1 championship. You got to at least win 1 championship.
1 NBA title. Okay.
Okay, so then there's 4 columns in it, and so totals, points. Then there's
Hold on. What do you mean
points.
4 columns? What does this mean?
Okay, so it's like I kind of had it like pending. So it's like the highest column of each category is the better player. It's kind of better. You see what I'm saying?
Okay. So when you say, I'm just trying to get something that makes sense. So what is the criteria? So
okay.
What's the next?
I use total points per
Okay,
game.
so total points. Do you
Points
weigh
per
it?
game.
Do you weigh it?
No, I don't weigh anything.
Hold on. Total points or points per game?
Both. I use both of them. 2 separate categories.
Okay, points per game. Okay, what else?
Yeah, total points per game, MVP win shares, and ring count. And
MVP
rings.
win shares.
Yep.
Ring count. Okay.
That's it. That's pretty much it.
That's it?
Yep, that's it. That's what I did, but I did it differently. I didn't just put it in like that.
Okay, but you're gonna have to tell me how to weigh these things because if you don't, it's gonna choose how to weigh them.
Okay, so I put a 1 for every. So it's like Michael Jordan got the highest points per game, so that's a 1, and then everything else it follows under that order. So that's what I did.
Okay, so weigh them based on order.
Yes.
Okay, weigh.
And then it's like it put a ranking from each
based
column
on order. Okay. Hey, this is gonna be silly right here, man. Come on, man. Why don't y'all put real thought into these things, man? Shit.
What else am I supposed to like?
You said his criteria. That's his criteria.
That's his
Yeah, but it's just typically high IQ, man. This is very, very. This is like Herman. This is like Herman body.
You don't want Kobe in that.
And you know
top
what,
10.
Lamont? Hold on, wait, Lamont. The point of today's
Okay, can I give him a top 10?
If it is,
Okay, yeah, go ahead.
Ishmael on the right track.
Okay, let me give him his top 10.
Yep.
Okay,
You cook it, Ishmael.
Ish, who's your top 5 of all time?
My top 5 right now is LeBron, Michael Jordan, Kareem, Kobe, and Wilt Chamberlain.
Okay, so let's see if the
Appreciate
top
the Wilt
5
love.
matches.
Will Chamberlain too low. Will Chamberlain too low.
Hold on, let me share my screen so you can see, and then we're gonna go to Penn right after this. So, Ish, your criteria titles or the qualifier must have 1 ring, total career points per game, MVP win shares, and ring count.
Yep.
Okay, based on Ish's top 10 weighted criteria, LeBron James, number 1, Kareem, Jordan, Kevin Durant, Steph Curry, Shaq, Kobe, Hakeem Olajuwon,
What the hell?
and D Wade.
At least Kobe's in the top 10.
Kobe's in the top 10, but hold on. What do I always tell you? The shit's gonna look fucked up everywhere else.
What's wrong with that? That's a great top 10.
What? D Wade?
Because Dirk is in there.
Nah, that is not a great top 10 after like.
That's ChatGPT.
You got Kevin Durant at 5. You got Kevin Durant at 4.
Some people like Kevin Durant. I'm just saying, but
Ish.
that ain't.
No, look. I give you credit. You got Kobe in for sure, but at what cost?
After Jordan, that list is cooked, man.
Like
Hold
you
on,
said,
we got
Lamont,
Penn up here.
that's what you were saying, Lamont. That's what you were saying. That if no matter what you do to try to put Kobe in the 10, it's never going to fall in with everybody else. It's going to
It's always going.
Something's going to be off. Something's going to be off.
Yes.
Yeah.
Penn, what's good, man? Penn, we got to set the debate up, right? Because you know, I don't think you were able to get a fair representation of your basketball acumen versus GOAT James Kingdom over on PC. I think it's only fair if we set up the head-to-head debate here on FYF Sports, man. I think it's only fair, man. You got to get your lick back, man.
I'm here for that.
No, not here now. I'm saying set up a time for you to come back and do it. You can't. There's no way, because I want you to have time to go research. The debate is 3 rounds, 3 2-minute rounds. We also have challenge flags when we debate. So if somebody's factually inaccurate, you can throw a challenge flag. We do all types of stuff. But you come back.
What's the debate about?
I don't know. I'm saying we could do it about anything, but you know, I mean, they I feel like they blindsided you with your Chris Bosh take, and Johnny kind of one-ups you, man. You got to get your lick back, man.
No, I'm good. I'll stand on that Chris Bosh thing. 10 toes down.
Oh hell nah.
I'm just joking, Penn. I'm just joking. What's good? I'm glad to have you over.
Hey, man, that's Brandon Katz's brother, man.
Who's Brandon Katz?
Oh no, that's not. Hold on, Penn. What do you think about Kobe?
No, that's messed up.
Hold on,
Y'all should have said
that. What do you think about Kobe? What do you think about Kobe being in the Bleacher Report top 10? I thought they made a fair attempt. I thought Bleacher Report made a fair attempt at creating a top 100 list. It's imperfect, but I like the criteria, and I think it got it right for the most part. What do you think about it?
I don't like Steve Nash at 35.
What do you mean? It's too high?
It's way too high. For starters.
Too high for a 2-time MVP?
Yeah, I don't rate those MVPs the same way. I can't. You're gonna tell me right now that his 2 MVPs put him over Jason Kidd? Jason Kidd got 0 MVPs. Gary Payton got 0 MVPs.
No,
so,
but
like I'm supposed to look at how the voters chose to vote that 1 year and put him over a player that I think is definitively better than him in the same era and won rings and dragged his team to the finals 3 times, won a championship. I don't know about that. So
I think that it does not encompass talent. I think that, for example, Dennis Rodman is probably the greatest player I don't want to say he wasn't talented, But when you talk about a guy, especially who was so severely limited on the offensive side of the ball, but made the most of his career just off sheer will and grit, and a guy like Dennis Rodman, I don't think you need talent to mold out a great career. You just got to go mold out a great career however you can do it. And that's why a lot of people don't like where Draymond Green fell over Chris Webber, because they're looking at the talent. But in reality, Draymond Green molded out a better career. Your career and your resume as a result or the byproduct of what you did. And his career and the things that he did with the team and as an individual overweigh what Chris Webber did statistically.
Oh, I mean, I respect Draymond completely, but you got to factor in the era that people played in. You also got to factor
how do
in
you
the
factor that in
context.
fairly? But how do you do that fairly?
I don't know if there's a spreadsheet way to do it, but I think you can see that a big playmaker like Chris Webber would thrive in more pace, more space, right? More off-ball movement. I feel like when you look at what guys like Jokic are doing, what Şengün is doing, right?
Yep.
Like you look at players like Arvydas Sabonis and Chris Webber, players like that, you can certainly see how putting the ball in their hands more in this era would have made them more statistically dominant. So maybe instead of averaging 4 assists, he averaged 7 assists, and now everyone's gassing him up.
But see, there's always the best thing about this is if you study enough, you'll start to see there's always odd nuances that will give you your answer to those very same questions. So, for example, Chris Webber played under Don Nelson. Don Nelson had the Warriors trending upward significantly, but Chris Webber pushed back against the notion of being a small ball big in the 90s. He hated it. He didn't. Hold on 1 second. Hold on 1 second, please. While I'm talking, please hold on, West Coast. He pushed that back. He pushed back against the notion. He didn't want to change the game. He didn't want to be that type of big that got assists. He didn't want to operate from the outside in. He wanted to be a traditional big. So based on his own personality and what he wanted, he forced the trade out of Golden State because he didn't want to be today's type of big. He went to a team that had a traditional big so he can play his traditional role. So he ultimately put his own career in his hands. He could have changed the game. He could have been a big that mirrored what we see today. He refused it. Because he refused it back then, what do I have to think now that he all of a sudden would embrace it and accept it and not just be another Jahlil Okafor?
I definitely don't think he's going to be Jahlil Okafor. That's for sure. I mean, he was a lot more fluid and a lot more athletic than Jahlil for starters, and a hell of a lot more talented. I mean, you're talking about a guy who was consensus #1 pick in the NBA draft. And in terms of not wanting to get assists, I mean, the same guy that you're saying didn't want to get assists in 2005 was getting 5.5 assists in one of the slowest eras we're talking about. And also, like, don't underestimate the power of trailblazers. Some people are not ready to be the first guy, second guy to do something. They're willing to be the third guy to do something. So maybe he's not willing to be the guy who becomes the pioneer for the new modern five, the new stretch five. But make no mistake, if he's at Michigan State today, he's playing that way.
And the byproduct of his career, his resume, making that decision, choosing his career path, did his resume, once it's all said and done, come out to be a better resume than Draymond Green's?
No, but that's the thing.
And that's your career. That's your greatness.
Look,
Draymond stops there.
Draymond to me is the second most important player in the Warriors dynasty. What he does defensively and offensively is very understated and very underrated by the common fan. That being said, a lot of what Draymond does for the Warriors is what Chris Webber, in theory, could also do for the Warriors in terms of being that sort of ball handling, small ball player, with the exception that Chris is just a much better scorer, a way better scorer.
But we have to rank players. How do we rank players based on absolute hypotheticals of what we think they can do in this era? Why can't we just judge players based on what they did or didn't do in their time and just end it there?
Because the context matters here. Now, I'll give you an example, right? Like Dražen Petrovic, right? Toiling away behind all those dudes that he was playing with in Portland. If he doesn't get out of Portland for the 2 years that he did to show what he could do in New Jersey, we probably don't talk about Dražen as anything but another failed European player.
If he doesn't die, he goes down as one of the greatest shooters of all time. It's a hypothetical still.
I think he's still one of the greatest shooters of all time. What I'm saying is, like, the context.
No.
He didn't become like a radically better player.
No. I get you. Talent-wise, I give you that. But production-wise, when it's all said and done and we open up the books, he's not going to be looked at as one of the greatest shooters of all time. There's a ton of players talent-wise. This is what I say with Kobe. Talent-wise, he's one of the most talented players of all time. Chris Webber, one of the most talented players of all time.
Right.
But when we open up the books, on your resume, what you could have, should have, would have done with your talent is not going to be there. It's what you did do versus what you didn't do. We don't care about what you could have did if all situations and all things were pretty and perfect and you played in this era and maybe you had this team or coach. Is either you did do it or you didn't do it. Unfortunate reality of these rankings and how we rank players' greatness is not about what you hypothetically could or couldn't do. There's no player that you rank based on hypotheticals. You got to show me.
Yeah, but you got to scale some stuff to be even, because you want to compare players who played 20, 30 years apart when the style of the game was different, the context of the difference. You know, I'm hearing people tell me that I got Jerry West too low because I got him below someone like Jason Kidd or CP3. Or how could you do that to Jerry West? He did this and he did that, But I'm talking about like purely isolating the skill set that I'm seeing. And if I'm not air taxing, which is to say, I'm gonna take you. If I'm air taxing, if I'm allowed to air tax, if I'm allowed to say, yo, your competition wasn't as good. Who you were going up against, who you're facing for those minutes wasn't as good. There were 8 teams in your league. I think that has to matter. And I do think that there are certain players who just end up in the wrong situation for their style. Like the game, they're on a really deep team.
That's unlucky.
Yeah, for sure. That's unlucky. But last I checked, there's no.
That's part of these rankings. Dominique Wilkins got drafted to the Hawks. James Worthy went to the Lakers. Unlucky for Dominique. That's unlucky. That's unfortunate that James Worthy was afforded the opportunity to get the Finals MVP, be ranked in the first top 50. That's unlucky, and unfortunately, it affects legacies. And when you look at Bleacher Report's criteria, this is one of the first criteria that I've seen that normalizes longevity. What you just mentioned, they at least made an attempt to normalize longevity to give everyone an equal shot. So what we see here, when you cap and you weight categories and you cap them at a certain point total, they specifically said down here that you caps and normalization keep any one area from overwhelming the total. Cool. They tried their best to stop longevity, what we know as longevity today, from overpowering players whose longevity was 10 to 13 years. They at least tried. That's why I give them credit for it. I've never seen anybody at least make a fair attempt at it.
Okay, try to explain that to me. LeBron has played 20 plus years, and he has been dominant for almost all of them. I think the best GOAT case that I've ever heard for LeBron, and just so we're clear, my GOAT is Michael Jordan. So before I even launch into the defense of LeBron, I want to make that clear. But if I make a case for LeBron, I could literally make 3 Hall of Fame resumes for that dude. 3. If he just played for the Lakers, he's a Hall of Famer. If he just played for the Cavs, he's a Hall of Famer. And if he just played out a career with the Miami Heat, he's
what you said in and of itself means he's the GOAT almost.
Well, that's the point. If you want to, if you want to say, if we're going peak for peak, championship for championship, blemishless finals resume, dominance, contribution to the game, growth of the game, etc. Well, yeah, like I'll give it to Jordan. But if we're talking,
but that's what they calculated here.
So are you saying that the way Bleacher Report calculated this, like they fairly account for you being dominant for longer?
No. What I'm saying is this right here. This is the Bleacher. This is criteria that I got from somebody at Bleacher Report. I just don't want to disclose his name right now. About how they broke these categories down.
Right.
Accolades. These are all the points you can get in accolades. But
okay,
you can't run away because you had longevity. So, for example, LeBron with his all NBA selections, they weren't going to allow him to stack point on top of point after point because he's playing over 20 years. They cap it at 40 points. No matter, for example, Bill Russell with his 11 championships.
Right.
He couldn't get 55 points for championships. He just caps out at 40 points. Okay, you meet a threshold here, you cap out in this category. right? So again, they don't let you, because we know that he only has 11 championships because of overwhelming situation. He was on a really good team for a really long time, and that's lucky.
Okay,
but so they don't reward him for his.
Yeah, this sounds fair, but what it does is it disproportionately favors players who played for a shorter period of time but were dominant for that longer period of time. You understand what I'm saying? Like,
yeah, but they still ultimately have credit in another section to longevity. It's not. I'm not saying it's perfect. I said I appreciate them at the attempt to normalize the list so everybody across all eras has an equal chance.
Yeah.
Yesterday, I was talking to a guy on another channel. He was pushing for Kobe to be in the top 10, and he was basically making the claim that if you played in the 60s and 70s, we can't even rank you. Take them all out the list. Completely unfair. You're just willing to put Kobe in at all costs with disrespecting any player of the past of any generation ever just because you want your guy in. You're not giving everybody a fair shot.
Why is Kobe not top 10 for you?
Because of my criteria.
And this is the criteria?
No, this is Bleacher Report. My criteria is much more simple. I don't make it complex. I break it down into 5 categories. And do you check how many boxes do you check? And we go from there. And so that's where my top 10 lands at Jordan, LeBron, Kareem, Bill Russell, and we go down from there. But it typically looks like most people list. It's just my criteria is different. I simplify it, but it ends up with me having Steph Curry at 10 and Kobe at 11.
That's interesting because you have almost an identical list to the one that I presented when I first got on the panel. Very similar to that list. I had very similar players. I think I had Tim Duncan at 5 or 4.
Yeah, I have Tim Duncan, I think, at 5 too. I can't remember the order, but I have him up there.
I got Magic in there. I got Larry Bird in there. Yeah, and then I had right around, I think 9 or 10, I put Hakeem, and then everyone lost their mind that I didn't have Kobe in my top 10. And then I started listing off a bunch of names. I was like, well, I got KG, I got, Arvydas Sabonis. People lost their mind on that too, because I'm factoring a lot of stuff in with Arvydas. And maybe that was a little controversial. My point is, I agree with you. And then lately I've been watching a lot more Kobe, and I've actually moved him into my top 10 right at number 10. So I don't know. I think you can go a lot of different ways with it. I think Kobe was great, man.
I think Kobe was a hell of a player. I just can't ignore Résumé. And it's unfortunate to me that the Colorado situation took away potential accolades that could have put him easily in these conversations. But at the end of the day, to be fair, I can't. If I give Kobe hypothetical MVPs, I have to give everybody else hypothetical MVPs. That means Jordan should have 10, LeBron should have 10, and everybody who deserved more, I have to give more. And that's the struggle with me as far as giving Kobe credit for hypothetical things. I can't apply a rule to him and not apply it to everybody. If I increase the value of defensive teams, I have to increase the value of defensive teams for Hakeem, which would put him really high because he has DPOYs. We have to then relook at Rudy Gobert. We have to then look at Scottie Pippen and all the other players who have defensive teams. Mm-hmm. And so that's why I say we cannot play with categories to bump Kobe. We just have to accept it is as it is, what it is. And I just think naturally he just kind of falls there based on his resume. And the only way you put him in is with subjectivity.
Does it matter to you at all that the players who played with him, the players who played against him on a night-to-night basis, the players who had to guard him, scheme for him, do film breakdowns for him, almost routinely said that he was the one that they feared the most? Does that matter at all?
No, because to me, that's just talent. And I did 2 separate top 10s. When I did my talent, regardless of resume, Kobe's number 2 all time. Mm-hmm. That's how talented he is. When we incorporate resume, which is your NBA greatness, well, I can't just then pretend. I can't conflate talent with greatness. That's 2 different things.
I think when I saw in my lifetime, when I saw Steve Nash win back-to-back MVPs because the league had a bit of an image issue and they wanted to rectify it by any means necessary, in my opinion, and I think that's pretty consensus. I think I saw, I've seen so many controversial decisions for defensive team guys who I saw as clearly top 10 defenders not make the list. And now I'm thinking to myself, my kids one day are going to use this against this guy for not making this team. And I saw him play and I know he was a top 10 defender, but he's not in favor with this media. He's not playing in a big market. He's playing for a losing team. And so, I don't factor in accolades that much, to be honest with you. I really don't. To me, LeBron's won 10 MVPs, 11 MVPs in my life. Steph got probably more than he got. If I see you as the best player, Jokic got 5 for me. You got 4 or 5. Giannis got 2 or 3. That's just how I see it. Michael Jordan got 10 for sure. And if you want to give Karl Malone 1, or you want to give Barkley 1 because you have voter fatigue, or you want a new toy to play with, and you don't want everyone thinking that you stacking the deck for Jordan. Well, my question is, what the hell does this award mean? It means the most valuable player. So I'm going to ask you a really important question. At what point were the Utah Jazz better with Karl Malone than they would have been with Michael Jordan? What point were the Phoenix Suns better? If they aren't, then he's not the most valuable. So that's just
if you go to that, MVP is, again, the only thing that's changed with the MVP is what they define as the MVP on a season-by-season basis. Sometimes it's the best player on the best team. Sometimes it's the best statistical player in the league. Sometimes if you do something otherworldly that changed the game, they'll give it to you like we saw with Russ. Karl Malone, if you pull his numbers from his MVP years, his numbers as far as efficiency across the board were just better than Jordan's. Really, at that point in time, Jordan was just scoring more points per game. But if you look at all the other statistical categories as an individual player, and even some cases his team had a better record, Karl Malone's numbers were, as an individual in that particular season, if you just don't look at points, which people tend to only look at points, Karl Malone's numbers across the board in the regular season. Karl Malone gets dinged because people were attaching the MVP award to his playoff performances. That's where he struggled, when people would use the term he choked in the playoffs, or he was playing less than what he did in the regular season. That's where he gets hurt. Jordan, on the other hand, increased a lot of times his production in the playoffs. And so when they give out the MVP award during the playoffs, most fans are looking at what you're doing in the playoffs, and they completely forget about the regular season where you actually win the award. But if you look at the numbers wise, their team record wise was right on par with the Bulls, and his numbers were really good, neck and neck with Michael Jordan, sometimes across the board better. You just got to give him credit for that in those individual seasons. Jordan had a case, but it's hard to say Karl Malone didn't have a case either.
So what you're saying is basically that you don't weight MVPs high on your
No,
ranking.
I weight MVPs very high. I just don't care how you get them. Like, for example, with Nash, I understand with Nash, when he won his MVP, I know that the MVP was given to Steve Nash primarily because it was one of the most significant single season turnarounds in NBA history. The year before, his team was 29-53. You take a 29-53 team and you flip it into a 60-win team. And when we look at the driving force to that, who was the driving force to that? That was Steve Nash. That's why you win an MVP. So again, when we remove the scoring bias, because people like Kobe and Jordan tend to always get this heavy favorite for these awards because they score the ball well, and we take that lens off on always connecting scoring with greatness, I love the fact that they were willing to give the MVP to somebody who just did other things other than just score. And you give credit right to a guy that was willing to be the facilitator and get an MVP as a facilitator. But again, when we fall in love with highlights and scoring, of course you're always want to give it to Kobe.
I mean, that's
really highlight culture.
I'm asked that question just based on what you said about Karl Malone. So did Karl Malone did not win those MVPs the year that he's supposed to win?
Well, Karl Malone won one. He won one MVP on Jordan's watch, and then he won another after Jordan retired, didn't he?
Yeah,
like in 99.
but the one he won on Jordan's watch, you said that he had a better season than Jordan, according to you, right?
I'm saying his stats across the board, right, were right there on par with Jordan. You one could argue that his numbers across the board were better if you consider points, rebounds, assists, efficiency, and all those things. I believe you can make that argument.
You definitely can. So in terms of effective field goal percentage, Malone was 55%, Jordan was 51.6%. Okay, cool. You know, in terms of if you ratio out their points per possession, Michael Jordan scored marginally more. But when you consider defensive impact, it's really not that close. It's really not that close. When you consider box plus minus warp, it's not neck and neck.
Defense. What was Jordan's defensive impact in 95, 96? What year was that?
96, 97.
96, 97. What was at that stage in his career? What was his defensive impact?
Still greater than Karl Malone's. and then they both made an all defensive team, right? So
yeah, at that stage in his career, Jordan was not one of the best defenders in the league. That was by name.
Okay, I will.
That's just a fact. I watched the game.
I'm not saying he was a great defender. I'm saying he was a better defender than Karl Malone. You fight that.
But the thing is, my
like,
biggest thing with
Malone
defense is this:
right?
It's always easy to look like a good defender when you're on a great defensive team.
Okay.
So when you're on the best defensive team in the league, they were saying everybody was looking like great defenders. Just like when the Warriors had the best defense in the league, what did you hear people saying? Well, Steph is a better defender. Was he really a better defender, or was he just on a hellified defensive team? Jordan was not the best defender on that team. He was not a better defender at that time than Pippen or Rodman.
Would you agree or disagree with the statement that the Michael Jordan and Karl Malone had very similar seasons in 96, 97, right? You would
what you mean statistically? Because in the 90s, they were solely doling out MVPs based on your pure stats, not no finessing and points, rebounds, assists, steals, and blocks. They weren't playing around with any of the finesses and is your team winning or not? So when you look at Karl Malone's stats that year, slightly less points, but more rebounds, more assists. Jordan edged him out in steals. Karl Malone beat him out in blocks. Karl Malone beat him out in field goal percentage. Jordan had a better free throw percentage. Jordan, but they weren't using analytics. See, like now when we can revisit and look at analytics, we might be able to use the analytics to say, okay, maybe Jordan had a slightly better season because the analytics are telling us, but they weren't using that back then. They were just using the raw data right in front of them.
Yeah, but here's a number you're not looking at. Michael Jordan's team was better. He had 69 wins. I think the Utah Jazz had 63 or 64 wins that season. So yeah, I mean they were really good, but Jordan's team was better. So if it's all the same, then why does Karl Malone win that?
I don't know if it's all the same.
Well, I mean, how do you rate impact there? I mean, they're both playing heavy minutes. They both made all defensive teams. They're both obviously great players in the top five of their top five.
If it's close,
then why not?
What do we do there?
Okay,
well, I'm saying, what do we do with that? Like, what do we do with that?
Okay, let me present it in a modern state, right?
No. I'm not saying present it in a different manner. I understand that MVP awards can be close. If you edge somebody out because it's close, who am I to say just by the sheer fact that it's close means it could have went any way? So I can't say Karl Malone didn't deserve it because we can all agree it was close.
I'll tell you what doesn't matter to me. What doesn't matter to me is your previous season, right? Michael Jordan, the previous season, had won 72 games. Then he goes into the next year and he wins 69 games. Per my estimate, that's a three-game drop. You dropped, right? Now, Karl Malone, on the other hand, he goes from being on a 55-win team to a 64-win team. It's a story. Now, even though they have an even season, if you want to look at the hash mark of points, rebounds, assists, field goal, whatever, you want to say their impact was relatively similar, even though the analytics would say Jordan had a better season. I will argue that the story of one player improving by 10 wins is better for MVP voting and the media and the people who voted on that than the guy who goes back by 3 wins. But the end result
don't
is
players win MVPs by stories all the time. SGA won a story MVP this year over Jokic.
Okay, but
so story MVPs happen.
But that's a merit-based MVP based on a very sizable gap between those two teams in terms of their success record. I'll tell you right now, if Jokic wins 5 more games, he's winning that MVP.
But all I'm saying is the MVP has never been consistent. Sometimes it's the best player on the best team.
So then why
when Kobe won his,
then why
Kobe really should have won it in 05-06. But when the year he won it, you can arguably make the case that he was not the best player in the league. But that year they decided to give it out based on best player on best team. That's why Kobe got it. I don't knock Kobe for winning it that way. He got him one. And the fact that he got him one, I have to count it, even though I personally don't feel he was the best player in the league that year. I feel like he should have got it 05-06 when his team wasn't as good. So again, to me, it still comes down to get it how you get it. I can't knock you for it, just like I can't punish Kobe for his MVP, even though I don't feel like he was the best player in the year in the season that year. But he got it. I gotta count it. And it is what it is. And Jordan got his however he got them. Like in 88, Jordan got the DPOY. He was not the best defender in the league in 88, but he got it. I can't ignore it. I have to count it. I don't think he was a better defender than Hakeem Olajuwon or Mark Eaton at that time, but he got it.
Sure.
So if I'm gonna ask this question real quick. So if you know that the MVP is biased like that, why do you rate it high as you do?
Because it's no matter how you look at it, it's still the most difficult individual accolade to win, and you don't win multiple on accident. So again, Jordan having multiple, all the players who have multiple. We all know that the only reason Kobe doesn't have multiple is because of the case. But unfortunately, if you put a wedge in your legacy, that's unfortunately still comes back to it being Kobe's fault.
D Wade doesn't have even one. Does that not factor into your equation? Think about what I'm saying. D Wade,
I cannot give you hypothetical awards.
No, I hear what you're saying, but you're saying multiple.
If you give me a formula that allows me to account evenly across the board and give everyone their hypothetical awards, I will accept it. But if I cannot give everyone all of their hypothetical awards that they're due, then I can't not give out one to Kobe.
No, I'm not asking you to give anything out. I'm not saying about giving anything out. I'm saying, why do you rate it so high if you know that the award is biased?
Because I still feel that for the most part they get it right most of the time.
I'm gonna name you some players. Let me just play this out for a second. I want to just ask you if this player is better than Steve Nash. Dwayne Wade.
Yeah.
John Stockton.
No.
Chris Paul.
Yeah.
Jason Kidd.
No.
Oh, for real. Okay. Scottie Pippen.
Yes.
Okay. None of those players won MVPs. And Steve Nash got 2. So that's kind of my point. And I think that's what the other gentleman is also saying here is like you're saying it's hard to win.
It's not equal. It's not an equal opportunity award. It's also right place, right time. It's a little bit of luck involved. There's so many factors that go into winning it. Right place, right time for Steve Nash. The league changed, rules changed that allowed him to have that level of offense. Right.
They changed the pace, man.
But what I'm saying is, hold on. First of all, Steve Nash had an extreme leg up on the rest of the league. Why? Because their GM was a part of the rules committee. They knew the zones at getting put into the league was coming. He was able to load up his team with shooters well before other teams were ready for this significant change. They had a leg up on the rest of the league simply because their GM knew what was coming before it happened. Again, Steve Nash benefited by his team having more information than the rest of the teams in the league. So at the end of the day, he just benefited from being in the right place at the right time. And he was good in Dallas. But when he got to Phoenix, then he started to look otherworldly. Then his 50-40-90 started to look damn near unstoppable because his team is the only team that's able to play at this crazy pace and make these threes because his owner and GM had insider information that no one else had. Luck. It just takes a little luck sometimes. Just a little bit of luck.
His second MVP.
Narrative, right?
The best record or the best stats. Or he had the best stats.
But that's the thing.
Sometimes it takes luck. Like I don't never shy away from the fact that the top rankings are not fair. They're not fair. Right? To get into the top 10, you have to be drafted to the right team. You have to have the right organization. It is not all on the player. I don't care if you go out there, for example, I don't care if you go out there and average 35 points per game. If your team ain't winning nothing, if you ain't got nobody around you, if you don't have a good coach and organization, it's going to be all for nothing. At the end of the day, you got to have it takes a lot of things to fall in place for you to win an MVP. It's not meant for everybody. That's unfortunate.
Well, what do you say, Lamont, about the fact that MVP doesn't really have a criteria to vote for? I mean, it's like
don't matter. It don't matter what the criteria is. It's only one MVP every year. It is the hardest award to win in basketball.
I mean, what about DPOY? Same thing. One award.
Yeah, but you can pull you can pull all the players up that have multiple DPOYs, and you can pull all the players up that have multiple MVPs. And if we're picking teams, I guarantee you the guys that got multiple DPOYs will trend to get picked last, unless you're talking about a guy like Hakeem Olajuwon. But the guys with and when you talk about guys
And
with
Michael
multiple MVPs, just tend to be better players than guys with multiple DPOYs. What MVPs are you talking about? The best basketball player in the league. DPOYs did not get you to the best basketball player in the league because none of you guys are going to pick Rudy Gobert to be on your team. None of you guys are going to pick Draymond Green to be on your team. None of you guys are going to pick a lot of the guys that won DPOY to lead your team.
Look, I hear
MVP
you.
is going to determine the best player in the league.
You will pick if you had to pick from MVPs. I'm sure you'll be fine with that player if you land with that player.
Yeah, but
to
this
start your
is
team.
like, this is like arguing billionaires are hardworking because usually it takes hard work to win $1 billion, to make $1 billion. So I can't just walk up to random billionaires and assume they're hardworking. Maybe they were born into it. Maybe someone gave them money. Maybe they got lucky. I don't know. So that's what I'm saying. Like that's the logical fallacy there.
Let me ask Mama. So you think that MVP really puts a negative stain on Kobe's resume because his resume is pretty.
No, it's not a negative stain. It's an accolade. His one MVP is an accolade that I appreciate. I wish he had more. But unfortunately, your resume is your resume. Like again, MVP. You think these are MVPs? It's part of his resume.
I got you.
When I go to your resume is your resume. I can only judge Kobe based on his body of work. I cannot judge him based on talent. Talent is not your body of work. Talent is
the body of work.
His body of work is like 18 All-Stars.
Okay, so and I give him credit for everything that he's done.
Okay.
There's nothing that I say that don't count.
You don't think
everything? I give him credit for everything that he does. I just don't. What I do, I do not over glorify the longevity stats. Right?
Okay, I got you. All right.
I cannot. Again, I try to normalize it because longevity in the 60s is not longevity anymore today. Do I now punish Bill Russell and those guys because what was known to be a long career then is not a long career now? Or do I find a way, well, how do I still give Bill Russell credit? Even now, when we start going forward into the future, I was listening to Giannis Antetokounmpo talk. He was running down his resume. He said NBA Cup MVP. He's adding in shit that players of the past will never have access to. So now players going forward in the future, they're going to be able to amass so many accolades with new awards, new accolade, Eastern Conference MVP, Western Conference MVP. They're going to have their trophy closets are going to be so packed with accolades that players of the past never had access to. Does that make them better? How do we rank them? How do we value them? Or do we just take the most meaningful accolades and just ride with what's gotten us the best results?
Well, how do you rank players in the pre-3-point era as shooters? Like, how do you rank a guy like a Jerry West as a shooter versus somebody like a Muhammad Abdul-Rauf versus a Steph Curry versus a Klay Thompson? Like that to me is there. And then also, like, we don't factor in the blocks were not counted. Bill Russell's era, like they didn't.
Bill Russell still looked at as the greatest defender of all time.
Okay, but maybe the blocks would add a little bit of credibility to his top 3, top 4 GOAT case. Because right now, I got Bleacher Report putting him at 5. Now, here's a question that I have for you, FYF Sports. One, I got to ask you about what you said about me in the past on Player's Choice and how you feel like they're using me. I'm curious to hear what you said about that.
How did y'all hear this stuff, man?
So someone told me, and I was like, that's cool. And then the second thing I would ask you is, and somebody brought this up on the panel. I wasn't thinking about it because usually I rank Magic and Bird pretty close. I always put Magic first, and I always put Bird next to him, whether it's 6'7", 5'4", 7'8". I moved them up and down in my life, but they're always next to each other for some reason. I can't separate them. But this Bleacher Report, puts Magic at 4 and puts Bird at 8, and for a sizable chunk of their career, Bird was considered the better player. Now, I'm assuming that you've dug into the tape and have a firm idea of who was definitively the better player. Was it media narratives that was pushing Bird over Magic, or was it real?
Bird was the more talented player.
Was he the better player?
No, Bird was the like if you're talking basketball, and we remove resume, Bird is a better basketball player than Magic. Kobe is a better basketball player than Magic. The talent. These guys don't get ranked off of talent. It gets ranked off what did you leave the game with, like Shaquille O'Neal. Shaquille O'Neal left the game as the most dominant player in NBA history. Magic left the game as the greatest passer in NBA history. Jordan left the game as arguably the greatest scorer in NBA history, right? When these guys leave the game, A lot of these guys that they place above, you know, like a bird in this instance, they leave the game with like a staple attached only to them. Magic has a staple attached to him. Bill Russell, greatest defensive player of all time. Wilt Chamberlain, arguably one of the most dominant scorers of all time, and he has historical accomplishments that will never be touched, right? We know him for the 100-point game. When we talk about, we can't talk about Kobe's 81-point game because you're always going to have Wilt.
Bill Russell, greatest winner of all time. Why does that not put him in the top two?
But
everyone.
But because, again, what I said was you have to balance how you weigh everything. And you have to put everything in a bag. So at the end of the day, if you choose to overinflate championships, and if you want the value of championships to mean more in your criteria, because I don't never debate anybody's top 10. I just always ask you what your criteria is and how you got to it. If your criteria weighs heavily championships, I just want to see your criteria with everybody getting a boost for their championships. That means John Havlicek, who had great numbers and great career accolades when he played. How does that impact him? Scottie Pippen, who also is 6-0. How does that impact him? Right? Don't make it look like you're only giving championships a boost to find a way to bump Kobe up. Bump everybody up if that's the case, that won championships, and then I'll respect it. So I only want to see your criteria, and if you're consistent, if you're willing to do it for everybody.
Can I suggest something? Maybe if somebody wants to develop some sort of formula, maybe there's a way to multiply championships to mean more if you were the best player on the team versus the second best player on the team versus the third best player on the team. Like maybe you got to tax championships in a way to say, okay, you won a championship if you were the best player like Michael was, like LeBron was all the time, then you get 2 times that championship. But if you weren't the best player, you get 0.75 times the championship. So now
can I ask you a question though?
Go ahead.
And I think this is going to be a nasty comment right here. But how do you determine who's the best player? Because let's just use the Bulls.
Mm-hmm.
We heard Phil Jackson, their coach, say Scottie was our best player. He literally said, yeah, Jordan gave us scoring. But he said, so are we willing to accept? Obviously, the person who would be able to understand this the best would be the head coach. If we're going to do it that way, do we ride with what Phil Jackson said when he said our best player was Pippen because he did everything? Or do we just rely on the scoring and say, oh, yeah, the scoring makes Jordan better?
I don't think it's just the scoring, though, right? Like you could give a significant edge to Scottie Pippen in terms of rebounding, defense, right? Yeah, I would definitely say he's a better defender than Michael Jordan, for sure.
He's a better passer, better rebounder.
Yeah, all those things.
That's a lot.
It is a lot, but is he a better leader? Is he? How do you factor in the intangibles? Do you care about the intangibles? Well, and this is where I say the Kobe stuff, because this is where I started to rethink Kobe a little bit, right? Like, I mean, you get a little bit older, you start to think about the intangibles. You start to think about what is the impact of having that dude in your locker room? What does it do to your team? And I'm a point to Kawhi Leonard, 2019, right? Every single Toronto Raptor player said when that dude walked in our gym, it became real serious, real quick, right? You feel in those like moments when you're down 2, 3, 4, that you got that guy, you got a chance. I feel like that got to count for something. I don't know how you quantify that.
Pan, I'm gonna tell you a little secret, right? And I learned this as I played. A lot of times in locker rooms, the leadership connotation is really kind of fake. And I'm gonna tell you why. Because the one thing that gives players confidence, especially in the sport of basketball, is seeing somebody walk through the door that you know is nice as fuck. So, for example, I don't know if y'all remember this. I don't know if y'all remember when Elijah Arenas picked up the phone live on Gil's Arena and he called USC to let Musselman know he's committing to USC.
I saw that.
The reason why every player in that gym ran and jumped for joy and sounded like they was having a party is not because Elijah is a great leader, because they know they have a dog walking through that door that's going to make life hell of a lot easier for everybody else. And I think that's what the game of basketball simply comes down to, because there's a lot of great players who walk in and they call them silent leaders sometimes. No, that motherfucker just nice as hell, and he makes the game, like Nikola Jokic, easy as hell for everybody else around him, right?
Correct.
And that's where they start saying, oh, you're leading with your play. No, when you playing with somebody just nice, it becomes easy. The game becomes easy. Everything becomes easier for everybody else. Is that leadership, or is that just how the game of basketball has always worked? That's just how it's always worked to me.
It's the energy transfer, right? Like when I look at a guy like Tim Duncan, I think he's one of the greatest leaders of all time. Wasn't very vocal, wasn't very loud, probably not chewing guys out too much. At least publicly, he wasn't doing that. But the standard that he sets, the example that he sets, the selflessness, like all of that stuff that has to be factored in. The fact that he's willing to let himself be coached, the fact that he is always on time, always, like, I'm looking at the impact of the 19-year-old who walks into my gym and is looking for a role model, is looking for what does it mean to be a pro? What does it mean to be an NBA player? Right now, you might have some veterans at the end of your bench who are coming in practice, putting up extra shots, showing up early, listening to coach, willing to be chewed out. But your star player is modeling a completely different set of behavior for them. They're walking in 20 minutes late. They're missing flights. Yeah, I'm looking at you, DeAndre Ayton and people like that. So now my young players are coming into this league thinking, well, if he could be an 8-year pro, I could be an 8-year pro. I don't have to work that hard. I think a player like Michael Jordan, Bill Russell, Kevin Garnett, there's examples, Tim Duncan, Kobe Bryant. I think they hold their teammates to a very different standard because they hold themselves to a very different standard. They're not going to let you slack off in practice. And I think that has to matter for something. So apart from the dog days of we're down 3, do we still have a chance? And then the coach is like, yeah, you have a chance. And then you're putting the ball in the hands of somebody that nobody trusts to make that shot. And you're like, we don't got a chance. So if you don't believe that you have a chance to win a championship, like, do the Charlotte Hornets believe that they have a chance to win a championship because LaMelo Ball is so great? Hell no. I don't think they do. There's very few teams right now that are thinking we got a chance this year. And I feel like they're going to prepare differently for that season.
The energy, let me give you an example of the energy.
Right.
Look at how the Indiana Pacers' confidence shifted when Halliburton got hurt. And when you think about Halliburton, like the veteran, the leader on that team was Johnson on the bench. He was the vet leader that they had. He was their leader. He didn't play a minute. But when Halliburton got hurt, their best player, the guy that they knew that was making life easier for everybody on that court, when he went down, that's when we saw the energy shift.
You believe
you
that?
typically no. When you typically
you really believe that though? Because
what I'm saying is what the best player brings is relief to everybody else. Like, for example, when I was coaching my team 2 years ago, we won the national championship. And we ended up losing this player the next year. Our center is a 6'8" guy. He was a defensive stopper, literally stopped everything at the rim. It was a relief to have him in the game because guys knew if I screw up here, he's always going to bail me out. If I miss this rebound, he's going to be there to grab it for me, right? If I miss this defensive rotation, he's going to slide over and pick up my slack there. It was a big relief to have him there. His presence on the court gave everybody confidence. The next year, when we have to play without our defensive juggernaut, it changes the confidence that guys have in their ability to defend. We still had our best player, our point guard. We still had our leader or so-called leader, right? Our best player, right? But without our 6'8" juggernaut down there that was stopping everything, it's the talent around you that gives you confidence. That's what typically it is. It's the talent around you. I just don't believe in that leadership thing.
Yeah, I suggest you go back and watch that game 7 because I'm gonna tell you this: when Tyrese Halliburton went down, there is a team that absolutely changed their energy, and it was not the Pacers. The Pacers actually responded very well to that, in my opinion. They stayed together. They continued to push.
Right. It was other teams' energy went up.
No, the OKC Thunder absolutely cratered. Go watch it. And they talked about it. They said that they were so distraught over what had just happened to Halliburton, they let their foot off the pedal.
Okay, I get that.
For a good quarter. So it wasn't until the second half that eventually I think reality set in, because obviously you go to halftime, you figure out, it's dead silent. You figuring out your star player is going to be missing the entire season. You start thinking about it. The worst thing that happened to the Indiana Pacers in the game 7, halftime. That's the worst thing that could have happened to them because they bounced back real well from Halliburton leaving the court.
Yeah, I'm just specifically talking about the Pacers, not the other team. I'm talking about internally on a team. From what I've seen when I've played, the easiest way to get the most out of the players is to bring better players in. Talent breeds confidence in talent. You cannot take. This is one of the reasons why Jordan couldn't win in the 80s, because rightfully so, if you look at the guys he had around him, they just wasn't hitting like that. Like, you know, when you start to bring in a Phil Jackson, he breeds confidence in Jordan. When you start to bring in a Pippen, now we're really starting to bring in talent. Right now, you hit on a Horace Grant, you hit a home run there. Talent brews talent. Talent inspires talent. This is why teams have the bench leaders, the Udonis Haslams. Teams are always, when the Lakers won in the bubble, they had Jared Dudley. The leadership typically stems from other places. It's rare that you find the best player as the true leader of a team. Best players typically at the pro level are not liked. They're not liked. They talk down on a lot of guys. They cuss you out when you mess up, but the best player will rarely get cussed out when they screw up. The best players are typically the most despised because they can get away with more than the other players. That's why you need that guy on the end of the bench, that leadership guy, that leader, the guy that's probably not playing. Those are the teams that have the elite leaders. It's and this is just from my perspective based on how I've seen the game. That's why when I hear that leadership talk, I just think it's just fake chatter that the media just like to throw out there to add extra sauce on the players. I don't think it's a real thing to most part. It's not real.
Would you believe me if I told you that the 3 years prior to Michael Jordan winning his first championship, that his team won on average 51 games a season? Yeah. So, you know, they were still winning before Scottie broke through completely. It wasn't like I'm not saying they won before Scottie Pippen got there. I'm saying like before he was a full-fledged all-star, you know, dominant dude. Jordan was that dude in 86, 87. Like he was that good that he can carry you to about 50 wins. The year I was born, they won 50 games. The year before they won the championship, they won 55. So it's just a process of breaking through. Now, I do want to ask you this question that you mentioned about me on Player's Choice. You said that I believed, and you correct me if I'm wrong, you said think that they're using me for clip farming. Is that correct?
Well, everybody has a role. Just like basketball.
Mm-hmm.
And for example, we got Hollywood Herm. Herm's on the panel right now.
Who's Herm?
Herm, he's right on the panel. He's right at the very bottom here.
Okay. Hey, Hollywood Herm, what's up?
Herm knows that it's very likely if we start poking jabs at him that I can get a very good clip-baitable crash out moment. I can brew like if we get Herm stirred up, we get him saying stuff like, I'm with Nikola Jokic and I'm with the Nazis. I'm riding with the Nazis. Fuck LeBron James. If we get him stirred up, I can get some shit out of Herm that naturally that I can't get out of nobody else. I can't get that out of Ishmael. Ishmael's not going to go off the rails like that. You got controversial takes. They know how to pull them nasty takes up out of you that the Arvidias, and then they're going to prod and pick at it. I mean, your host, Ron, is just elite at that. He knows how to, and just like when GJK came on and they brought that comment up, they said, nah, that was Penn that said it. That's just them poking and prodding. I guess it's an innate talent that you don't know you have, but you got some nasty takes and they do a good job of pulling them out of you at the right time, right on live streams, man. That's just, it is what it is, man.
You just got to capitalize on.
Yeah.
You just got to capitalize on them, man.
I mean, yeah.
You gotta,
I mean, you and I have never spoken before this live stream. So you've spoken to me now for about 20 minutes. We've gone back and forth and had a very respectful discussion. Based on your understanding of me, do you think that I am aware of this or unaware of this?
I think it's more of what Herm said, because I think it's like this. Herm, at this stage, he's now embraced being the crash out.
Okay.
He's embraced it. And I'm saying is if they want you for the hot takes, well, let's embrace the hot takes. Just unleash the whole bag of hot takes that you got. You know, just unleash it all and just own it. Even if you got to go make a show about it or something. Yeah. Herm, embrace that shit like a motherfucker And I wouldn't combat it, stand on him like Herm right now. Every bad crazy take that I think he has, he stand on him to this day still. And even if he gets proved to be wrong, if I call him out, you know what he gonna do? He gonna come up here, fuck you, Lamont, fuck you, fuck this show, fuck your questions, and he gonna leave, and he gonna come back the next day and do it all over again. He embraced this shit. So I mean, you can turn it into it is all entertainment.
You make player choices entertaining though.
Now, but Pam, but still show.
You're like the mellow ticket. You could be the mellow ticket. Like ticket, it was just uncontrollable.
I think that's the idea.
Let's find the balance. You can still showcase that you know the game, but still bring that hot take on.
If they put Herm on Player's Choice, I promise you, he wouldn't give two fucks about crashing out, cussing everybody out, leaving, and coming back the next day acting like nothing happened. Because Herm will literally come, he will call you every name in the book. He will come back the next day and act like nothing just happened. And I'm just to the point where I'm like, we laugh at this shit now. So again, we rock with it.
I respect people like Herm, to be honest. I'm not trying to gas you up. I'm just saying, like, I respect
until he crash out on you one day.
No, I really don't. I don't, bro. I don't care about that. I really don't. We could throw hands for all I care. You just keep it honest. We're cool, I've had fights with some of my best friends, like where we've thrown hands, and I don't care. Like, as long as I know that you're not lying to me and that you're not saying something behind my back and trying to say something to one person and another person. I just don't like to use my head to try to figure out where I stand with you. You know what I mean? Like, if you just tell me I hate your guts, we're cool. I don't care. Fuck, do I care?
I don't think nobody hates you.
I mean, if you do, it doesn't really matter. I mean, that's besides the point. What I'm saying is, like, I could respect somebody who disrespects you to your face and keep it that way. You know what I mean? They just keep it straight. They'll be like, I don't like you. I don't like your takes. The bullshit ass takes. Our Vita Sabonis is garbage. Go fuck yourself. I don't mind that.
It's not that easy with Herm, man. I'm telling you right now. It sound good with Herm. Herm be having me wanting to ban him sometimes, man. But I don't ban him, man. Fuck it.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think the panel lost a really valuable asset, in my opinion, in Ticket. I respect.
I agree.
I respect.
They most definitely did.
That's now one thing we agree right there was
the other reason why I watched
1,000% agree right there. And I think the craziness that comes with Ticket, I think the good overdid the bad. Like I would have took the bullet on the bad just to keep him around, because it was a huge, like, you could tell the change in the vibe when Ticket was there. It was a lot of anticipation. They wanted him there. The people want, and I mean, but look, they made their choice. I always respect their choice. If they make it a choice to part ways, and it is what it is, they still, they still killing it on Player's Choice. But
no,
I don't know if I would have logistically. I don't know if that would have been the move I would have made.
I hear you. I think, again, I've never met Ticket, but I've talked to him a few times, been on his streams and stuff. He's always shown me a lot of respect. He came on Ox Court once when I was having some shit with Low, and he was very complimentary. He was like, yo, you need to get this guy up there more. And I appreciate that vote of confidence, because I genuinely had listened to him a few times and just thought, I respect where he's coming from on basketball. So yeah, but I think in terms of my role on Player's Choice, I think I'd be a little long-winded sometimes. I'd probably be a little bit controversial, do some hot takes and stuff. But I hope people understand that I do understand the game of basketball, that I take it very seriously, and that if I had to do, a guess on who is preparing most for those shows, even if I be the one looking like the clown at the end, I promise you I do prepare for those shows and I do take them seriously. I think Player's Choice is awesome. I think it's a great opportunity, and I think it's gone in like a lot of good ways. Like from the sponsorships, you'd be seeing the sponsorships, you'd be seeing like the work that they be doing on that side, right? You see like all the work that they're doing on the All-Star weekend, and then take it one step further, and then you start to see this thing grow to like, to be able to support an entire network, right? So you can't risk sponsors getting mad at you because somebody decides to call somebody a name that you can never take back. Now, I'm probably on the edge of acceptable behavior most days. Like I'm teetering on the line, bro. I see the line. I'm on the line. I'm tiptoeing the line. I'm dancing on the line, trying not to fall over the line. Because I be saying some stuff that be just wild sometimes. I'm just like, go fuck yourself.
I think what happened was when you create a channel, you always wanted to blow up and get big. But
sure.
At the rate Player's Choice hit at a rate of growth that I don't think a lot of people expected. I think obviously the guys behind the scenes who were putting in the work saw it, but when you blow up that fast and you have to make so many changes so quickly, like you got all these sponsors calling in. Now Ticket is there one day, but in a week's time you done grew by 50,000 subscribers, and now you got sponsors knocking on your door, and you gotta like, it was growing so fast that I think people weren't ready to see Ticket gone because they had to make their changes like that because they were growing at an astronomical rate. And so I get having to be more PC as you get bigger because there's more at stake now. More people will report your channel and try to get you taken down. But what I would have did was to keep Ticket around. I would have damn near created a whole nother branch on Kick or something. Fucking Ticket, crash out on Kick. Crash out on some, but I think by all means, he was such a valuable asset. I think you have to find a way to reel it in, and because Ticket, no matter where he goes, his fan base is going to follow him. That's the one thing you got to give him. So it don't matter if you create another branch of Player's Choice on a platform where you can go crazier, but you got to find a way to keep him in there because the Ticket PC combination was that might have broke the internet if they would have found to keep that going. If they found a way to keep that going, bro, it was just a nasty combination, man.
No, I think there's a lot of, the PC OGs that were great, on the mic. Ticket, Dell, there's a lot. Like, I mean, for real, like there's a lot. And, and they're trying to work in new directions now. You see Jordan up there. I don't know how you feel about Jordan.
Look at the haters, man. Look, I don't mean to cut you off. Look at the haters. Look at them.
Player's Choice hasn't grown over the last 2 years. The content is stale. Well, Brandon, I'm not sure who taught you to count, but I go back and ask for a refund. So, I mean, shit. No, it has grown tremendously. I think when I started up, it was like 118,000 subscribers. We just crossed 142,000. I mean, that's something. That's something. Go try to grow an account by 15 subscribers, Brandon. It'll take you all year.
Yeah, that's true. And the money paid, imagine you got Ticket on Player's Choice if KD ever comes on there. Imagine you had Ticket on this show.
I would pay for that conversation for sure.
Kevin Durant and Ticket going at it. Man.
I wish they would have got KD, but man, I wish KD wasn't as hypersensitive to some of the things. And
I think he was trolling. For real. I thought he was trolling.
I would, bro. I've been struggling. I'm gonna tell you right now, Pan. I've been reaching out to NBA players. I'm talking about even low-level NBA players. It's become so crazy now that I'm talking about. I reached out to a guy, and salute to Adonis Arms, the guy that cooked Bronny James in the first game of the G League, because we were able to get him on. Salute to, we had a Washington Wizard on, Corey Kispert came on. So salute to the actual NBA guys that came on. But I didn't hit NBA guys up. They talking about my fee is $5,000. I'm talking about. I'm like,
for real?
I'm like, bro. I'm looking. I had one guy. He was retired. His wife responded to me, yeah, we need 1,500. And I'm saying, now Scott Williams pulled up. He's a guy out here with GCU with me, and he pulled up. We just promoted his book, and it was all mutual right there, all love. So we had people pull up. Obviously, Gil pulls up. He ain't got no issue. Salute to Gil because he ain't really caught up. But, man, I'm telling you right now, the ego that NBA players have, man, that's why it's so hard to get them on. You got to be connected. You got to know them. You got to know somebody that knows somebody. And it's gotten to the point where I've kind of given up trying to get them on, man. I've given up.
Yeah. I mean, it is difficult because they have so much more to lose, right? They have so much more to lose if something goes sideways, Brandon's saying can't debate. That's cool, man. Go to bed, bro. I don't know what time zone you on, but just go.
Brandon, if you over here enough, he's 24 hours mad. Nothing that we say or do is good enough. No matter what you say, he's gonna say you wrong. Bad take. I don't think he said a positive thing about anybody ever in life. That's just how he is, man. Salute to Brandon. Man.
Well, yeah, I mean, Brandon, I don't know. Maybe save up $100 and pay someone to give you a hug. All right, so that's all I'm saying. Like shit, nobody got to be this mad at 3 a.m. in the morning, bro. Like I was half asleep. I seen y'all were live. I seen y'all had Goat James Kingdom on. I was like, Zesty Jeffries. Oh my God. That shit is haunting my sleep. But yeah. Anyways, I appreciate the conversation. Thanks for having me on. Appreciate you. And
we got to get over here more, man. We got to collab and do something, man.
Just embrace it, man. Just
Yeah, for
embrace
sure.
that personality. Give them the hot takes, man. That's all you
Bro,
got to do. Just embrace
multiply the crazy takes by 15. Go take even if you got to go like Herm will study some crazy takes just to bring them up here.
You want a hot take right now?
Let's hear it.
Uh-oh.
Scotty Barnes is going to be a top 10 player next year. There you go.
Shit.
That's not a hot take, though. I don't think that's a hot take.
You don't. The world does. Believe me. There's
No.
a lot of people in this world.
I watched Scotty Barnes play. Like, I watched one game with Scotty Barnes. I forgot which game it was. And I was thinking to myself, this is one of the best players in the NBA. When and maybe it's the coaching me that's watching him because I'm a coach. I watched him play a game, and I said to myself, he's actually unstoppable. And when I say unstoppable, he's like, maybe somebody has to show him this, or he has to come to this realization. But he's like SGA unstoppable when he wants to be.
I hear you.
But
I
don't think he knows it yet.
I seen him stack 18 and a quarter in the fourth quarter on Giannis and Brook. Just go at him one after another. Couldn't put two dribble combinations together. Last year, people were sleeping on him because they won 30 games and he was playing with a whole bunch of rookies and, second years and G League guys. But I'm like, yo, like prime LeBron.
That's not a hot take. I don't think that's a hot take. I don't think it is.
But I most definitely see top 15, though.
So you gotta go crazier than that, man. You gotta do like Herm, man. See, you can't say with the Nazis like Herm did. You can't say that. Don't do that.
No, you can't do that.
All right. Well, I mean, contrary to popular belief, I am not trying to be a clown. I'm definitely not trying to say the most sensational things. I feel like what you were saying was more like PC knows how to use me. I think it's more like I understand my role on PC. I happen to be the only white person on a all-black platform that is owned by people, that is often watched by black people. And if in fact I'm going to be a little bit condescending at times, I'm going to take the Max Kellerman role or the Skip Bayless role, where I'm going to be just like, that's the guy that we don't like right now. So yeah, sometimes I'm going to have to play the villain card, and that's okay with me.
Well, I'm going to give you an insider tip. And Herm, tell me if I'm wrong. In this basketball sector, I found out very quickly it's the sector where people don't see or judge by race.
You don't think so?
I've seen, to me, it's been your take, who you like and who you don't like. And like, I watched a guy like Scap Attack. Scap Attack can come on this channel and he's going to have the whole chat in the world against me on my own channel because he's a Kobe Bryant guy. And nobody gives a damn about him being white or him sounding corny or with cheesy one-liners. Everything that he gonna sound like gold. It's just about who you like, who you follow, what your primary takes are. You can't be a Kobe fan that likes LeBron, then they're gonna excommunicate you like they did Gil. You gotta hate this group. Like, it's just about taking sides. It's literally like gangbanging. So I think
it's about making sense. I think it's about making sense and sort of fitting the stereotype, right? So if I come on and I'm just a numbers guy and a nerds guy and my numbers are correct, people will respect that, right? But you can't be the numbers guy who gets the numbers wrong, right? Just like you said, you can't.
No. You can't be the numbers guy. I don't know. I don't even know if you just want to test it like 1 week on your channel. Be the numbers guy.
I've been the numbers guy. Don't worry.
Well, I'm saying be the numbers guy that only pushes numbers that tell people why Kobe is better than LeBron. And
why Kobe is better than LeBron?
Yeah. No. I'm just saying, like, because we all know that numbers can be skewed. So if you're the numbers guy, it's about how you skew the numbers for them. Because it don't matter how many numbers you show people about LeBron James. The LeBron James haters ain't changing their mind. They just want content that feeds into why they hate LeBron James. He's trash. He's not clutch. He's this. He's that. They don't give a damn about any number that you can tell them about the game winners. You can tell them about the fourth quarters. They don't care. They just want something that feeds the BS that they are already, subsided to in their brain. That's what that's why Herm knows it. when I make my titles, I'm just clickbaiting and trolling the Jordan and Kobe fans.
Yeah.
I'm just feeding into the nonsense. Because look, okay, y'all ain't trying to hear me break down games and do film studies. So let me go ahead and make a video where they think I'm calling Kobe overrated. So I do a video, Kobe Bryant overrated. There you go, man. I'm talking about now. Oh, Pippen better than Elijah one. I'm talking about they gonna go crazy.
I'll question something with you, and maybe it's like the last thing I gotta say before I get out of here because I do have to go to sleep. But I'm not trying to pull a legend of winning here, where I tell you for 2.5 hours I gotta go, and then I don't go anymore. but for real, if you could get 1 million views per video, guaranteed, you upload 1 million views, no matter what, no one going away. What content would you make? I'm gonna step off, and if you want to answer the question, I would love to hear it. Like you can make any content. You don't want to clickbait. It's just a guarantee. You upload the video, it gets 1 million views. You don't have to fish for views.
And I get to and I can choose.
You can make whatever content you want. What would it actually be? Because that's the question that somebody asked me before I got into the content game. They said if views were not, because I see a lot of people, a lot of my friends, in this content game. We were talking earlier about players. I know some players. I know quite a few players. I know a couple of bigger podcasts than myself. And I see them chasing the next big thing. So if Hanson Yang's going off, they want to make a Hanson Yang video. If Wemby's going off, they want to make a Wemby video. If Kobe just got listed 11, they got to make the Kobe. So they're chasing topics that they don't even give a shit about just because they know that that's what people want. But my question is, like, what if I want to talk about, Brandon Ingram in July, but nobody else wants to talk about Brandon Ingram in July, but I have such a big channel, like, I don't know, Jimmy High Roller, or no matter what I do, I get 1 million.
I'm going to tell you the trick, what I've been doing, Penn. Whenever there's a topic that I know is not
trending,
the most popular trending topic, I always find a way, and I say, how can I tie this in to picking at the Jordan, Kobe, or LeBron fans?
Right. No, I
right?
hear
How
you.
can I?
That's not the question.
You have to feed them to a certain degree.
But I'm saying if you didn't have to do that, what content? Because you said you don't. You said something about film studies. Yeah,
yeah, I'm doing film. I'm doing film.
Lamont film guy.
So I would love to see you do film then.
Yeah, we do film. I'll pull up the whiteboard. We'll draw up plays, but
that'd be great.
We'll do that. But no, if I could choose,
don't worry. You're gonna have Brandon Katz in the comments telling you your film breakdowns bullshit anyway, bro. All right. Peace. Salute.
Ben, what's good having you, man. Appreciate you pulling up, man.
Appreciate you guys. Peace.
I'm gonna have to pull up. When do you go live next?
Probably tomorrow or the next day.
All right, man. We'll be subbed up. Make sure y'all check out. What's the channel name again, man? For the
Pensare Basketball. And for the
what's it called? Pensare Basketball.
It means to think in Italian. All right, peace, guys.
Salute.
That's the most condescending thing about me. All right, peace.
Salute.
All right, y'all, man. It was good having Penn from Players Choice up here. Salute to Penn for pulling up, man. Like I say, having the balls to pull up, not be disruptive, not cause havoc in a ruckus, and standing on his takes, man. Salute to Penn from Players Choice, man. Hopefully we can get more people from Players Choice to pull up. I see a lot of people from Players Choice was ducking the smoke, didn't want to pull up on FYF Sports, man. So salute to people that's willing to hit the link. Salute to Herm. Salute to CJ. You pulled up. I mean, CJ, man, maybe not the best outing for you today, but you tried to hold Kobe down, man. Salute to CJ that pulled up, man. Solid outing. You went 2 for 15 today. 2 for 15. 0 for 5 from the 3-point line. Huh?
I was on the other show, but I had my the John Johnston.
Oh, John Johnson is wild, man. That dude is wild, man. But look, I got to shut this one down, y'all. I've been live way too long. Somebody in the chat was like, I need an 8-hour stream. And I was meaning that this to only be 2-3 hours. And now we at 8 hours, man. And I did not mean for the stream to be this long, man. That's crazy as hell. And wasted the whole damn day, man. But it is what it is, man. Salute to everybody pulling up. Salute to Herm. Salute to Juan Boy. Appreciate you pulling up, Juan Boy. My bad you couldn't hop in on the takes the way you normally do. So I'm going to go ahead and drop y'all down on Herm, CJ, and everybody that pulled up here on FYF Sports today. Let me give one last shout out to everybody that dropped the super chat. We had Dante Reeves. We had Ray Magic. We had Suge. Salute to Suge. Make sure I go sub up to the channel. Salute to Mon Wright. Dante Reeves again, and Ricky E245 with the super chat. Salute to everybody that came through to support the channel, man. This was actually a much better stream. It went a little different than I thought it would go. But salute to everybody that pulled up. Hey, Johnny says great stream. Salute to Hey Johnny coming through, man. We got to get that debate set up with him and Viz, man. There's a lot of vitriol there. Viz is gonna have to step up to the debate circuit, man. Y'all gotta have to debate that one out, man. And I didn't. Viz said this is not a neutral platform. Viz, this is probably the most neutral platform you will find if you want to debate. It won't get any better. But hey, y'all, salute. It's FYF Sports, been a great podcast episode. We're gonna be back with more sports and news. Till then, man, it's FYF Sports. And we out.